Chapter 1. A beautiful wife who loves me. Have I traversed through time? Where am I? What am I doing? Feng gazed around the humble rental apartment, overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of his surroundings, pondering these existential questions. Wasn't he struck by a truck while assisting an elderly lady across the street? Creak. At that moment, the door swung open and a girl entered. She was strikingly beautiful, with a delicate face and an enviable figure. Her enchanting eyes met Feng's, and a rosy hue graced her cheeks, exuding an ethereal charm. The focal point being, she was clad in a bathrobe. Suddenly, the lights went out. "Miss, why did you turn off the lights?" "Miss, this is a lawful society." "Darling, what nonsense are you spouting? Why call me Miss?" "Miss." They exchanged no words for the remainder of the night. "Darling, I'm off to work," she said, tidying up before casting a gentle smile at Feng, who was still lost in thought before leaving for her job. Regaining his senses, Feng observed her retreating figure, his expression a tapestry of emotions. After their conversation the previous night, he was certain he had traversed into another realm. At that moment, a torrent of fragmented memories surged into his mind, causing a sharp pang of pain. After a while, he assimilated the original owner's memories and gained clarity about his current predicament. The original owner shared his name, Feng, and due to certain circumstances, had succumbed to overwhelming psychological pressure, leading to a sudden heart failure. The beautiful girl with whom he had conversed last night was his childhood sweetheart and wife, named Suyahan. They had just registered their marriage the day before. Crucially, last night marked their wedding night, a momentous occasion for both of them. It was also Suyahan's first time. Most importantly, Suyahan was exceedingly beautiful. At that moment, more fragments of memory flooded in, revealing further details. The parallel world to which he had journeyed bore resemblance to Earth. In this world, the Huaxia civilization had unified the globe, dividing it into 9 continents: Zhongzhou, Yuezhou, Shuzhou, Qizhou, Weizhou, Wuzhou, Yuezhou, Yinzhou, and Qingzhou. Feng resided in Yuezhou. Following the unification, the absence of war enabled people to live in peace, resulting in an unprecedented population boom, reaching an astonishing 10 billion. The entertainment industry in this world was in its infancy, far less developed than on Earth. Without the ravages of war, smiles adorned every face, and all lived in harmony. This world was indeed beautiful. Yet, for Feng, it was not a paradise, for he had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, with the hospital predicting he had but a year to live. By heavens, having just crossed over, I must depart in a year. I did not wish to die. Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him, a surge of sorrow swelling in his heart. Gradually, he began to understand more, feeling a warmth and sense of responsibility blossom within him. The original owner had experienced a sudden myocardial infarction due to the stress of his terminal condition, leading to his demise just as Feng arrived in this body, sharing the same name. The tender age of 5, the original owner had lost both parents, relying on his girlfriend's family for sustenance. Her father, a sworn brother of his own father, had always treated him with kindness. They were childhood sweethearts, deeply in love, and had just married the day before. The original owner also had a lovely younger sister-in-law who treated Feng with warmth, and he had come to regard them as family. Due to the original owner's poor health, a terminal illness was diagnosed 2 years prior, with the hospital declaring he would not survive beyond 3 years. The past 2 years have been arduous for the original owner and his girlfriend's family, as medical expenses depleted their savings. Her father, a laborer, struggled to support the 3 of them after the original owner's illness had rendered him despondent, living off his girlfriend's earnings. His wife, Suyahan, worked as a manager in an entertainment company. Throughout the original owner's period of despair, Suyahan never wavered in her support, tirelessly working to provide for him, hoping to bring him joy in his final days. Ding! At that moment, a text message pinged on his phone. "Dear customer, a transfer of 3,500 Huaxia coins has been made to your account ending in 9527, with a balance of 4,500 coins. Deposits made with this institution are protected under deposit insurance regulations. Huaxia Agricultural Bank." A message from his wife, Suyahan, read, "Darling, last month's salary has come in. I set aside 1,500 for living and transportation expenses. The rest is for you to enjoy. Be happy, hee hee." Upon reading the message, Feng's emotions swirled in his past life. He had been an orphan, But in this life, he was no longer alone. Regaining his composure, he acknowledged the kindness of his girlfriend's family. "Brother, do not worry. I will take good care of your wife and family." He sighed resignedly. Since he had arrived, he must make the best of his situation, that he needed to uplift himself, cease his despondency, and not bring sorrow to those who cared for him. Despite his terminal illness and the prognosis of a year to live, he must face life with fortitude. Then, in these final moments, I shall live earnestly and cherish my family, Feng murmured to himself. Rising, he tidied the modest rental apartment before preparing to venture out in search of a job, hoping to earn some money for his girlfriend and family. He smiled at his reflection. He was quite handsome. Exuding a charm that was both captivating and striking, he resolved to face life positively, sparing his girlfriend and family any worry. Alas, finding a job is truly challenging. Feng spent the day searching for employment, only to find positions either offered meager wages or required arduous labor. Yet he felt the weight of his girlfriend's and her father's struggles, deepening his gratitude towards them. He must rally himself. Ding! Just as Feng was lost in thought, a melodious mechanical voice resonated in his mind. The Entertainment King system is binding to the male protagonist, initiating binding process. Huh? A system? Feng was taken aback. Binding 1, 2, 3. 50, 100. Congratulations, host. The Entertainment King system has been successfully bound. The pleasant voice broke through his reverie. System, what functions do you possess? Feng inquired. The system was designed to assist the host in becoming the Entertainment King, propelling the entertainment progression of this world. I have a terminal illness, and am nearing my end. Perhaps you should find another host. Feng contemplated, speaking slowly. Host, I can save your life and cure your illness. Elaborate further. Feng's interest was piqued. Who would wish for death if life could be preserved? When the host's popularity reaches a certain threshold, the system will automatically treat and extend the host's life. But I am not a celebrity. I possess no popularity. Upon hearing this, Feng's spirits sank. You could become a superstar, the system earnestly urged. Feng felt a pang of despair. I possess nothing but good looks. Host, your striking appearance is more than sufficient. The system reassured him gently. Feng pondered, then asked system, what about my beginner's gift package? His astute inquiry momentarily caught the system off guard, leading to a prolonged silence before it finally responded. The beginner's gift package has been dispensed. Please open it. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained full-level music theory knowledge, full-level singing ability, capable of performing any song with perfection, heavenly voice, exquisite timbre that captivates listeners, song The Blossoming Life. An abundance of musical knowledge flooded Feng's mind, and a demo of The Blossoming Life, complete with arrangement, materialized in his hands. Feng continued, system, what about the song's copyright? All works produced by the system are premium, all have registered copyrights. Please use them with confidence. Feng exhaled in relief that was reassuring. Suddenly, Feng felt a slight itch in his throat, compelling him to sing. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. How melodious! He sang a note, astonished by the beauty of his own voice, realizing he possessed a truly celestial sound. Thank you, system. Host, it is my pleasure. System, how can I receive treatment? Feng asked urgently, yearning for survival. The host's popularity must reach 1 million. Feng was taken aback. What? 1 million? Host, the entertainment industry in this realm is just beginning. With your striking appearance and the works I provide you, achieving 1 million should be but a blink of an eye. The system spoke slowly. Feng blinked wildly. Ding, task initiated. Task, become the king of entertainment and establish a prosperous era in the industry. Task rewards. As the host's popularity increases, the system will provide treatment for the host's body, along with some unexpected bonuses. Becoming a star can yield substantial wealth, allowing the host's family to live a life of happiness. Feng's gaze grew resolute. He must become a star. He envisioned a future where his father-in-law would no longer toil endlessly due to his illness, where his wife would not have to struggle to provide for them, and where his sister-in-law, who treated him like family, could enjoy a better life. Above all, he wished to ensure his own survival. Thus, for love, for family, and for himself, he was determined to become a celebrity. Feng opened the music player to listen to the songs of this world. He needed to familiarize himself with the musical landscape to assess the value of his own creations. However, the quality of the songs in this realm was rather lacking. The pieces were chaotic and varied in quality. Feng then picked up his phone and dialed the first number saved in his contacts, labeled as Wife Suyahan. Note: The Blossoming Life, composed and written by Wang Feng, performed by Wang Feng. Chapter 2. Rescuing the near-bankrupt company darling. You're here. As Feng arrived at Apple Entertainment, a graceful figure leapt into his embrace. Feng, Gazit at Suyahan. Feng looked at her and nodded earnestly. Encouragingly, Suyahan declared, "No matter what you wish to pursue, I will support you. Let's go meet our boss." Feng's wife, Suyahan, worked at Apple Entertainment. Upon entering the company, staff members were immediately captivated by Feng's presence. Is the handsome man brought by Suyahan a new artist? He exudes a striking masculine charm. He is truly handsome. He is far more attractive than Zhao Yang. Feng remained composed, accustomed to the compliments, unaffected by their remarks. Of course my husband is the most handsome." Suyahan, though outwardly calm, felt a swell of pride within her at the discussions among her colleagues. In the office of Apple Entertainment's owner, a woman clad in a casual white suit with a distinctive beauty mark near her eye, Lin Yun, regarded them. She appeared well-preserved. As Suyahan had mentioned, she was in her 30s, yet still radiated allure. Feng nodded at her. "Mr. Feng, do you wish to become a star?" Lin Yun asked. "Regrettably, Mr. Feng, we are not currently accepting new artists," she replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Suyahan was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Boss, is there truly no other way?" Feng listened, bewildered by the conversation. It turned out that their company once had a promising artist named Zhao Yang, a third-tier singer. With this artist and the company's operations, they had managed to stay afloat and even turn a profit. However, just a month ago, that artist's reputation crumbled for unspeakable reasons. Now, even the producer had fled, and despite Feng's good looks, they had no songs for him. "Sai, if this continues, the company will go bankrupt soon," Lin Yun lamented, her tone laced with helplessness. Suyahan felt a pang of sadness. The company's owner was kind, never exploiting employees nor imposing overtime. Salaries were accompanied by social insurance, with a 4-day work week and 3 days off, never delaying payments. Lin Yun exclaimed in surprise. "Do you realize how difficult it is to produce a good song? It requires talent, effort, and time. You must understand that even a producer may not be able to cultivate such skills. Additionally, singing necessitates a fine voice. Mr. Feng, with all due respect, you are quite handsome, but writing good songs is exceedingly challenging." Lin Yun furrowed her brow and spoke slowly. She found it hard to believe Feng could succeed as a songwriter. Such talent was rare. "Here is my creation. Please have a listen." Feng, understanding her skepticism, offered her a demo of the song The Blooming Life produced by the system. Suyahan was astonished. Was her husband truly this talented? The female boss was equally amazed. Had he already composed a song? As Lin Yun listened to the demo, her impression of Feng shifted significantly. This was far better than those who merely boasted without substance. The Blooming Life? The name intrigued her. She donned headphones, and the music played, a mechanical electronic sound. Yet the melody and lyrics were remarkably refined. Lin Yun's expression transformed from calm to astonishment, then to shock, finally culminating in excitement. Watching the varying emotions on Lin Yun's face, Suyahan felt curious. Was her husband's composition truly that exceptional? "Mr. Feng, I never anticipated you could compose songs. This piece is quite impressive," Lin Yun exclaimed, her gaze filled with eagerness. Her attitude towards Feng shifted from indifference to enthusiasm. Reflecting on the song she had just heard, she found Feng and Appo's composition genuinely commendable, and admiration flickered in her eyes. With a newfound determination, Lin Yun declared, "Next month, coinciding with the start of the newcomer season, we can release this song." She glanced at Suyahan and smiled at Feng. Today was August 31st. In September marked the newcomer season in Yuezhou, allowing all newcomers to compete in the music market. Established artists were barred from participation, creating a friendly environment for those without a fan base. Feng had no objections and nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, The boss instructed the review department to assess the song to prevent plagiarism and ensure originality. Once approved, they proceeded to record the song. The recording process went remarkably smoothly. Feng completed it in just one take, astonishing everyone present. Typically, artists needed several attempts and pitch corrections, yet Feng's flawless voice required no adjustments whatsoever. What was more, Feng sang with heartfelt emotion, captivating Lin Yun, the artistic director, and the entire staff. Su Yahan gazed at Feng, her eyes filled with affection. Lin Yun looked at Feng, her expression one of excitement and hope. The staff members stared in disbelief. His singing was extraordinary. Who knew you could sing so beautifully? How did I not know this? Su Yahan shot Feng a reproachful glance, her expression tinged with envy. Feng, noticing her look, smiled indulgently, feeling both helpless and affectionate. Next came the signing of the contract, which was not a buyout, but a revenue-sharing agreement. The earnings from subsequent songs would be divided such that the company received 70%, while the lyricist and composer took 10% each, and the artist received the remaining 10%. Given that the company provided equipment, promotional channels, and subsequent marketing expenses, the distribution was relatively generous. As the lyricist, composer, and performer, Feng was entitled to 30%. Should he gain popularity in the future, he could negotiate a higher share, but as a newcomer, he had to accept the current terms. Most importantly, the copyright of the song would belong to Feng. After reviewing the contract to ensure the copyright and revenue-sharing terms were satisfactory, he signed it. Finally, the staff requested Feng to provide a brief background on the song's creation or a promotional slogan for future marketing use, as creators often craft more compelling narratives than the staff. Feng expressed, "My yearning for life, the vitality that overflows from my heart, and the relentless drive to ascend are the forces that transcend the ordinary, break free from external constraints, and realize my true self." The female boss and employees were taken aback. Feng's positivity and uplifting spirit were truly inspiring. Not only is Feng handsome, but he is also talented and radiates an infectious energy. At that moment, the boss and staff held a favorable impression of him. As Su Yahan gazed at Feng, her expression softened. In the twilight of life, as long as you find joy, that is enough. Chapter 3. The impact of the song release. All preparations have been completed. Now, it is merely a matter of awaiting the song's debut. A splendid outcome for this song means my company can reap some rewards, and perhaps there is hope for its future. She added earnestly, "I must express my gratitude to Feng." Lin Yun looked at Feng and Su Yahan with a tender tone, revealing a hint of sincerity and hope. "I owe you my thanks for taking care of Yahan all this time. She truly enjoys working at this company, and I wish for nothing but its prosperity." "Thank you." Lin Yun exchanged glances with Feng and Su Yahan, and they shared a knowing smile. Everything was understood without words. The boss is personally driving Su Yahan and that handsome man home. The warmth in her gaze towards him is striking. Not far away, often reprimanding them at the slightest provocation. Why then is she treating Feng with such kindness? The disparities between individuals are indeed vast. Lin Yun safely delivered the two home. Upon their return, Feng conversed with his wife, Su Yahan, for a short while before succumbing to slumber. Due to health reasons, he slept early. As for the quality of roaring life, Feng felt no trepidation. After earnestly listening to the world's musical creations, his confidence soared. In his previous life, Wang Feng's song had swept across the nation, inspiring countless individuals. Many schools played this song, and later, the prominent figure Jack Ma covered it, garnering billions of streams and millions of likes. The comments were too numerous to mention. In summary, this song became immensely popular, motivating multitudes. Feng slept soundly, while his wife and the female boss lay awake, both deeply concerned about the performance of his new song. After midnight, many night owls, including students like Li Fei, who were reluctant to study, remained awake. At the stroke of 12, the song was released on schedule. Li Fei donned his headphones, eager to explore the new season's offerings, hoping for a delightful surprise. As a music enthusiast aspiring to become a singer, music was everything to him. He clicked on the homepage of Cool Music and began listening to the recommended tracks one by one. To be candid, the songs featured on the homepage were quite commendable, as they were all meticulously crafted to launch the best newcomers of their respective companies. However, the issue lay in the fact that while the songs were good, they were merely satisfactory. For someone like Feng, who had immersed himself in music, they failed to impress. Consequently, after listening to 13 songs, he added none to his cherished playlist, opting instead to place one in his backup list. Feng had created his music account a decade ago. Under his account name, there were two playlists, a cherished collection and a backup list. The cherished playlist contained only 11 songs, which he revisited periodically. The backup list, however, held more variety. Songs in this list were for temporary enjoyment, as they might eventually be removed. After listening to a few more tracks, Feng began to feel fatigued. He decided to skip to the last song, intending to listen and then sleep. The final track happened to be Feng's Roaring Life. Why was it last? Don't ask. It's simply due to the company's financial constraints. The title and description of the song caught his attention, Roaring Life. The name is peculiar. The desire for life surges from within, the driving force continually striving upwards, transcending the ordinary, breaking free from external constraints, and realizing one's potential. It must be said, it is quite motivational, much like himself. Such inspiration could serve as a great reference for his next essay, Feng mused. He clicked on Roaring Life. Curiosity piqued about its quality and how inspiring it truly was. Then the music began. What a captivating prelude. The main melody soon followed. How many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? Now I no longer feel lost. I wish to surpass this ordinary desire. Some setbacks, some heartache, but swiftly, hope emerged. The lyrics expressed heartfelt sentiments, enveloping him in a sea of melody. The singer and amp, Oppo's voice was delightful. Feng and amp, Oppo's drowsiness vanished instantly. He became tense, fully engaged as the chorus erupted. I crave a roaring life, like soaring in the vast sky, like traversing boundless wilderness, possessing the strength to break free from all. Feng's breath quickened, his spirit exhilarated. This song is simply extraordinary. The high notes are impeccable. The concept of a vibrant life evoked numerous thoughts, predominantly about himself. Indeed, he had always been uncertain about his dreams. Shouldn't and amp, Oppo's T1 courageously pursue their aspirations? His current lack of academic success and wavering dreams, was this the life he desired? Feng's throat tightened as the lyrics echoed in his mind. I crave a roaring life, like soaring in the vast sky, like traversing boundless wilderness, possessing the strength to break free from all. Yes, he yearned for a roaring life. The power to break free from all constraints. Download. Unpurchased songs could only be streamed thrice a month, but Feng wished to listen to Roaring Life countless times. So he clicked download without hesitation. The song was priced uniformly at 2 yuan per download. Upon completing the download, a smile graced Feng's lips as he added Roaring Life to his cherished playlist, which had remained unchanged for 5 years. Next, he examined the song details and was taken aback to find the performer, Feng. What a lovely name. His voice was fantastic, and remarkably, this artist could hit such high notes. Singing so beautifully, he must possess immense talent. Feng reasoned. Continuing to scroll, he was astounded to discover that both the lyrics and composition were by Feng. Such talent. It is rare to find artists who write and compose their own songs nowadays. Most rely on others for lyrics and melodies before performing. Feng silently noted Feng's name. Talented individuals are deserving of respect. He listened to the song several more times, finding it increasingly difficult to sleep. He felt too alert. Thus, he resolved not to let others drift off, starting to share Roaring Life. Good things should be shared. That night, many night owls were awake. And with Feng's account boasting an impressive level due to years of listening to countless songs, his shared track garnered immediate attention in the group chat. Wow, this song is amazing. It brought me to tears. At this late hour, I feel the urge to strive for success, feeling a sense of guilt even in slumber. I yearn for a life that blooms with fervor. I have yet to hear this singer. They are a newcomer. What matters most is their exceptional talent. The high notes, simply astounding. This individual writes, composes, and performs their own music, displaying remarkable artistry. It feels as though they are destined for greatness. Indeed, while other artists merely sing, this one handles everything independently. Impressive. Mark my words, they will rise to prominence. Let us discover which company represents them. As I gaze at the overwhelmingly positive reviews and the steadily increasing play counts on the Cool Death platform, the female executive Lin Iyun beams with delight. This is my lifeline. I must take the plunge. Lin Iyun retrieves all the funds from her safe, steeling herself as if she has resolved to embark on a significant venture. She intends to use her last resources to secure a prominent position for Feng's flourishing life on the homepage, ensuring it reaches a wider audience. Hello, is this the team operating the Cool Death platform? I wish to purchase a homepage recommendation. My husband is incredible. As she witnesses the soaring download numbers and a chorus of positive reviews, Suyahan is filled with exhilaration. She has long downloaded the song, listening to it repeatedly, utterly captivated by her husband's enchanting voice. Indeed, the praise continues to swell. She kisses the still slumbering Feng tenderly, cradling him as she listens to the music, gradually drifting into sleep. Flourishing Life ranks 82nd. Flourishing Life ranks 61st. Flourishing Life ranks 49th. The ranking continues to ascend. The moment to witness a miracle is upon us. Chapter 4. The Remarkable Gains Honey. Your song has become a sensation, and the acclaim for the new song continued to rise, promising even better data ahead. Feng picked up his phone, eager to register a social media account, only to discover that his name had already been taken. After spending 600 yuan and undergoing identity verification, he finally gained access. Beneath his profile picture, many users stumbled upon Feng's profile, realizing it was officially verified. Likes and shares poured in, igniting a fervor on the social media platform. Wow, it's the original singer of The Blooming Life. You're amazing. Your singing is incredible. You hit such high notes. Most importantly, the song is so enjoyable. Within a short time, Feng's fan base surpassed 100,000 and continued to grow, prompting a smile from him. A week swiftly passed, and The Blooming Life climbed to the second position. The atmosphere at Apple Entertainment was electric. Achieving second place in the rookie season had the entire company buzzing, a memory reminiscent of their glory days when they barely made it into the top 20. Who is Feng? Is he from our company? Su's husband just joined. Weren't you calling him Xiao Su before? Why refer to him as Su now? Nonsense. I've always respected Su. I remember that handsome guy who came to the company that day. Feng is truly charming. We'll be colleagues now. The key is, he has a beautiful voice and can write and compose. He and Amp. Oppo's truly impressive. As discussions among the staff flourished, Feng and Amp. Oppo's name spread throughout the company. The Blooming Life continued to gain momentum. In the industry, reactions varied. What is Apple Entertainment? I've never heard of it. I found it. It's a small company that can't even break into the top 20. It used to be a battle between the two major companies. Who would have thought a small player would emerge? I wonder how they will respond to Feng from Apple Entertainment. Feng is remarkable, writing his own lyrics and composing, and his singing is delightful. As the month drew to a close, the rookie season and Amp, Oppo's #1, Yinlong from Mango Entertainment, along with producer Zhang Hong, was enjoying an extravagant meal, racking up a bill of 3,000 yuan, a single king crab having met its demise in the process. The celebratory feast was abruptly interrupted when Yin Long received a call from the company. His #1 spot had vanished. In that instant, confusion washed over him. The crab he was savoring suddenly lost its appeal. Eat up. Why are you dazed? Yin Long, in a stupor, replied, my #1 is gone. Just gone. Zhang Hong, skeptical, checked his phone and gasped. He donned his headphones and listened to the new #1, The Blooming Life. This is incredible, he thought, realizing he had been overly confident. Yin Long listened too, falling into a heavy silence. Despite the exorbitant meal, it had lost all flavor. Unbeknownst to Feng, the world outside was in shock. However, at that moment, his fan count surpassed 1 million. As he slumbered, a melodic mechanical voice resonated in his ear. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has surpassed 1 million. Reward for reaching 1 million popularity. 1 year of life. Reward for reaching 1 million popularity. Song confession balloon. The host could draw once. 1 million in popularity? Yi Feng instantly awoke, unlocking his phone to see his follower count at 1,010,000. Suddenly, he felt a surge of vitality, aware that this must be the benefit of an extended lifespan. Thank you, system. Yi Feng expressed sincerely. You're welcome, host, the system replied. At that moment, a demo of the song Confession Balloon by the renowned star Jay Cho appeared in Yi Feng's hands. This song, one of the most streamed Mandarin songs, left a deep impression on him with its captivating melody and catchy lyrics. System, let us draw. Thank you for your patronage. Here, a consolation prize. What is the consolation prize? Before the system could respond, Yi Feng and Oppo's phone vibrated with a notification. Dear customer, your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan. Yi Feng stared at his phone, momentarily dazed. Is the consolation prize really 1 million? Indeed. Then what must the grand prize be? Host, strive to increase your popularity. Yi Feng pondered, system, how much popularity is required for the next lifespan increase? The host will need 2 million popularity next time. Yi Feng nodded, finding this reasonable. Feeling the changes in his body and reaping tangible benefits, he was eager to elevate his popularity further. Meanwhile, the Blooming Life downloads surpassed 1 million and continued to rise. As Yi Feng entered the company that day, he was met with enthusiastic applause from his colleagues, who had eagerly awaited his arrival. The company's owner, Lin Yun, and his wife, Su Yahan, stepped forward from the crowd, presenting him with flowers. Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled, his charming grin captivating many. Yi Feng, on behalf of all the staff, thank you. Because of you, the company is back on track, Lin Yun expressed sincerely. Many employees gazed at Yi Feng, their eyes reflecting gratitude, clearly aware that he had salvaged the company. Lin Yun looked at Yi Feng earnestly. By the way, Yahan will be your personal agent and the chief agent of the company. Yi Feng smiled. This is all I should do. Su Yahan gazed at him, her eyes brimming with tenderness. In the boss's office, Lin Yun brewed a pot of pu'er tea for Yi Feng. He took a sip, initially tasting bitterness, followed by a hint of sweetness. By the way, your salary and share will be transferred to your card at the end of the month, Lin Yun informed him with a smile. Yi Feng had no objections. Boss, I want to release a new song, he said calmly, looking at Lin Yun. You and Oppo's already composed a new song? Lin Yun was astonished. It had only been a short time since Yi Feng's last creation. Everyone has moments of inspiration, but it's unusual to produce so quickly. Yi Feng nodded. Lin Yun, realizing the magnitude of Yi Feng's talent, was left in awe. Take your time to refine it. Don't rush. Quality is paramount, not quantity, he advised earnestly. As the owner of the company, Lin Yun did not feel joy. Instead, her brow was furrowed in concern. Note, the song Confession Balloon, composed by Jay Cho, with lyrics by Feng Winshan, performed by Jay Cho. It has barely been a short while since his last release, and here he is, crafting another new song. What kind of exceptional piece can one create in such a brief span? It is something that even seasoned song producers struggle to accomplish. Perhaps he has become too carried away with his newfound fame. Such is the price of youthful exuberance. The young can be overly impulsive. Lin Yun contemplated this. Nevertheless, in order to guide Yi Feng appropriately, she could not resist clicking on Confession Balloon. She needed to listen closely to identify its shortcomings before advising Yi Feng to proceed with more grounded intentions. As the melodious prelude began to play, her furrowed brows relaxed. This prelude is delightful. Soon, the main melody followed, and Lin Yun found herself astonished. The tune was captivating. When the chorus arrived, the lyrics flowed effortlessly, easy to remember and sing along to. The melody was enchanting, and its soothing quality lingered long after the song concluded. Lin Yun was left in a state of shock, her mouth slightly agape, not having closed it even after the song ended. She inhaled sharply. Let me listen again. Yi Feng nodded with a smile, remaining silent. Lin Yun pressed play once more. After another listen, Her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly lifted her gaze to Yi Feng, exclaiming, "Are you a genius?" Yi Feng remained silent. Lin Yun gazed at him with increasing satisfaction and admiration. Yes, the youth should indeed be brimming with vigor. What is youth without a touch of audacity? Next came the contract signing. This time, the terms were more favorable, initiated by Lin Yun as a gesture of gratitude for Yi Feng and Appos as contributions to the company. Furthermore, having produced 2 commendable songs in succession, she deemed it essential to treat Yi Feng with the seriousness he deserved. Hearing him again left her and the staff astonished. His voice was simply exquisite, captivating them completely. Moreover, he nailed it in one take, a feat that would require multiple attempts from other artists. This solidified Lin Yun's belief that Yi Feng was indeed a musical prodigy, further igniting her desire to nurture his talent. Meanwhile, at Mango Entertainment, one of the 2 entertainment giants in Yuezhu, Xing Yao was being instructed to record several more takes in the studio. The staff and his manager patiently encouraged the rather handsome young man within the recording booth. Xing Yao, the company's rising star, was the lead in the recent popular drama, The CEO's Love Story. Coincidentally, riding the wave of this drama's popularity, the company planned to release his first solo single next month. Isn't it still not good enough? I've recorded nearly 100 times, often cracking and lacking quality. The staff and manager exchanged helpless glances. However, with his recent surge in popularity, thanks to the drama, my fans will still support me. Why the urgency? Xing Yao declared, visibly frustrated. The manager and staff could only look at him in disbelief. After an entire day of recording, they still couldn't find the right pitch, and the reality was his singing still left much to be desired. The sound engineer was sweating profusely, fighting the urge to scream in frustration. After over an hour of struggling, they finally managed to settle on a passable take. However, Xing Yao's voice was undeniably unpleasant, perhaps a cruel twist of fate where he was blessed with striking looks but deprived of vocal talent. As the staff left for the day, the sound engineer remained, laboring away. Mango Entertainment had slated the release of Xing Yao's song for October 1st, and the official announcement had already been made. As one of the largest entertainment companies in Yuezhu, the buzz surrounding Xing Yao, the current hot topic, garnered significant attention. His new release was trending across major entertainment platforms. Shocking, Xing Yao, the CEO from The CEO's Love Story, is releasing a new song. The popular star Xing Yao is set to release a new single, with expectations at an all-time high. Will Xing Yao's new song be as charming as his handsome visage? With media coverage flooding in, it seemed as if next month's music charts would undoubtedly be dominated by Xing Yao. Coincidentally, Yi Feng and Appos' new song was set to release on the same day. In the office of Apple Entertainment, Lin Yun observed the online news regarding Xing Yao's single release, her brow furrowing with concern. What a coincidence! How could it be that Yi Feng and Appos' release coincides with his? The key factor was that Mango Entertainment was one of the largest companies in Yuezhu, and Xing Yao was the reigning heartthrob, with his social media following exceeding 10 million, coupled with the backing of Mango Entertainment. It was evident that Xing Yao's new song would be immensely popular. She picked up the phone to call Yi Feng. Have you seen the news online? The popular star from Mango Entertainment is releasing his new song on the same day as you. Lin Yun spoke to Yi Feng with palpable excitement and a hint of urgency. Unlike her anxious demeanor, Yi Feng remained composed. What about his singing? He inquired. I watched his previous cover videos online, and to be frank, they were quite dreadful. However, he has fans, and he is quite handsome. Lin Yun replied. I see. Yi Feng responded, asking once more, how do you think I compare to Xing Yao in terms of looks? Lin Yun recalled Yi Feng's strikingly handsome features and sharply defined facial structure. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, you are more handsome than him. Chapter 6. Achieving a love that goes both ways indeed. Yi Feng is far more handsome than Xing Yao. The key is his singing far surpasses that of Xing Yao. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Lin Yun immediately realized the truth. Furthermore, Yi Feng writes his own lyrics, composes his own music, and performs, while Xing Yao merely sings, with the company arranging for a producer. In this comparison, Yi Feng utterly eclipses him. At that moment, She understood that she had been trapped by her preconceived notions. The news she had seen online, coupled with Mango Entertainment as promotions and the popularity brought by Xing Yao's television dramas, led her to naturally assume that Xing Yao would be #1 next month. However, after Yi Feng's inquiry, Lin Yun suddenly awakened to the truth. In terms of both appearance and talent, Yi Feng outshone Xing Yao. Why should she feel anxious? Right, her company could not compete with Xing Yao and Oppo's. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Yun felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that she had overlooked Yi Feng and Oppo's potential. Yet, with Yi Feng placing such trust in her, she could not allow his talent to go unrecognized. She resolved to treat him well. At that moment, the thought crossed her mind. When could they have a photo shoot at the company or record a video? They could plan something. Lin Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yi Feng smiled at Lin Yun's enthusiasm. All right, she exclaimed. Take your time with Yahan. You just got married, no rush. Do you need me to bring you both breakfast? Tell Yahan she can come to work a little later from now on. You two can ease into the routine. Yi Feng and Su Yahan arrived at the company. The photo shoot went smoothly, capturing several stunning shots, and they recorded a video of Yi Feng singing. The retoucher, observing the images, fell into deep contemplation. Yi Feng's original photos were far superior to the edits. This shouldn't be the case. The retoucher had enhanced many artists' images before, all of which looked better than the originals. After scrutinizing Yi Feng's photos repeatedly, he confirmed that Yi Feng needed no retouching. He was simply too handsome. How could someone be so strikingly attractive? The retoucher became utterly captivated by Yi Feng's photos. Time flew by. Yi Feng's new song, Confession Balloon, was released punctually at midnight. Lin Yun, the female boss, utilized the profits the company had earned recently to secure a prominent spot for Yi Feng on the homepage. Wow, this song is incredible. The song Blooming Life has been playing on repeat at our school. Yi Feng, you will forever be my idol. As Yi Feng opened his social media, messages flooded in. He glanced at the notifications and chuckled. He then posted the link to his new song, Confession Balloon, with the caption, New Song Confession Balloon. Enjoy. Yi Feng's follower count had reached an impressive 23 million. His updates immediately captured the attention of numerous fans. Wow, a new song. Is it inspirational? So fast. Another song already. Confession Balloon. It seems to be about love. I must listen. Yi Feng sings so beautifully, I cannot miss this. Consequently, many clicked on the link, opening the coolest music player. Lin Yun, a freshman, felt lost. He had harbored a secret crush on a girl throughout high school for 3 years, but still lacked the courage to confess. That evening, plagued by thoughts of his crush, he found himself unable to sleep and decided to listen to music. Love? Xing Yao? He played the song, and honestly, it was average. The voice felt overly processed. He continued to listen. After 4 or 5 songs, he found them decent, yet none left a lasting impression. Confession Balloon. Yi Feng? Isn't this the original singer of Blooming Life that he had been listening to recently? Could he also sing love songs? Curiosity piqued. Lin Yun clicked on the track. As the prelude played, it was delightful. Soon, the main melody began. By the Seine, with coffee in hand, I savor your beauty, leaving lip prints on the cup. Roses from the florist, misspelled names, Confession Balloon. The breeze carries smiles across the street. The captivating prelude and enchanting melody enveloped him as he lost himself in the music. You say you're a bit hard to pursue, wishing for me to retreat. Gifts need not be extravagant, just fallen leaves from the champs, Lissy yes. He thought of the girl he admired, wishing to present her with an expensive gift, only to be told that beautiful fallen leaves would suffice. Oh, creating a romantic date, unfazed by the risk of failure. To have you is to possess the entire world. Lin Yun's breath quickened. The song was magnificent. As the chorus erupted, darling, loving you since that day, so sweet and effortless, darling, don't be willful. Your eyes say I'm willing. Lin Yun felt entranced, reminiscing about the girl he adored. It seemed she harbored feelings for him too. He couldn't help but replay the song again and again. Once the free listening limit was reached, he purchased the song to continue enjoying Confession Balloon. As he listened, his throat tightened, and his gaze grew resolute, as if he had made a decision. Is it Lin and Moa? I wish to tell you something. Lin Yun picked up the phone, his voice hoarse. What? What is it? Lin and Moa's voice on the other end revealed a hint of anticipation. I like you. Lin Yun summoned his courage and stammered through his confession. Wow, together. At that moment, Lin Yun's roommates in the dormitory erupted with excitement upon hearing his words. Their drowsiness vanished. I like you too. Lin and Moa's cheeks flushed bright red. Wow, that's amazing. 999. Be happy. On the other end of the line, faint sounds of surprise and blessings from Lin and Moa's roommates echoed. Recommend you listen to a song. Confession Balloon. Silly. I was just listening to that song. It's wonderful. A song, Confession Balloon, had forged a love that flourished in both directions. And perhaps it was only the beginning. A night passed. Feng and Su Yahan had just awakened. Darling, your new song has reached 5th place on the new song chart. Su Yahan exclaimed, gazing at the rankings with astonishment. Feng smiled warmly at her, then glanced at his phone, where countless private messages from fans awaited. Confession Balloon is mesmerizing. You sing so beautifully. Feng, you will forever be my idol. Feng read these messages, his spirits lifted. Darling, is this song written for me? Su Yahan looked at him, her eyes brimming with affection. Of course, it's written for you. But where's the saying? Have we been there? Chapter 7. You are so handsome, boss. Feng's new song has already reached 5th place, exclaimed the exuberant assistant beside Lin Yun, the head of Apple Entertainment. Yes, I am aware, Lin Yun replied, her voice calm despite the dark circles under her eyes. Although her tone was flat, the excitement within was palpable. Increase the promotion for Feng's new song and invest all the available funds from the company. Understood. I'll handle it right away. The assistant was practically buzzing with enthusiasm. She had become a fan of Feng after listening to his new song multiple times the previous night. The new song chart stood as follows. 1. Xingyao Love A 2. Roar It Is Love. Bixinji Ye Feng. Confession Balloon. Aside from Feng, the other entries in the top 10 were from major companies, making Feng's achievement commendable. Moreover, it was only the first day, and the final outcome remained uncertain. Meanwhile, at Mango Entertainment, Xing Yao boasted to his manager, I'm number 1. However, his manager and Oppo's expression was grave, far from the expected joy. This morning, I listened to the top 10 songs and noticed a concerning trend, he stated seriously. Several tracks surpass yours, especially Ruer's second song and Feng's 5th. Xing Yao scoffed at the manager and Oppo's worries. You worry too much. I know Ruer. He is not as handsome as I am, nor does he have my popularity. With proper promotion, he can hardly compete with me. As for Feng, he has only released 1 song, and his fame is limited. I doubt he can compare with my looks. The manager nodded, albeit with lingering concern. Ruer didn't pose a significant threat, but Feng's song quality was undeniably high. The manager played Confession Balloon for Xing Yao. Initially impatient, Xing Yao's demeanor shifted as he listened. This song, both the prelude and the melody, is superior to mine. His voice is undeniably more melodious, he admitted reluctantly after a moment of silence. Moreover, he is a talented individual, writing both lyrics and music. Both the manager and Xing Yao were taken aback by the song's information. It was rare for an artist to handle both writing and performing. Indeed, I recall his earlier song and Oppo's, The Blooming Life and Oppo's, was also his creation. He truly is impressive. Xing Yao, usually so proud, found himself begrudgingly admiring Feng. However, I have the popularity. I'll take care of it. The manager smiled, pleased with the response. He had intentionally provoked Xing Yao to prevent his arrogance from leading to complacency. Meanwhile, at Apple Entertainment, Lin Yun approached Feng with a smile. Can we release your photos and videos? Your looks will enhance the publicity. Of course, Feng nodded. Fantastic. Everyone will be astonished by your charm. Lin Yun exclaimed, instructing her assistant to proceed. Thus, Feng's stunning photos and singing videos were disseminated online by Apple Entertainment. Comments erupted as viewers noticed the watermark identifying him as Feng from Apple Entertainment. Feng, the original of and Oppo's, The Blooming Life and Oppo's? How can he be so good-looking? Look at those eyes, that mouth, that nose. He is stunning. He has a new song called Confession Balloon. Go listen. Discussions surrounding Yi Feng's looks intensified, boosting the views and paid downloads of his music. At Mango Entertainment, Xing Yao had already begun his live stream. To bolster his popularity, the company had purchased substantial traffic. And with his role in the drama The Overbearing CEO Loves Me, he had amassed a considerable fan base, ensuring high viewer engagement. Hello, everyone. I'm Xing Yao. He greeted the audience before promoting his new song, Love Ah. It's currently #1 on the charts, and it's fantastic. Go listen and remember to download it. Although Xing Yao intended to sing a few lines, his manager intervened, reminding him that there were no sound technicians in the live stream. Already downloaded. Must support. Xing Yao. You're so handsome. Go Xing Yao. We will always be your strongest support. As he read the supportive and flattering comments, Xing Yao's smile radiated like a blooming flower. Despite his usual aversion to live streams, he felt the need to remain composed, especially after feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis from Yi Feng's song. After nearly an hour, he engaged with fans as required by his manager, but his primary focus remained on promoting his music. As the stream neared its end, discordant comments began to appear. Xing Yao, you've lost your first place. Before the moderator could silence the comments, an avalanche of messages flooded in. You're second now. Yi Feng is first. Confession Balloon is #1. How impressive. Xing Yao's expression froze as he absorbed the barrage of comments, his eyes wide with shock. Yi Feng is more handsome than you. Your singing pales in comparison to his. He is far more attractive. What did they say? I'm not as handsome as Yi Feng. Xing Yao stared at the comments, teetering on the brink of despair. His manager swiftly stepped in front of the camera, smiling at the audience. Thank you, everyone. Xing Yao's live stream is coming to a close. As the stream ended, Xing Yao muttered to himself, I'm not less handsome than him. At that moment, Xing Yao was more concerned about appearances than song rankings. Having always been deemed the handsome one, he held on to his pride. He refused to believe that this talented singer, Yi Feng, could possibly be more attractive than himself. I don't believe it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Starshine roared in despair. I shall see what he looks like. Chapter 8. The salary is excessive. He is indeed more charming. Xing Yao gazed at Yi Feng's videos and photographs, his once confident eyes now devoid of their usual sparkle. The manager observed Xing Yao, then glanced back at Yi Feng's images and videos, shaking his head in resignation. Although they worked for the leading company in Yuezhou, Yi Feng's remarkable talents overshadowed them all. He composed, penned lyrics, and performed his own songs, possessing a voice that was utterly enchanting and a visage that was strikingly handsome. How could they possibly compare? This felt like an unfair contest. At that moment, the manager experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Yi Feng's company was too small. A larger corporation would be more suitable for his talents. An idea began to take shape in his mind. Apple Entertainment. The normally aloof Lin Yun was now brimming with enthusiasm, visibly excited. Yi Feng's new song had gone viral. 1. Confession Balloon. Downloads. 3. 6 million. 2. Love Ah downloads. 2 million. 3. It's Love. Downloads. 1. 95 million. Yi Feng's new release Confession Balloon had surged to an insurmountable lead, and the data continued to climb. Profits were pouring in, a wealth of small fortunes. Yi Feng was truly impressive. He deserved to be treated well. Lin Yun chuckled foolishly as she examined the data, completely shedding her usual composed demeanor. Meanwhile, Yi Feng and Su Yahan had returned home after work. Upon arriving, Su Yahan received a notification on her phone indicating that her salary had been credited. Dear, it seems my salary from last month was mistakenly overpaid, she queried, puzzled by the message on her phone. Wasn't my monthly salary supposed to be 5,000? Why did they send me 50,000? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng understood Lin Yun's intentions. He gently stroked her head, saying, Yahan, this is what you truly deserve. At that moment, Lin Yun's call came through. Yahan, did you receive your salary? Your pay has increased this month. Be happy. But, boss, even if my salary has risen, it's shooting into oppos. T increased tenfold all at once. Su Yahan replied, shall I send the excess back to you? There is no need for such a large raise. As Su Yahan prepared to return the surplus to Lin Yun, Yi Feng held her hand and shook his head. Lin Yun, overhearing this, became anxious. Johan, please don't. You've been with the company for quite some time, working diligently. This is rightfully yours. Accept it without hesitation. Without waiting for a response, Lin Ian hung up, fearing Su Johan would refuse. As the call ended, Su Johan paused for a moment, then quickly embraced Yifeng. Thank you, dear, she exclaimed, realizing that her substantial salary was thanks to her husband, Yifeng. Yifeng gently held the girl who had cared for him, whispering, Johan, you've looked after me for so long. It's time I take care of you. Su Johan trembled, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Darling, let me transfer some of my salary to you. I can't possibly spend this much, and you still need to see a doctor. She gazed at Yifeng, her eyes filled with concern. No need, he replied softly. You should keep it for yourself. My earnings are substantial. I plan to give you more. 000,000 RMB has been credited to your account ending in 9527. Current balance, 4001, 141, 34 renminbi. Deposits made to this institution, both domestic and foreign, are protected in accordance with the deposit insurance regulations. Wow, such a tremendous amount. Su Johan was astonished. She knew Yifeng had released 2 hit songs and would earn a considerable sum, but she never imagined it would be this much. Yifeng was equally surprised, not expecting to receive 3 million in just 1 month. Finally, the profits were rolling in, and he felt elated. Moreover, this was merely the revenue from the blooming life for the previous month. It seemed the industry's assertion that a star could sustain a lifetime from a single song was indeed accurate. He couldn't help but wonder how high the earnings from Confession Balloon and the blooming life would be in the following month. Johan, I'll transfer 1 million to you for now. Use it as you see fit, and the remaining can go to your father in Xiaoxue. What do you think? Yifeng suggested. Here, father referred to Su Johan's biological father, who was also Yifeng's father-in-law, while Xiaoxue was Yifeng's younger sister-in-law. Darling, you should spend the money you earned for yourself. There's no need to worry about us. We have enough, Su Johan quickly replied. He was cautious not to reveal the existence of this system. It was a secret only he could hold. All right, I am well aware of my own health and understand what needs to be done. Yifeng gently patted Su Johan's little head and then proceeded to transfer the funds. Yifeng recalled how the original owner communicated with his father-in-law. He picked up his phone and dialed, saving the contact as Dad. The call connected swiftly. On the other end, a slightly weary voice responded, Xiao Feng, how is your health? Johan's salary is insufficient for your medical expenses and your living costs. I'll send you some money right away. No. Yifeng quickly interjected. Dad, I have some good news to share. Just as he began to speak, a strange voice interrupted from the other end. Su Jun, the bricks over there have run out. Go fetch some more. The call abruptly ended. Yet, Yifeng could easily envision his father-in-law's flustered demeanor. After a brief 10 minutes, his father-in-law called back, speaking softly, Xiao Feng, the signal was poor just now. Dad, Yifeng felt a sudden pang in his heart. You work so hard. It's nothing, really. I'm mainly just keeping busy, his father-in-law replied quickly. Yifeng Sikit, Dud. Do you remember the last time you worked extra hard to cover my medical expenses and ended up in the hospital for a drip? You really shouldn't strain yourself so much. I was just moving a few bricks, his father-in-law replied, hastily changing the subject. Yifeng decided not to press the matter further. I've been working, and I've earned some money. I want to share it with you and Xiaoxue. You shouldn't have to toil so hard anymore. Working? Earning money? His father-in-law did not express joy or relief. Instead, he became anxious and concerned. Xiao Feng, is it that you're running short on money? How can you work in your condition? You should rest well. Oh, my child. Johan treats me exceptionally well. I am eager to work, and my health has improved significantly. So you need an amp. Amp? Oppos. T worry. Yifeng hastily reassured his father-in-law. I am now a singer, having released 2 songs and earned some money that I wish to transfer to you. A singer? You can sing? You've released songs? His father-in-law ended the call, and shortly after, Johan's phone rang. The mother and daughter spoke for a while, during which Johan updated her father on Yifeng's recent accomplishments. Before long, Yifeng's phone rang again. It was his father-in-law calling back. I believe you. I truly believe you. Our little Feng is truly remarkable. Su Jun's tone was gentle, tinged with pride. Father, you needn't work any longer. I am capable now, so please take a break. By the way, I will transfer some money to you. Yifeng replied with a smile. He promptly transferred 2 million to his father-in-law. Just as the transfer was completed, the phone rang again, and his father-in-law's voice trembled with astonishment. Little Feng, this is far too much. You're doing so well now. Save some for your medical needs, and ensure you and Johan live well. I will transfer some to you now, so you can both enjoy the better life. No need, father, we have enough. You must take care of yourself. When the spring festival arrives, Johan and I will come back to see you, and we'll bring some gifts. Yifeng said with a smile. Little Feng, do not squander your money and remain humble. Having 2 hit songs is already a blessing from our ancestors. Not every song can achieve such success. Crafting a song is challenging, and not every piece will strike gold. I understand this. You truly are remarkable, Little Feng. Su Jun spoke slowly, his expression serious. Father, trust me, I have confidence. I believe in you without a doubt. Our little Feng is the best, his father-in-law said with pride. Also, please buy some study materials for Xiaoxue, like the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation. She loves studying. She will surely appreciate it. Yifeng stated with certainty. All right, I understand. Little Feng, be sure to pay attention to your health and rest well. After a few more exchanges, Su Jun ended the call. Su Jun was a strong man. Yet at that moment, standing on the construction site, he found himself lost in thought. Tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him. A nearby worker noticed and exclaimed, Brother Jun, what is wrong? Realizing his emotional state, Su Jun wiped his tears. I'm just overwhelmed with joy. When a child succeeds, parents feel an immense sense of pride and happiness, no matter the hardships endured. At this moment, it is all worthwhile. The worker nearby chuckled. Seeing you so happy, it must be a momentous occasion. Do you listen to music? Indeed. You should listen to Unfettered Life and Confession Balloon. Both are delightful. The worker paused, excitement evident in his voice. Brother Jun, I have been listening to Unfettered Life on repeat lately. It's simply magnificent. The singer is extraordinary. Hearing his colleague praise his son-in-law, Su Jun felt a surge of happiness. His son-in-law is truly impressive. Brother Jun, what is this Confession Balloon? Another worker inquired curiously. It's another song by the same singer. It's also very lovely. Su Jun replied with a smile. Then I must listen closely. I adore Unfettered Life and trust it will be just as good. Host popularity has surpassed 2 million. Congratulations, host popularity has surpassed 3 million. Yifeng glanced at his social media platform. Indeed, his followers had surged from just over 1 million to over 3 million, due to the appeal of his songs and his charming appearance. The growth of his fan base was astonishing. System, what about my rewards? Rewarding the host with an additional 2 years of life. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a wave of fatigue dissipate, replaced by a renewed vigor. Rewarding the songs 10 years and Sunny Day. These are both excellent songs. Yifeng nodded, as samples of 10 years and Sunny Day appeared in his hands. 10 years, a signature piece by the legendary Eason Chan, has been covered by countless artists and is accompanied by a touching story. Sunny Day, one of Jay Cho and Oppo's quintessential youth anthems, enjoys immense popularity. System, have the copyrights been registered? Host, the song copyrights have been registered. Host has 2 chances for a lottery. Would you like to use them? Yes. Yifeng calmly affirmed in his mind. First lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of 1 million. At that moment, Yifeng and Oppo's phone buzzed with a notification. What does that mean? Yifeng pondered. Yet at that moment, he felt a newfound strength in his lower back. Host, you know what that means? No, I don't understand. I am but a simple boy. Yifeng denied any misinterpretation. He sensed the elevation of his popularity, the system's rewards, and the notable changes in his physique. The benefits of increased popularity ignited Yifeng's desire to further enhance his fame. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID read, Boss Lin Yun. As soon as he answered, Lin Yun and Damp, Oppo's excited voice burst through the line. Yifeng, thanks to you, a film company is interested in collaborating with us. Our company has never worked with a film company before. A film company? Yifeng questioned. They wish to commission a custom song for their background music. They find your voice exceptional and have praised your talent. Lin Yun spoke rapidly, her enthusiasm unmistakable. Once the song is completed, they are offering 3 million, and the rights and usage will belong to the creator. However, the song can only be uploaded after the film's release. They will utilize it solely during the film's showing. Feng furrowed his brow at the conditions Lin Yun described. Such favorable terms likely come with significant expectations regarding the storyline. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Boss, this can't be that simple. Can it? Feng inwitted. Hee, you truly are sharp. You're right to suspect. They approached several music-focused entertainment companies, but found that many could not meet their demands. Performed by J. Cho. Chapter 10. A touching tale. What gift? Feng became vigilant, sensing that such unsolicited kindness often harbors ulterior motives. I wish to gift you a standalone villa, Lin Yun declared with a smile. After a moment of silence, Feng slowly responded, Please, boss, have some decorum. I am a married man. On the other end of the line, Lin Yun was momentarily stunned. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, thick with embarrassment. After a while, she chuckled. What are you thinking? I am well aware of your relationship with Jahan, and I truly hope for your happiness together. The house is a token of gratitude for saving the company. Thanks to your song, the business is now thriving and profitable. Lin Yun's genuine words deepened her admiration for Feng. She thought to herself, Feng is indeed a remarkable person. I did not misjudge him. Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had misunderstood. He then inquired, How large is the villa? Is the location favorable? When can the ownership be transferred? His rapid-fire questions left Lin Yun momentarily flabbergasted. How practical, she thought, struggling to keep pace with Feng's directness. After a brief pause, she replied, The villa spans 400 square meters, situated in a prime location, and the transfer can occur today. Upon hearing this, Feng nodded, elated. Thank you, boss. No, it is I who must express my gratitude. Without you, my company would have collapsed long ago, Lin Yun earnestly replied. The following day, Lin Yun arrived to escort Feng and Su Yahan to finalize the property transfer. The villa was stunningly beautiful, meticulously decorated, revealing the effort the boss had invested. Su Yahan stood mesmerized, gazing at the home that now belonged to her and Feng. It felt surreal. Just recently, they had been living in a shabby rental, and now they were moving into an exquisite villa. Lin Yun departed after the transfer, granting the couple some privacy. Husband, you are incredible, Su Yahan gazed at Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Feng awoke feeling invigorated. Indeed, the system's rewards were remarkable, and his body felt refreshed. As Feng had gained some fame as a singer, Lin Yun was personally ensuring his safety. What is the general plot of the film? Feng inwitted, recognizing the need to continually enhance his popularity, which would yield longevity, monetary gains, or other rewards. Singing for films was an excellent method to boost his profile. Lin Yun, I will send you the materials once we arrive at the office. There is no need to overexert yourself. Health is paramount, she said with a smile, glancing at him in the passenger seat. Feng, sensing her concern, chose to remain silent, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Soon, they arrived at the office. Lin Yun retrieved a document and handed it to Feng. This outlines the film's general plot. Feel free to review it, but don't pressure yourself if inspiration doesn't strike. Many entertainment companies have struggled with this. Don't be too hard on yourself. She gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of encouragement. Feng had already composed 2 songs, a significant achievement for most. Creating a third would be remarkable. However, Lin Yun doubted his ability to deliver, believing that few could achieve such feats. The film was titled 10 Years of Love. Feng pondered upon seeing the title. Was it mere coincidence? Due to the confidentiality of the plot, the document provided only a vague overview. It narrated the tale of a couple separated by the fierce opposition of the girl and Amp, Oppos, as parents. The girl went abroad, while the boy became a taxi driver. 10 years later, by chance, the girl hailed the boy's taxi, and despite their decade-long separation, she appeared unchanged. Whereas he bore the marks of time, the boy recognized her but hesitated to greet her, uncertain if she remembered him. Through the rearview mirror, he observed her making a phone call. It seemed she was conversing with a close friend, recounting her experiences abroad while the boy silently listened. Finally, They reached her destination. And as she hung up, she remarked, "I've shared my 10 years with you. Can't you even say hello?" It turned out she had recognized him from the moment she entered the car, and the call had been an illusion, crafted solely for his ears. The boy, choked with emotion, managed to utter a simple hello. The girl then asked, "Can we go back?" Upon finishing the narrative, Yi Feng abruptly stood up. "What's wrong?" Lin Yun watched him depart, her expression one of disbelief. He found inspiration after just one reading. "How extraordinary! What kind of genius have I signed?" she murmured, her eyes following his retreating figure. Once outside the company, Yi Feng sought a quiet spot, confident that he had just uncovered the creative backdrop for 10 years. System, what is happening? Are there traversers in this world? He mentally questioned the system. Rest assured, host, this world has no traversers. The story similarities are purely coincidental. With the system's reassuring response, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. However, he realized he could not share the demo of 10 years with Lin Yun just yet, for that would reveal everything. He resolved to wait a week before presenting it to her. A week swiftly passed. "This is the song I composed for the film, boss. Please have a listen," Yi Feng said as he handed her the demo. Completed so soon? Though Lin Yun had experienced Yi Feng's talent before, she was still astounded by his proficiency. Learning from past experience, she chose to remain silent and not dissuade him this time. Yi Feng and Oppo's brilliance transcended ordinary measures. She donned her headphones and played the song 10 years. The prelude began, evoking a gentle sadness that perfectly matched the film and Oppo's tone. As the main melody commenced, note, the story within is inspired by the creative backdrop of the song 10 years. Chapter 11. The director wept. The song perfectly aligned with the film and Oppo's narrative. After listening, Lin Yun, the boss, stood there with her mouth slightly agape, unable to close it. She gazed at Yi Feng, her astonishment unmistakable, her eyes wide as saucers. This individual is undoubtedly a genius. He must be given due attention. Observing her astonished demeanor, Yi Feng merely smiled and refrained from commenting. The next step was to sign the contract and record the song. Lin Yun once again elevated the contract's terms for Yi Feng, increasing the revenue split from a 40-60 to 50-50. As Yi Feng continued to produce high-quality songs, his significance in Lin Yun's eyes grew immensely. The copyright of the songs belonged entirely to Yi Feng. As for the recording, one take would have sufficed, yet Yi Feng was not entirely satisfied. They recorded it 3 times, as the song 10 years needed to be heartfelt. The piece required little technical prowess. The essence lay in its emotional delivery to resonate with the audience. Lin Yun and the staff, listening to Yi Feng's rendition, found themselves silently shedding tears, their eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. "I will present your song to the head of the film company," Lin Yun assured Yi Feng. "Although our company may not be as prominent as others, this song is simply extraordinary and so fitting." "Thank you for your efforts," Yi Feng replied calmly. "Not at all." Lin Yun quickly waved her hand. The staff exchanged peculiar glances, pondering why Yi Feng appeared so composed while Lin Yun was so animated. Who indeed was the real boss? At the Yuanzhou Film Company, in a meeting room for the post-production of the romantic film 10 Years of Love, director Wang Lin was tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. "Is the promotional song finalized? The premiere is imminent." Director Wang, the producer, shook his head. "We received 15 songs from various entertainment companies, including Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment, all produced by renowned creators, yet none met your approval. This is not our fault." Others nodded in agreement. "Is it my fault, then? The promotional song of a film is of utmost importance. It cannot be compromised. Do you even understand that?" Wang Lin scoffed, his cold gaze sweeping over the assembled staff. The others, feeling the weight of his stare, quickly averted their eyes, not daring to meet his gaze. The plight of the working class is truly burdensome." Wang Lin's frustration mounted as he noticed their evasive glances. "So you truly believe this is my fault? What purpose do you serve if you cannot secure a single song? A bunch of useless loafers." Director Wang's disappointment was palpable, and the staff, though simmering with indignation, feeling quite embarrassed but too apprehensive to look. "Let us see," Wang Lin sighed, his spirits sinking. The producer glanced at his inbox, astonished. It's a song produced by Yi Feng. Yi Feng? Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Though he was familiar with many famous composers and lyricists, Yi Feng was not among them. He is a recently popular singer. The producer explained hastily. Did this singer compose it himself? With singers merely performing them. The sudden emergence of a multi-talented artist like Yi Feng was disorienting. I've been listening to Yi Feng's music, it and amp, oppos, as quite captivating. I concur. I particularly enjoy his Peace Confession balloon. I am fond of his blooming life. The staff murmured amongst themselves, their hushed tones still managing to reach Wang Lin's ears. Then let us listen to this Yi Feng's song right now. I wish to see just how exceptional this artist's work is, Wang Lin declared with a huff. The room fell silent as everyone bowed their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. The producer quickly activated the meeting room and oppos, sound system and projector, the latter aiding in displaying the lyrics. The song 10 Years commenced, its beautiful piano prelude capturing everyone's attention, including director Wang, who leaned in to listen intently. As the enchanting melody unfolded, a captivating male voice resonated. If those two words had not trembled, I would not have discovered my own discomfort. How does one articulate such feelings? It is merely parting. Everyone was taken aback, including the producer and director Wang, who felt a jolt of surprise. This seemed markedly different from the previous songs, strikingly relevant to the film's storyline. The song continued. If there are no demands for tomorrow, holding hands feels like a journey. At countless thresholds, one must step forward first. If embraces cannot linger, why not savor the moment while shedding tears? By this point, the audience was fully immersed in the song, and the chorus rang out. 10 years ago, I did not know you. You did not belong to me. Moments later, a sob broke the stillness. Director Wang Lin was crying, deeply moved, and several staff members were similarly affected. The producer reflected on the song, realizing how perfectly it complemented the film. What is the title of this song? It's so touching that even director Wang is in tears. Conversations erupted as everyone chimed in. The title is 10 Years. How fortuitous. It is tailor-made for the film. This singer Yi Feng is extraordinarily talented. Remembering his earlier skepticism about a singer's ability to write good songs. Ahem, that last piece was indeed exceptional. We might have missed out on this gem by Yi Feng. They chimed in agreement. Wang Lin relished their praise, nodding in satisfaction. He examined the song and oppos' details, noting that Yi Feng was the composer, lyricist, and performer. This young man possessed remarkable talent. Most importantly, his heartfelt rendition infused the song with emotion. But it will cost more the following day at 10 in the morning. Yi Feng had just arrived at the company when he was summoned to the office by his boss. Did you sleep well last night? Why are you here so early? You should have rested a bit longer, Lin Yun inquired with genuine concern. Yi Feng, somewhat puzzled, responded, but it's already 10 o'clock. Isn't that early? I appreciate your concern, boss. I slept quite well, he added. That and oppos. That's good to hear, Lin Yun remarked, her admiration for Yi Feng growing as she observed his striking appearance. The film company has decided to use your song, she exclaimed excitedly. Don't you have anything to say? She noticed Yi Feng's calm demeanor in stark contrast to her exuberance. Am I just too inexperienced? She wondered. When will the payment be credited? Yi Feng asked, looking at her directly. Lin Yun was taken aback. What did you say? Director Wang Lin is a renowned filmmaker. Several entertainment companies rejected his project, but you were accepted. Shouldn't you be a little more excited? She scrutinized Yi Feng, hoping to see a flicker of enthusiasm. Unfortunately, she was met with his placid expression, as if to say, is this really worth getting worked up over? Doubts crept into Lin Yun and oppos' mind about her own naivety. The money has already been transferred to your account. She informed him just as Yi Feng and oppos' phone chimed with a notification. Dear customer, your account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 5,000,000 RMB. Following this, Yi Feng promptly paid the 20 income tax required for earnings exceeding 5 million. He smiled faintly at the message on his phone, reassured about the song 10 Years. Firstly, it is one of his most celebrated pieces, frequently covered in karaoke bars and sung on the streets daily. The intrinsic quality of 10 years was undeniably high. Watching him, Lin Yun mused privately. Thank goodness he appreciates money. Otherwise, I would be at a loss as to what could ever satisfy him. Director Wang Lin and Oppo's team wishes for you to join them for promotional activities, with an additional remuneration of 1 million, Lin Yun added with a smile. Feng raised an eyebrow at the mention of easy money. All right, when do we leave? Right now. The film crew will be here to escort you. Soon, Feng was on his way to the film company. Upon arrival, a throng awaited, with a successful-looking man stepping forward. You must be teacher Feng. So handsome and talented, truly a promising young man. The middle-aged man extended his hand, catching Feng off guard. Who are you? Feng asked, furrowing his brow. I am Wang Lin, the director of the film and Oppo's 10 Years of Love and Oppo's, he replied, chuckling amiably, devoid of his usual authoritative demeanor. The surrounding crew and actors were astonished, relaxing his expression as he shook Wang Lin and Oppo's hand. You must be exhausted from your journey, teacher Feng. Please rest a moment before we proceed with the promotion. Wang Lin directed the crew to ensure Feng was well taken care of, and the others, in turn, were eager to flatter him. Teacher Feng, you are incredibly handsome. Indeed, you outshine everyone here. What do you like to eat, teacher? Allow me to treat you. Their praises were relentless, leaving Feng somewhat overwhelmed. After a brief respite, Wang Lin arranged a lavish spread of delicacies for Feng. Aren't and Oppo's, to you all eating? Feng noticed everyone else abstaining. We already had our meal. This is prepared exclusively for you, teacher Feng, Wang Lin explained with a smile. All right. The others echoed in agreement. Feng, feeling cautious, suggested, Director, would you mind tasting it first? Wang Lin paused, quickly realizing that Feng was wary of possible foul play. With a chuckle, he sampled each dish, assuring Feng of its safety. Seeing no issue, Feng began to eat, while the others looked on, their hearts heavy with resentment, not towards Feng, but towards the director and producers. They had just consumed boxed lunches while Feng feasted on exquisite cuisine. Unbeknownst to Feng, he believed this was the standard fare for the crew and even marveled at their excellent catering. After the meal, on the way to the promotional event, Wang Lin enthusiastically inquired, Teacher Feng, how did you come to create 10 years? The song fits the film perfectly. Feng was taken aback by the question regarding his creative process. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, to be honest, director, after reading the story you provided, I was deeply moved. The narrative is truly poignant. It inspired me, and I wrote this song. The storyline is remarkable. Wang Lin and Oppo's face lit up with delight. Indeed, teacher Feng is exceptionally talented. While many producers have failed to create suitable songs, you truly understand the essence of this film. Unbeknownst to Feng at that moment, Wang Lin had already regarded him as a kindred spirit, his gaze filled with admiration. Sensing Wang Lin and Oppo's intense scrutiny, Feng shifted his gaze toward the window, observing the scenery outside. Upon reaching the promotional venue, everyone was diligently working. When it was Feng's turn, the crew and director treated him with utmost respect. With the prospect of earning an additional 1 million, Feng was equally dedicated to the promotion, singing the song live. The audience was taken aback. Few singers dared to perform live due to the subpar sound equipment at film events. The industry is well aware that singers typically record multiple takes and require sound editing. The organizers and director had merely hoped Feng would speak a few words and play a song. Yet, Feng's impromptu live performance moved everyone deeply, evoking tears and fond memories of first loves. As the song concluded, the atmosphere was charged with emotion. The director was ecstatic, realizing the powerful impact Feng and Oppo's performance would have on the film and Oppo's promotion. The crew and Oppo's earlier resentment dissipated. Feng and Oppo's talent was undeniable, explaining the director and Oppo's warm treatment. The organizers were equally thrilled. Feng and Oppo's performance had far surpassed anything they could have achieved through mere speeches. After the promotional event, Feng considered for a moment before responding, of course, but it will cost more. The organizers were left speechless. Upon receiving the funds, diligently engaged in the promotion. His singing was truly enchanting. With such striking looks and a melodious voice, he was undeniably impressive. Throughout the promotional activities, the crew members became infatuated with Feng, captivated by his exceptional singing talent. Moreover, Feng and Oppo's approachable demeanor endeared him to everyone, fostering a warm rapport with the crew. The director and organizers were equally generous, treating everyone to lavish meals. This promotional journey was filled with joy. With Feng's involvement, the campaign was remarkably successful, and the film was set to premiere the following week. Thank you, Mr. Feng. Your participation has made our promotion immensely successful, the organizers expressed sincerely. Feng replied, I should be the one thanking you. I thoroughly enjoyed this promotional experience. They exchanged smiles, a moment of mutual appreciation. Initially, the director and organizers intended to offer Feng an exclusive screening of the film, but he graciously declined, opting to watch it with Su-Yahan instead. Thus, the promotional journey came to an end. The crew gazed at Feng with lingering affection, as exceptional individuals inevitably leave a lasting impression. With a substantial sum of 2 million provided by the organizers and the admiration of the crew, Feng embarked on his journey home. Upon returning, he thoughtfully purchased a gift for Su-Yahan, and they shared a heartfelt conversation. He then informed his boss, acknowledging the kindness he had received. Are you tired from the trip? Lin Yun inquired with genuine concern. Not at all. Thank you for your care. It's my duty to serve. Well, I and Oppo's VE reserve a screening for you and Yahan. You both should enjoy the movie. Lin Yun smiled at Feng, startled by the offer. It seemed inappropriate for only two to watch it. Gratefully refusing the generous gesture, he insisted, Thank you, but we'll purchase tickets and enjoy it with everyone. A touching film is best experienced with an audience. Really, it's specifically reserved for you. Lin Yun insisted. Feng smiled, and Lin Yun secured 2 excellent tickets for Feng and Su-Yahan. It was evident that Lin Yun genuinely cared for Feng. Don your masks. Su-Yahan reminded with a smile. By now, Feng had gained a modicum of fame, and his handsome appearance made him easily recognizable to fans. On a Monday, the day of the film's release, Feng and Su-Yahan arrived hand in hand at the cinema, notably driven there by their boss, Lin Yun. The cinema was bustling with eager attendees, as the film was directed by the renowned Wang Lin, boasting significant investment and promotion, coupled with a well-known cast. Among the throngs were some of Feng's fans, initially unaware of their presence. Feng overheard a group of young girls discussing how they had come to see the film because he sang its theme song. A smile crept across his face beneath his mask as he felt gratitude for their support. Inside the cinema, Feng and Su-Yahan settled into their seats, enjoying a splendid view, a testament to their boss and Oppo's thoughtful choice. The film commenced swiftly, and they relished their drinks and popcorn, feeling utterly relaxed. The screen illuminated as the story unfolded, a tale of a couple and Oppo's heart-wrenching separation due to parental opposition, leading the girl to study abroad while the boy became a taxi driver. 10 years later, fate intertwined their paths once more as the girl unknowingly hailed her former lover and Oppo's cab. Despite their shared history, the boy hesitated to greet her, unsure if she recognized him. Through the rearview mirror, he observed her engaged in a phone call with a friend, recounting her experiences abroad. As the narrative progressed, many in the audience were already moved to tears. Upon concluding her phone call, the girl expressed her frustration, revealing that she had recognized him from the start. The call had been a monologue directed at him. Overwhelmed with emotion, the boy finally stammered, Hello. The film concluded with an open-ended question, leaving many in the audience quietly weeping. Su-Yahan, beside Feng, was inconsolable, gripping his hand tightly. Feng, too, felt a pang of sadness. The true heartbreak began as the song 10 Years resonated through the theater, igniting an emotional outpouring among the audience. The delicate piano prelude was soothing, but as the lyrics unfolded, the atmosphere shifted. The cinema fell into a hushed reverence as everyone absorbed the poignant words. The song in Oppo's simplicity. In the aftermath, the audience lingered in their seats, discussing the film with voices heavy with emotion. I managed to hold back my tears through the first hour, but once the song played, I lost control. The lyrics are understated yet haunting, perfectly aligning with the film and Appo's narrative. A heart-wrenching combination. Suyahan, her eyes reddened, nudged Yi Feng playfully. "Darling, your song is incredibly moving." To which Yi Feng replied, "Let us not claim it as my song. I would want anyone to be upset." Note: the storyline depicted in the film draws inspiration from the creative background of the song 10 Years, absorbing the audience in Appo's reflections on the movie. The concluding song struck a profound chord, leaving many in tears. The composition was nothing short of extraordinary, and its synergy with the film was utterly heart-wrenching. The film and Appo's reputation surged, drawing numerous online reviews. Many expressed that the film was profoundly melancholic, and the pairing of the movie with the song 10 Years was simply sublime. Some lamented their first love, while others remarked that the song was the perfect accompaniment to the film with no rivals in sight. The narrative and the melody intertwined seamlessly, evoking strong emotions. One viewer humorously noted that the film and Appo's plot resembled the music video for 10 Years. The film garnered a perfect score of 9 out of 10, with numerous comments focusing on the compatibility of the storyline and the song. The creative team behind 10 Years of Love, including the director and producers, celebrated the high rating, exclaiming that their film was destined for success. This remarkable score far exceeded their expectations, especially since director Wang Lin and Appo's previous works typically opened with ratings of 8 or 7. While they rejoiced, they also monitored the comments on the film and Appo's online platform. The producer was both amused and perplexed to find many stating that their film was merely a music video for 10 years. Admittedly, the film and Appo's narrative was well suited to the song, as another team member readily agreed. Director Wang Lin proudly stated, "Now you understand why I was so particular about the promotional song." From another perspective, the film and the song complemented each other beautifully, enhancing one another and Appo's impact. Wang Lin believed that 10 Years significantly elevated the film, with its heartfelt lyrics and soothing melody creating a powerful resonance with the audience. It was a call from the investors. They apologized for their earlier disagreement regarding the 10 million yuan budget to commission a song, acknowledging that his decision was indeed commendable. "This song has greatly enhanced the film and Appo's appeal," they remarked, noting the intention to increase the production volume due to the film and Appo's positive reception. The investors spoke with palpable excitement, adding that the song's creator, Yi Feng, deserved recognition for his hard work, suggesting that Wang Lin compensate him from his own account. Wang Lin smirked, recalling how they had initially resisted funding a 3 million yuan song commission, only relenting when he had pleaded with them. On the other end of the line, the investors awkwardly pointed out, "Was and Appo's the final product in line with your expectations?" They refrained from criticizing Wang Lin, recognizing his success and the formidable reputation of his father in the industry. "For your next film, I will ensure ample funding for the music aspect, provided the results are satisfactory," they added hastily. "As long as it generates profit, capital will even invest heavily in a film that critiques the industry itself. In this day and age, if you can help me make money, you are in a position of power." Wang Lin cheerfully confirmed, "Rest assured, I will express my gratitude to Yi Feng." With a smile, he ended the call, contemplating future collaborations with Yi Feng, whose talent he greatly admired, particularly for the outstanding 10 Years. He decided that moving forward, he would exclusively recognize Yi Feng's exceptional brand. Subsequently, he transferred a sum to Yi Feng, accompanied by a message, "Your song is magnificent. I look forward to our next collaboration." Upon receiving Wang Lin and Appo's transfer and message, Wang Lin was exhilarated by Yi Feng and Appo's response, feeling that the artist truly understood him. Meanwhile, Apple Entertainment swiftly reacted, and, at the behest of the owner Lin Yun, the film 10 Years of Love made its debut. Shortly thereafter, the song 10 Years appeared prominently on music streaming platforms. "This song is truly beautiful. I cried in the cinema. Reimburse me for my tears," one commented. It was well known that the song came with an hour-long music video. "If those two words hadn't trembled, I would have said, hello," another lamented. The singing was exquisite. Not only the film enthusiasts took notice, I would definitely go watch it. As discussions continued, many discovered that Feng had penned, composed, and performed the song. For those who enjoyed music, Feng had become a familiar name. ISN and Oppos. T, the one behind a new hit and Oppos. Blooming Life and Oppos. One asked. He also topped the charts last month with and Oppos. Confession Balloon and Oppos. Another chimed in. My daughter hums Confession Balloon daily. I've noticed him too. Feng was indeed impressive, with 3 distinct yet delightful songs topping the charts consecutively. He is remarkable. Suyahan scrolled through the comments, her joy growing with each one praising her husband, Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, the owner, reveled in the positive feedback, envisioning the influx of wealth that awaited her. She promptly instructed an increase in financial support for promoting Feng and Oppos' new song, recognizing that as the song gained popularity, so would her profits. With a glimmer of expectation in her eyes, she thought, Feng's ascent is astonishing. It won't be long before he becomes a leading artist. I must treat him well. Sincerity towards him will yield greater rewards. Just then, a system notification chimed. Chapter 15. An uncommon reward, a melodious female mechanical voice resonated. Ding. Feng was taken aback. The reward had arrived. Congratulations, host. Your popularity has surpassed 5 million. At that moment, Feng and Oppos' social media followers had reached 5.03 million, an impressive figure indeed. You are awarded an additional 2 years of life. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Feng and Oppos' body, leaving him feeling invigorated. You are also rewarded with the novel and Oppos, a record of immortal and Oppos' journey to immortality and Oppos, and the song and Oppos, the trouble caused by the moon, and Oppos. Wait, a novel? Feng was astonished to discover the existence of a novel. System, what does this novel entail? Host, your mission is to promote the development of the entertainment industry in this world. You have worked hard, and the rewards that follow will be exceptionally generous. You have 2 chances to draw for rewards. Would you like to proceed? Draw. Feng silently thought. First draw. Congratulations, host. You have won the skill of godlike typing speed. Second draw. Thank you for your patronage. Here is a consolation prize. What is godlike typing speed? It means that when you update your novel, you can write 20,000 words in an hour. That seems unrealistic. If it were realistic, what need would there be for the system? Fair point. Feng nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, he noticed that the 1 million he had earned had been credited. He had become a millionaire and could provide a better life for his family. Yet, greed began to stir within him. He did not wish to leave this world prematurely. He yearned to remain by his family's side and live a fulfilling life. Due to the rise in his popularity, the system had granted him additional years of life, but it was still insufficient. To extend his lifespan further, he needed to elevate his popularity even more. His gaze grew resolute. System, if I leverage my celebrity status to write, will it attract more followers? Indeed, understanding dawned upon Feng, especially considering the high quality of Oppos, a record of immortal and Oppos' journey to immortality and Oppos. He felt confident in his endeavor. Feng searched online for the most popular novel websites and found that the leading site was called and Oppos, Tomato, and Oppos. Upon opening the site, he discovered that the most popular genre was fantasy, specifically tales of otherworldly conquest. After perusing the trending novels, he noted that they all revolved around protagonists embarking on adventures in alternate realms. The prevailing narrative trend seemed to involve protagonists traversing into different worlds, acquiring extraordinary abilities, defeating monsters, encountering adversaries, and ultimately achieving dominance in their new realms, often accompanied by romantic entanglements. In contrast, the fantasy genre on the site was dismal, with only a handful of works present, and those few did not resemble true fantasy tales. It felt as though the site was merely filling its library. The fantasy genre appeared to be a blank slate. It seemed the system intended for him to pioneer a new genre. It would be challenging, but therein lay the excitement. The submission requirements for and Oppos, Tomato and Oppos, demanded 100,000 words along with an outline. The submission process was rather stringent. He immediately began typing, and, after 5 hours, with the aid of his godlike typing speed, he had astonishingly completed 100,000 words. Under the system's guidance, he crafted an outline to facilitate the submission process. He decided against using a pseudonym. Since he sought popularity, he would not hide behind an alias. After researching various editors' reputations, he selected one with a commendable standing and submitted his outline and manuscript to him. At the headquarters of Tomato, the editors were busy at work, diligently reviewing the influx of manuscript submissions. Perhaps due to the increasing popularity of the author profession, submissions had surged recently, resulting in a heavier workload for the editors. He had consumed countless cups of coffee and was now resorting to essential oil to stay alert. Having reviewed 6 manuscripts from web authors, he felt rather unwell. Killing a wife for enlightenment? What madness is this? He exclaimed, particularly frustrated by a novel that presented problematic themes. He abandoned the 6 submissions after reading only a few sentences, finding them unbearable. If he, as an editor, struggled to read them, what hope was there for the general audience? The editors had long grown accustomed to Li Hua's complaints. Many authors resorted to shock value, crafting protagonists with warped morals and unhealthy relationships. Feeling uneasy, he applied a dab of essential oil to his temples. After a quick shake, he mused, realizing that their site had not received a fantasy submission in ages. A few years back, some web authors had attempted to write in the genre, but their efforts had gone unnoticed. Consequently, no one had written fantasy since. It was notoriously difficult to gain recognition in this genre. Li Hua furrowed his brows as he examined the manuscript. This genre is rather niche, ISN and Oppos. The premise is quite innovative. Nonetheless, he admired the newcomer's audacity to innovate. Let us see. Perhaps it might surprise us. The author had already penned 100,000 words, a commendable feat, and he decided to read on. The introduction of A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality presented the story of an ordinary, impoverished boy from a mountain village who, by chance, entered a local martial arts sect, becoming a named disciple. How would he establish himself within the sect? How would he rise from mediocrity to join the ranks of immortal cultivators and stand alongside powerful figures and sect masters? As he delved into the narrative, Li Hua found himself engrossed in the tale. It took him a full day to finish the 100,000 words. It felt like a slow-cooked broth, unhurried and captivating. Upon reviewing Feng's outline, Li Hua discerned several key phrases that encapsulated the essence of the novel: authenticity, avoidance of cliches, quiet accumulation of wealth, and the art of playing the fool to outsmart the wise. Li Hua realized a significant discrepancy. This manuscript was distinctly different from current popular novels. Yet, he found it thoroughly enjoyable, and the freshness of the concept intrigued him. He was uncertain if it would become a hit, given that fantasy was a less favored genre at the moment. However, the submission met the criteria for a contract, and whether it would resonate with readers depended on its content. Glancing at the author's profile, he noted the name Feng. I Haven and Oppos. He heard of this author in the literary circle. It seems he is a newcomer. The fact that he used his real name as a pen name indicated a boldness that Li Hua admired. Upon further inspection of the author's information, he was astonished to discover that Feng was a singer. Note: Song The Trouble Caused by the Moon composed by Zhang Yu. Lyrics by Shi Lang, performed by Zhang Yu. Novel A Record of a Mortal's Journey to Immortality authored by Wang Yu. Chapter 16. The clever Feng, a singer, has taken up the pen to write a novel? Surely a jest. Yet, the name Feng rings a bell. Li Hua scrutinized the profile of Feng, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the recollection struck him. It was Feng's song that had graced his ears the previous night. He distinctly remembered playing 10 years on repeat, even expressing to his wife how melodious it was. His daughter, too, was an ardent admirer of Feng's confession balloon. Following the contact information Feng provided during submission, Li Hua promptly reached out. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Feng? Greetings, this is Feng, the singer answered, having answered the call from home. You are the illustrious singer Feng, the one who has recently gained fame for 10 years, Confession Balloon, and The Blooming Life? Li Hua exclaimed. It's truly an honor, Mr. Yi. My wife and daughter are your fans. I appreciate your family's admiration, Yifeng replied graciously. By the way, can my novel be signed? After expressing gratitude for Li Hua's family support, Yifeng inquired about the possibility of signing. Li Hua, after a brief silence, said slowly, Mr. Yifeng, your novel meets the standards for a contract on our website. However, I would advise against pursuing the Xinxia genre, as it has fallen out of favor. I reviewed the manuscript you submitted. It shows promise but deviates from current trends, leaving me uncertain about its potential success. From Li Hua's perspective, the author Wang Yu achieved immense stature through this work. The only drawback was its slow initial pace, which could deter many readers. Yet, this was not a concern. With his current standing as a singer, he could gather a substantial following from the onset. Recognizing Li Hua's good intentions, Yifeng replied, Thank you for your concern, but I intend to publish this novel. The power of literature can transcend all barriers. Li Hua was profoundly moved by Yifeng's words, muttering to himself, The power of literature can transcend all barriers. How true. Mr. Yifeng, may I publish the novel next month? I could secure a prime recommendation spot for you. Yifeng inquired, Is there no recommendation spot available for this month? With a wry smile, Li Hua explained, Several prominent authors are releasing new works this month, causing the platform's traffic to largely favor them. Consequently, new authors experience significantly reduced visibility. Yifeng pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, I appreciate your consideration, but I believe I can manage my own promotion. Li Hua, taken aback, realized, of course. Yifeng expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate your assistance. Not all, it's my duty. May I ask a small favor? Could you please sign an autograph for me? My wife and daughter are great fans of yours. Li Hua's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Yifeng smiled, of course. Soon thereafter, Li Hua forwarded the contract to Yifeng. After a thorough review, Yifeng was pleasantly surprised to discover that the copyright remained with the author. This was a stark contrast to his past life, where novice authors had no rights, only royalties or buyouts. He called Li Hua to confirm, learning that in this world, laws were enacted to encourage creators, granting them complete ownership of their intellectual property. The revenue split was a respectable 70-30 in favor of the platform. Yifeng felt as though he had stumbled upon an artistic utopia. Without hesitation, he signed the contract. Shortly thereafter, the author's backend displayed. Work signed. At that moment, Li Hua called to congratulate him, wishing you the same success for your new book as you have achieved with your songs. Should any questions arise, feel free to reach out. Thank you. Yifeng replied with a smile. Now it's time to write. I currently have 100,000 words and will continue until I reach several hundred thousand. He recalled that in his previous life, a record of immortal and amp, Oppo's journey to immortality was a novel with an excellent reputation and considerable popularity. However, it did not achieve success until after several 100,000 words were written, primarily due to its slow pacing. Nonetheless, the narrative was well crafted, with strong character development and a steady rhythm. The story only began to captivate readers after reaching a substantial word count. Thus, Yifeng's priority was to write and accumulate a manuscript. He refrained from promoting it prematurely, knowing that many readers would abandon it if they could not see its brilliance from the outset. Thanks to the system's endowment of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, he was relieved of the burden of contemplation, coupled with godlike typing speed that allowed him to write rapidly. Within a matter of days, he produced 1 million words. Yifeng uploaded a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, which now stood at 110,000 words. Observing this, Li Hua was left in deep thought. So many words? In just a few days? Can such speed yield quality? Li Hua was astounded by the rapid output and felt compelled to read the manuscript carefully to ascertain its merits. He sighed and opened the file. 3 days later, Li Hua bore dark circles under his eyes. You must take care of your health. What have you been up to? A colleague teased, noticing his fatigued appearance. Li Hua burst into laughter. Having spent 3 days immersed in the text, he found that what began as mere enjoyment had escalated into eager anticipation for subsequent updates. His laughter startled colleagues, causing one to drop their thermos in surprise, exclaiming, Ouch, that's hot. A Xinxia novel, a record of a mortal's journey to immortality? It will be a hit? A colleague quipped, Li, perhaps you should visit a doctor. Are you feeling overwhelmed? This prompted a wave of laughter throughout the office. In this day and age, who writes Xinxia and expects success? Huh. Numerous colleagues began to jest at Li Hua's expense. He regarded them with a wry smile. You simply have not read Mr. Yi Feng and Appo's work. He then proceeded to recommend a record of immortal and Appo's journey to immortality to the fellow editors. Intrigued, they wished to see what had captivated Li Hua so thoroughly, perhaps to share in the humor at his expense. As more editors opened the manuscript, initial laughter faded into serious engagement. Li Hua observed their focused expressions with satisfaction, before excusing himself to enjoy a meal. By the end of the day, many editors remained engrossed in a record of a mortal's journey to immortality. Why hasn't anyone submitted a manuscript today? The chief editor, Xiong Wei, thundered at the staff. Typically, several editors would share what they deemed promising works, yet today, none had done so. The editors simultaneously lifted their heads, wearing expressions of bewilderment. It was only at that moment they realized it was time to clock out. Oh dear, engrossed in a mortal's journey to immortality, they had completely forgotten about work. A mortal's journey to immortality is enthralling. As they gazed at the irate chief editor, many began to voice their recommendations for a mortal's journey to immortality. Chapter 17. No concealment of the pseudonym. The following day, Li Hua submitted Yi Feng's novel, A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, to the editor-in-chief, Xiong Wei. The fantasy genre, particularly Xinxia, had fallen out of favor lately. However, Xiong Wei refrained from dismissing the manuscript outright, for just the day before. An editor in his department had been so engrossed in the work that he lost track of time and neglected his review duties. Curiosity piqued, as Yi Feng had already penned over 1,000,000 words. Li Hua messaged Yi Feng, expressing his admiration. Mr. Yi Feng. Oh no, Teacher Yi Feng. He logged into the author backend and frowned at the statistics. Viewership was somewhat lacking, likely overshadowed by those renowned authors. It seemed he would need to promote the work himself. Thus, Yi Feng opened his social media account, where his follower count had reached an impressive 13 million, a remarkable feat for a newcomer of just a few months. He shared the link to his novel, accompanied by a heartfelt message. The Xinxia work, A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, is written with great care. I hope everyone enjoys reading it. As soon as Yi Feng and Appo's post went live, many fans reacted with excitement. Wow, does Yi Feng have a new song? How impressive. Wait, why does the link lead to a novel? Soon, fans began to notice the connection. Look, the author's name is also Yi Feng. Wow, a singer has written a novel. The comments section exploded with astonishment. Who would have imagined that a singer could venture into novel writing? Amazing, a singer writing a novel. Over 1,000,000 words already. I must read it. In no time, numerous fans downloaded the Tomato novel website to explore Yi Feng's literary work. I must tell my husband. He adores Yi Feng. Now that he has written a novel, I'm sure my husband will want to check it out. I love listening to Yi Feng songs. And my husband enjoys novels. I should recommend Yi Feng's book to him. My son also loves novels. I adore Yi Feng's music, so I will suggest he read it too. Thus began the ripple effect of recommendations, spreading from 1 person to 10, from 10 to 100, and so forth. The number of fans and readers eager to delve into Yi Feng's book grew exponentially. Honey, you're trending at number 1. Su Yahan exclaimed joyfully as she entered just as Yi Feng finished typing. Curious, Yi Feng checked online. Trending singer Yi Feng writes a novel. Trending shock. Singer Yi Feng is actually writing a novel. Trending shock. Singer Yi Feng's novel has surpassed 1,000,000 words. Trending shock. Singer Yi Feng has penned a niche Xinxia novel. A series of trending topics, all centered around Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled. This was precisely the effect he desired to bolster his popularity. He uploaded the several thousand words he had written that day. Turning to Su Yahan, he noticed her dark circles. Yahan, what's wrong? You look tired. He inquired with concern. Hee. I and Appo's. You've been engrossed in your and Appo's. A mortal and Appo's journey to immortality and Appo's. Your writing is truly captivating. Su Yahan replied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Ah, of course I read it. Su Yahan gazed at him, her eyes filled with warmth. Yi Feng shook his head, a smile breaking through. Thank you, Yahan. In the office of the chief editor at the Tomato novel website, Xiong Wei was thoroughly engrossed. This book is fantastic. It deserves a prominent recommendation. He had spent the entire day reading A Mortal's Journey to Immortality, completely captivated by its narrative. Just then his phone rang, the caller ID indicating the chief editor. Young Wei. As soon as he answered, a barrage of expletives erupted from the other end. Xiong Wei, you scoundrel. Are you even at work? Taken aback, Xiong Wei stammered. I was just about to discuss that. Yang Wei calmed slightly and instructed. Immediately allocate the best recommendation spot to A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Direct most of the website traffic to it. Let those other big names wait. With that, the call abruptly ended. Xiong Wei was stunned. So A Mortal's Journey to Immortality is on the rise. But there's no recommendation spot. It was evident that good literature could thrive even without promotional support. He opened the Tomato Novel website to check the status of Immortal and Amp, Oppo's Journey to Immortality. Upon searching for it, he was astounded. Immortal and Oppo's Journey to Immortality, 5 million readers online. Goodness, what is happening? How can there be so many readers? Xiong Wei was shocked, doubting his own eyes. After a double check, the numbers remained the same. What did this signify? The book had soared to popularity without any homepage recommendations. This is Xiong Wei. Please assign the best homepage recommendation to the Xianxia novel A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. After hanging up, he pondered the situation, perplexed. This shouldn't happen. A book couldn't possibly skyrocket to such fame in just a few days without a recommendation or platform support. Unable to make sense of it, he called Li Hua, who was responsible for signing A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. When the call connected, Li Hua answered, "Hello, Editor-in-Chief. What can I help you with?" Xiong Wei took a deep breath and slowly asked, "Li Hua, how has A Mortal's Journey to Immortality garnered so many readers without recommendations or platform support?" Editor-in-Chief, you aren't aware?" Li Hua replied, confusion evident in his voice. "Aware of what? Please clarify." Li Hua seemed to have pieced things together and responded, "It an Oppo's. That's because the author, Feng, is a singer." He added, "A rather popular one at that." Xiong Wei was left in utter astonishment. The author Feng is a singer? And he writes so well? Chapter 18. One cannot forsake wealth for the sake of dignity. Gasp. Chief Editor Xiong Wei inhaled sharply. This person is truly formidable. He is the original artist of my recently favored song, The Blooming Life. At that moment, Xiong Wei found himself somewhat flustered. A singer delving in a novel writing. And the work is so captivating that he is utterly engrossed. Feng is indeed extraordinarily talented. He picked up the phone and called the already off-duty editor, Li Hua. Upon connecting, Li Hua's voice came through. "Chief Editor, what's the matter?" Xiong Wei took a moment to compose himself, his voice low and solemn as he said, "Remember, from now on, your sole focus is to serve Feng diligently. Disregard submissions from other authors. Your salary will remain unchanged, but I will provide a raise based on your current pay. Just ensure you cater to Feng's needs. Whatever he says goes." Li Hua nodded in understanding. From this moment forth, teacher Feng is my deity. Days passed, and Feng's novel had reached an impressive 2 million words. The reputation of Immortal's Journey to Immortality was soaring, having single-handedly pioneered the mortal genre. The character Han Li, depicted with remarkable ordinariness, allows readers to easily immerse themselves in his journey. Han Li, born into a humble background, struggles to survive in the realm of cultivation with a pseudo-spiritual root, ultimately achieving success. Does this not resonate with the majority of us striving along the path of life? Maintaining only written correspondence with his family. Ultimately, in a bid to avoid burdening them, he merely steals a distant glance before soaring into the unknown. Upon his return, everything has changed. There is no romanticism in the notion that one person and Oppo's success elevates their entire family. Instead, there is only the painful regret of familial bonds severed too soon. Thus, Immortal's Journey to Immortality flourished. Of course, not everyone finds it captivating. Each person has their own preferred genre. Among Feng's fans, and Feng emerged as the primary beneficiary. His fame escalated, as he was both a singer and an author, a dual identity that proved irresistibly appealing. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your fan count has surpassed 6 million. Congratulations, host. Your fan count has surpassed 7 million. Reward. Host receives the song Big City, Small Love, Big City. Small Love is one of singer Wang Liham's signature pieces. On January 25, 2007, it won the annual popularity award at the 13th Global Chinese Music Awards. Reward. Host receives the novel Ghost Blows Out the Light. Ghost Blows Out the Light is a novel by Tianxia Bakang, immensely popular in its previous life on Earth. The physical book was a bestseller. Most impressively, it is regarded as the progenitor of the tomb raiding genre. Well, these rewards are quite generous. Reward. Host receives an additional 2 years of lifespan. Suddenly, Yifeng felt a jolt throughout his body, sensing a significant improvement in his health. Host has 2 lottery chances. Yifeng's phone rang, indicating a transfer of 2 million yuan from the system. He then proceeded to write an additional 20,000 words of manuscript and sent it off. Just then his phone rang again, and upon checking, it was his boss, Lin Yun, calling. Upon answering, Lin Yun's melodious voice came through. Yifeng, bring along Yahan. After so many days away from work, his boss had not reprimanded him, and his salary continued to be dispersed. Moreover, Lin Yun had consistently inquired about his well-being. She is treating us. Yifeng called out to Su Yahan, who was in the bedroom. Dear, you all go ahead. I'll pass. I just want to sleep in. You were too impressive last night. I didn't sleep well. Seeing her reluctance, Yifeng chose not to press further. Though it was just the 2 of them dining together, Lin Yun still ordered an extravagant spread. The amount was excessive, and Yifeng couldn't help but say, Boss, this is too much. We can't finish it. Lin Yun laughed. Yifeng, please don't hold back. You young people are still growing. Eat more. What else do you want? Yifeng shook his head. Lin Yun continued. Then we won tea, order anything else. Yifeng nodded. Waiter, bring us 2 servings of rice. Lin Yun quickly replied. Yifeng, no need. I'm on a diet and want to eat rice. Yifeng looked at her in surprise. Once the food arrived, Yifeng devoured it heartily. After all, such a feast was not to be wasted. Lin Yun smiled and said, eat more vegetables. They're better for you. Nutritionists say that consuming too much rice can lead to aging. Yifeng looked seriously at his boss. Lin Yun, the old man next door, also couldn't eat when he passed away. Lin Yun. Once, there was a health guru who advocated against consuming staple foods or carbohydrates, but he didn't live long enough to prove his point. Lin Yun. She lowered her head and sneered. Little girl, you're still too young. Yifeng is my golden goose. I must treat him well. T. Performed by Wang Liang. The novel A Mortal's Journey to Immortality is authored by Wang Yu, and Ghost Blows Out the Light is authored by Tianxia Bakang. Chapter 19. A sincere boss. Yifeng is handsome and talented. Most importantly, he has the potential to earn a substantial income. For Lin Yun, this is paramount. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Yifeng shared a joke. There was a peculiar little chick that disliked digging for worms. Instead, it naturally preferred to dig for ferns. The other chicks laughed at it, leaving it disheartened. The mother hen comforted, do not cry, silly child. You are the strongest. Really? It asked. Indeed, for you are a fern-digging chick. After concluding his tale, Yifeng turned to Lin Yun and inquired, I've finished. Why aren't you laughing? Was it not amusing? I shall share more jokes in the future. Lin Yun merely smiled. As they continued their meal, Lin Yun eventually remarked, Yifeng, I recently read your novel. When the blooming life gained popularity, many discussed Yifeng, with some attributing his success merely to luck, believing he had penned a single commendable song. She realized that having him join her company was a stroke of fortune, and she was grateful for her initial kindness towards Yahan. Now, she felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered Yifeng. Yifeng smiled politely, expressing gratitude for the boss's appreciation. Lin Yun reciprocated with a smile, reflecting on how fortunate she was to have met him. Without him, her company might have faced bankruptcy. I truly appreciate you, she said, her eyes revealing sincerity. Yifeng met her gaze earnestly, stating, it is a mutual achievement. Yahan often told me what a wonderful boss you are. Lin Yun shook her head. With your talent, you would shine anywhere. I feel honored that you chose to come to my company. Yifeng replied with a grin, just raise my salary. Lin Yun paused in surprise before laughing. Of course, that is only natural. After a moment of silence, Lin Yun slowly asked, Yifeng, will you continue to write new songs, or will you solely focus on novels from now on? Yi Feng was taken aback by her question and couldn't Oppos. T help but chuckle. It dawned on him that Lin Yun was worried he might stop writing new songs. He smiled, reassuring her boss, I will certainly continue to compose new songs. Lin Yun's excitement was palpable. Wonderful. I was afraid you would only write novels. Yi Feng smiled at her enthusiasm. By the way, may I order another dish? Where he enjoyed a delightful meal with Su Yahan. Afterward, Yi Feng pondered. A record of mortal cultivation still has several million words remaining. He can update it daily without needing to write a new novel just yet. To boost his popularity, however, he must release new songs. He currently has 3 songs: Sunny Day, Big City, Small Love, and The Moon's Mischief. Which one should he release? This was a question worth contemplating. You are my idol. You are so talented. You can sing and write novels. Your singing is beautiful, and your stories are captivating. Countless messages flooded in, totaling over 1 million. It was overwhelming. He glanced at the comments on his songs, which were equally amusing, filled with praise for his looks and talent. As he perused a myriad comments, he stumbled upon a trending topic online: the separation and reminiscence of youth. Yi Feng engaged with the discussions surrounding this topic, noting that the most liked story read, My deskmate once confessed his feelings for me and intended to declare his love. I told him to wait a while. He fetched warm water for me to ease my discomfort. Gradually, I fell for him. I asked him how long he would love me. He said in Oppos, a lifetime, and suddenly took his hand. I stood there silently, watching. My best friend approached to play, and I could no longer hold back, crying heartbreakingly. After gym class, in front of everyone, I wept. No one knew how much pain I felt. Since then, just like that saying, I have seen how you love me. So, when you do not love me, I know at a glance. He was the first to keep me awake at night, my heart aching painfully, staying up until 2 in the morning. Since then, whenever I feel down, I run and shout, You jerk! After reading this most liked story, Yi Feng fell into deep thought. Moments later, he lifted his head, now filled with ideas. Chapter 20. The Art of Eloquence. Yi Feng had finally decided on the song to choose. This particular melody resonated with the spirit of youth. It conveniently aligned with the trending topic of nostalgia for youth and farewell, which would undoubtedly enhance its popularity. However, he needed to exercise caution. Revealing it too soon could raise suspicions. Ding! At that moment, a melodious notification from the system chimed in. Congratulations, the host in Oppos. S fan count has surpassed 8 million. Oh, it seemed that Immortal and Amp, Oppos' journey to immortality had garnered him significant attention. He retrieved his phone and logged onto the website. Indeed, the number of readers for Immortal's journey to immortality was steadily increasing. The novel had claimed the top spot on the trending list. Teacher Yi Feng, he exclaimed, appearing somewhat slender, exuding an intellectual aura, complemented by a thick pair of glasses that enhanced his refined demeanor. Hello. Yi Feng greeted him. You may call me Yi Feng. Li Hua was taken aback. Yi Feng was far more approachable than he had anticipated. What astonished him even more was Yi Feng's striking good looks. Unbeknownst to him, his admiration for Yi Feng grew considerably. Much like a dining experience with a superior, Li Hua ordered an array of dishes. Is there anything else you would like, Teacher Yi Feng? Yi Feng glanced at the offerings, all of which were to his liking. What a coincidence. No, thank you. No problem at all, Li Hua remarked, surprised by Yi Feng's politeness. Both enjoyed a hearty meal. Yi Feng suggested, Shall we take a stroll to aid digestion? Li Hua readily agreed. After walking for a while, Yi Feng felt a thirst arise. Is there any water nearby? Wait, Li Hua exclaimed, dashing off. I'll fetch you some water. Minutes later, he returned with several bottles of beverages, looking at Yi Feng with a hint of uncertainty. Not at all, as long as Teacher Yi Feng likes it. Then, Li Hua cautiously inquired, Teacher Yi Feng, could your novel be extended a bit longer? A longer piece could yield more income, and the website would benefit as well. Li Hua stili clarifia. Yi Feng contemplated for a moment and replied slowly, leaping with excitement, startling Yi Feng. He gazed at Yi Feng with eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Yi Feng. I'm immensely grateful. He found Suyahan already back from work. Yi Feng had thoughtfully brought her dinner. She excitedly kissed him. Thus a week passed. Yi Feng informed his boss, Lin Yun, that he would be recording a new song, which thrilled her, believing her sincerity had inspired him. On that day at work, many greeted him along the way. He nodded in acknowledgement, while several young women discreetly snapped pictures. Feng is simply too handsome. How imbibed for suhie. His songs are delightful. His novels are captivating. How fortunate it is to work in the same company as him. Colleagues praised him as he departed. Once in the boss's office, Lin Ian exclaimed, "Ah, you look dashing today. Did you not rest well last night? Would you like to take a break? I've recently acquired some exquisite tea, quite pricey. I wouldn't mind sharing." Lin Ian personally brewed tea for Feng, serving it with a series of pleasant greetings that left him somewhat flustered. The way the boss speaks has become so charming. Feng handed her a demo of his new song. "Boss, this is my new song." Note, Zhu Xian by Xiao Ding. Chapter 21. The leading singer of Pineapple Entertainment, a new song. Upon hearing it was Feng and Appo's latest, Lin Yun and her assistant in Appo's eyes lit up. Sunny Day was the title. Lin Yun picked it up and donned her headphones for a listen. How should one describe it? It diverged significantly from Feng and Appo's previous styles. She was somewhat astonished. Feng truly played by his own rules. She had anticipated that his new piece would resemble earlier hits like 10 Years, Confession Balloon. Despite the title Sunny Day, the entire narrative unfolded in the rain. How intriguing. Next came the recording session, which progressed seamlessly. The assistant watched Feng with starry eyes, wearing glasses and exuding a charming innocence. She had just been captivated by his singing. Following this, they moved to the contract signing. This time, the revenue share had improved, escalating from a 50-50 split to 60-40, with Feng claiming the larger portion. Lin Yun had insisted on this arrangement, as Feng single-handedly handled composition, lyrics, and performance. Deserving of such recognition, Feng remained silent on the matter. Furthermore, the copyright for the song belonged to him. The song was slated for release the following Monday, and the company commenced its promotional efforts. Meanwhile, Pineapple Entertainment, ranked 30th in Uezhou, boasted a first-tier singer. In contrast, Apple Entertainment, influenced by Feng's rising popularity, advanced dozens of ranks to 31st. This stirred a sense of urgency within Pineapple Entertainment. Should they be surpassed by Apple Entertainment, they would become the laughingstock of the industry. The leading singer at Pineapple Entertainment was Zhao Shui, a stunning woman with an elegant physique. At that moment, she sat in the office of the Pineapple Entertainment boss, who scrutinized a promotional poster released by Apple Entertainment, his expression grave. Does Feng not experience a creative bottleneck? Isn't he busy writing a novel? How is he releasing a new song now? Zhao Shui inquired anxiously. The boss remained silent, his gaze flickering as he pondered. Zhao Shui had risen to prominence as a first-tier singer 3 years prior. Although Feng had not yet attained that status, he had consistently released 3 chart-topping songs, all of which he had penned and composed himself. Industry insiders already recognized him as possessing the caliber of a leading artist. Many speculated that Feng could emerge as a first-tier singer within the next 2 years. Why worry? He is still not a first-tier singer. Furthermore, so his new song must surely be subpar, the Pineapple Entertainment boss analyzed. "I share your sentiments," Zhao Shui quickly replied. However, the atmosphere remained tense. "I have listened to all 3, each showcasing a distinct style. What's more, their quality is impressive," Zhao Shui admitted, her expression serious. "This time, I have found you a producer," Huang Yu, the Pineapple Entertainment boss, said slowly, a hint of pride in his eyes. Huang Yu, a notable composer with 15 years of experience, had single-handedly elevated 3 first-tier stars. Feeling a surge of confidence, Zhao Shui believed that with Huang Yu's assistance in producing the song, they would surely outperform Feng. "I am grateful to the company and the boss for their support. I will not disappoint your expectations." The Pineapple Entertainment boss was pleased with Zhao Shui's attitude. Regarding the revenue division, it would be slightly less than before, as a portion would go to Huang Yu. "Can you accept that?" he asked. Zhao Shui nodded in agreement. She had no objections as a solo artist without composing abilities. 30% to the composer Huang Yu, and 50% to the company. Following this, the boss introduced Zhao Shui to the esteemed composer Huang Yu. He was a slender man with a refined appearance, known for his reticence. He handed Zhao Shui the music he had created. After reviewing the songs, Zhao Shui was thoroughly satisfied. They then commenced the recording process, which proved somewhat challenging. Zhao Shui required more than 10 takes to achieve a satisfactory result, followed by sound engineering. Ultimately, the song was set for release the following week. They brimmed with confidence. They planned to release their song a day before Feng's, determined to outpace him. Pineapple Entertainment also initiated their promotional campaign. Note: Sunny Day lyrics by Jay Cho, composed by Jay Cho, performed by Jay Cho. Chapter 22. Have they crossed paths? How shameless. Lin Yun, the owner of Apple Entertainment, was incensed upon seeing the promotional advertisement from Pineapple Entertainment. I have never encountered such audacious individuals, she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. The obedient and sensible assistant quivered beside her, too intimidated to speak. Just yesterday, we officially announced that Feng would release a new song next Monday. Yet today, Pineapple Entertainment declares that Zhao Shui will unveil her announcement the day before. Is this not bullying the honest? Lin Yun declared vehemently, gripping her assistant's arm. Indeed, they are bullying our Feng. This is utterly excessive. The assistant, caught up in Lin Yun's fervor, clenched her small fists. On social media, how dare you compare with our Shui, huh? Absolutely. Feng has become so arrogant. Feng's fans were equally unyielding, retaliating. Our Feng made the announcement first. Are you blind? Eyes are a precious thing. Remember to use them. Our Feng excels in both writing and singing. Can you match that? So what if he has fewer songs? 3 quality songs surpass your 10 mediocre ones. You are nothing but a shameless imposter. One could hardly deny the fierce combativeness of Feng's fans. It was as if professional fighters had joined the fray. Before long, Zhao Shui's fans found themselves at a loss for words. Other companies in Yuezhou seemed to sense the brewing conflict. Pineapple Entertainment was certainly at odds with Apple Entertainment. Which side do you favor, Apple Entertainment or Pineapple Entertainment? It and Amp, Oppos, it's difficult to say. Pineapple boasts a top-tier singer in Zhao Shui, whose prowess is undeniable. Although Feng has yet to reach that status, his talent is evident. Each of his 3 songs, distinct in style, has claimed the top spot on the charts with exceptional quality, truly remarkable. Recently, Feng has been writing novels. One wonders if his energy will wane. Will the quality of his songs be affected? Mango Entertainment has engaged Huang Yu to create songs for Zhao Shui, and Huang Yu's talent is quite commendable. I feel Pineapple Entertainment may have a slight edge. I believe in Feng. I support Apple Entertainment. I lean toward Pineapple Entertainment. Many executives from entertainment companies joined the ranks of onlookers, engaging in lively discussions. Meanwhile, Feng learned of the news. Surprised, he glanced at the message Lin Yun sent him. After reviewing information regarding Pineapple Entertainment, Zhao Shui, and the composer Huang Yu, he felt a sense of comparison forming in his mind. Unlike Lin Yun's excitement, he remained composed, lost in thought. The weekend arrived swiftly. Today marked the release of Pineapple Entertainment song, Youth. Observing the link to Zhao Shui's new song that Lin Yun sent, Feng noted the title was Youth. What a coincidence! His own song also revolved around the theme of youth. Frowning, Feng donned his headphones and listened to the track. Upon finishing, he found it quite pleasant, a commendable piece. However, it leaned heavily on technical flair rather than genuine emotion. The singer and Amp, Oppos, voice had been excessively polished, lacking authenticity. Most importantly, letting out a relieved sigh, she listened to Feng's recorded song once more. After several comparisons, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Pineapple Entertainment boasted, I just saw numerous glowing reviews. As long as we maintain this momentum, it is only a matter of time before our song reaches the pinnacle. Talented individuals often possess strong personalities, and they opted to respect that. With this trajectory, they were confident they could surpass Feng. Zhao Shui and the owner exchanged knowing smiles, while Huang Yu observed their excitement with a grin. However, defeating Feng would not be an easy feat. Huang Yu had listened to all 3 of Feng's songs, each of remarkable quality. Furthermore, Feng's vocal ability far surpassed that of Zhao Shui. Although Zhao Shui was currently a leading artist, Huang Yu sincerely believed Feng was exceptionally talented, destined for the top. Yet, facing him now, with his dedicated songwriting and the current hot topic of youth, Huang Yu was confident that, with quality and popularity combined, they could indeed eclipse Yifeng's work. Cheers! Here's to our future success. The trio raised their glasses, brimming with confidence as they began their premature celebration. After midnight, Yifeng's new song was released. Chapter 23 Resonance among netizens. Yifeng's new song has been released. At this moment, many of Yifeng's fans have already discovered his latest track on the music player. Oh, Sunny Day, isn't that about the weather? Many fans are puzzled upon seeing the title of Yifeng's new song. Let's give a listen. Yifeng and Amp, Oppo's songs have never disappointed. A multitude of fans clicked on the new song and began to listen quietly. The prelude started. Wow, this prelude is delightful. Numerous fans began to discuss. At that moment, the main melody arrived. The little yellow flower has been floating since the year of its birth. The childhood swaying in memory until now. Re so, si do si la, so la si la so, blowing through the prelude. Gazing at the sky, I recall the petals trying to fall. What a unique way to compose a song. It feels quite wonderful. They continued listening. The day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell, that classroom, why can't I see it? The rainy days that vanished. The youth that has slipped away from me. At this point, many fans began to sigh, recognizing that these lyrics encapsulate our youth. Then, the chorus resounded. On this windy day, I tried to hold your hand, but the rain gradually fell to the point where I can no longer see you. There was someone who loved you for a long time, yet the wind gradually blew the distance far away. Finally, I could love you for another day. They thought Yifeng's song would be as sweet as Confession Balloon, but unexpectedly, the style has changed. Previously, there was a song Confession Balloon that embodied a sweet romantic vibe. This time, Sunny Day reflects nostalgia for youth. The most discussed topic recently has been nostalgia and farewell to youth. Yifeng has captured my youth in his lyrics. He truly deserves to be my idol. How impressive. This song is enchanting. I absolutely adore the lyrics and melody. Many fans express their fondness for this song. It is quite fascinating that although the song is titled Sunny Day, it narrates tales of rainy days. Indeed, it is sunny, yet the stories revolve around rain. Perhaps we are all waiting for a sunny day. When the clouds clear, maybe I will feel a bit better. After the rain, the sky clears. Many joined in the discussion. The comments section became increasingly vibrant as Sunny Day evoked numerous personal stories, prompting many to share their own narratives. That day, she said she wanted to hear me sing a song we once loved, and though I was reluctant, I sang. I remember after finishing, she said thank you, or maybe she didn't say anything. Then she hung up. Much later, I learned that day was her wedding day. It seemed that day was also sunny. Now she's a mother of a 2-year-old, while I am still navigating the ups and downs of love and heartbreak. Today, listening to Sunny Day brought back many memories. Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time. Farewell, first love. Many listeners fell silent upon hearing this story. Subsequently, numerous netizens left comments. Bro, seriously, how can you be distracted while gaming? Did you win that match? You must have been the one who was idle that day. The humorous netizens shared a good laugh. Some expressed heartfelt sentiments. My love was profound, ultimately turning to dust, scattered by the gentle breeze, fading in my heart. Love rises with the wind. Can you catch the breeze? As the comments multiplied, many listeners began to articulate their feelings inspired by the song. Being a teenager is the most beautiful yet impoverished time for a boy, resonating with many. Someone replied, it in Oppo's, it's alright bro, being 20 is still poor. A 20-year-old girl is flourishing, while a 20-year-old boy is struggling. Fate often brings two beautiful souls together at the most inappropriate times. Don't worry, a man cannot be poor forever. Keep going, brother. These comments range from humorous to motivational. One particular story shared received widespread acclaim and was pinned to the top of the comments. I, a shy boy in my second year of high school, confessed my feelings to a girl I had secretly admired for a year. This was incredibly difficult for me. Naturally, as a shy person, I was rejected. Yet, I did not feel sadness. Rather, I felt a strange joy, relieved to no longer live in constant anxiety, no longer troubled by unspoken affection. My youth no longer bears such regrets. I know she does not belong to my world. We are completely opposite individuals. She loves life, and I learned to embrace life for her, striving to change myself. I do not know her thoughts, but I understand that I am merely a passerby in her youth. Hearing and Oppos, Sunny Day and Oppos, today inspired me. Still, I want her to know that once upon a time, someone loved you deeply, but the wind gradually blew the distance far away. This is what I most wish to convey to her now. Numerous netizens liked and responded. Actually, it's better that she didn't agree. That way, you will always cherish those memories. Some things, once spoken, bring a sense of release. That girl is fortunate to be liked by you. There are always those who, as passersby, wish you peace and happiness. Keep going, stranger. Amidst this resonance among netizens, Sunny Day has grown increasingly popular. Note, song Sunny Day lyrics by Jay Cho, composed by Jay Cho, performed by Jay Cho. The lyrics in the text are derived from Jay Cho's song Sunny Day. Chapter 24. Teacher Yi Feng is truly talented. On the very first day of its release, the song Sunny Day witnessed a remarkable surge in downloads. He positioned the song for greater visibility and popularity. Yi Feng's follower count on social media soared as a result of his strategic actions, quickly capturing the attention of his audience. Don't you think Sunny Day resembles the trending topic nostalgia of youth and farewell? One fan remarked, "It's not just similar, it's identical." Another chimed in, "Is that so? I must give Sunny Day a listen." Consequently, many individuals who had recently engaged in discussions surrounding those topics flocked to hear Sunny Day. The song spread like wildfire, and within a mere week, it ascended to the top of the trending charts. "Honey, your song is #1 on the trending list," exclaimed Su Yahan, who had been closely monitoring the release of Yi Feng's new music. Yi Feng smiled, anticipating this outcome. Upon checking his phone, he noted that Sunny Day dominated the trending topics online. The first trend was Sunny Day, which garnered lively discussions in its comment section. The second trend stated, "Sunny Day encapsulates youth." The fifth trend expressed, "My husband and I were experiencing a romantic lull, but after listening to Sunny Day, we've rekindled our love. Thank you, Yi Feng." The sixth trend revealed, "Only after listening to and Oppos, Sunny Day and Oppos, did I truly understand youth." Of the top 10 trends, Sunny Day claimed 7 positions. This success could be attributed to 2 factors: the high quality of the song and its timely connection to the popular discussions surrounding nostalgia of youth and farewell. Just then, Yi Feng and Oppos' phone rang, displaying the name of his boss, Lin Yun. As soon as he answered, Lin Yun and Oppos' excited voice burst forth. "We are #1 on the new song chart, and the numbers continue to rise. I concede defeat," sighed Zhao Shui, a leading singer from Pineapple Entertainment. After listening to Yi Feng and Oppos' song, although her own music also touched upon themes of youth, it failed to leave a lasting impression. In simpler terms, she overindulged in vocal acrobatics, lacking a compelling narrative. Yi Feng and Oppos' music is far superior to mine, and his voice is much better too, she lamented. After several listens to Yi Feng's song, she sighed again. "Indeed, we cannot dispute our loss." After experiencing Yi Feng's song, the owner of Pineapple Entertainment nodded in agreement, offering no rebuttal. Huang Yu, a uniquely talented and distinctive composer, reflected quietly after listening to Yi Feng and Oppos' work. Moments later, he shook his head in resignation. "This Yi Feng, truly gifted. I cannot compare." That evening, Yi Feng and Su Yahan enjoyed a lavish dinner together. Yi Feng ordered an extravagant array of dishes, all for them to share. "Wow, honey, you truly understand me. This looks absolutely delicious," Su Yahan exclaimed, licking her lips playfully and winking at Yi Feng. "Let the feast begin," he replied with a smile, feeling a wave of contentment wash over him. Sharing exquisite food and life with his wife felt profoundly meaningful. Suddenly, a delightful notification from the system chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Your fan count has surpassed 10 million. Reward: Song Most Dazzling National Style awarded to the host. Reward: Novel Water Margin awarded to the host." These rewards are quite substantial. System, what about my lifespan? Yi Feng inquired, his primary concern remaining this matter. The system is also acting in its own interest. As you gain fame, I can expedite the advancement of the entertainment industry in this realm, the system explained. Healing you is my way of showing gratitude. Yi Feng understood and sincerely expressed in his heart, I am truly thankful. Without you, I could not enjoy such a wonderful life. You're a grateful person, the system acknowledged. Thank you. You're welcome. The system is delighted to be bound to such a host. Su-Yahan savored her meal with great joy, and witnessing her happiness, Yi-Feng relished his food as well. The atmosphere was heartwarming, making it hard to disturb. After enjoying their meal, they returned home, unaware that a reporter had stealthily captured their intimate moments. Upon arriving home, Yi-Feng received a call from his boss, Lin Yiyun. As soon as the call connected, Lin Yiyun's excited voice rang out. Yi-Feng, congratulations. The song's performance is extraordinary. It has now topped the new song chart. You have achieved first place 3 times already, and this marks the 4th. Yi-Feng replied with a smile. Thank you. Did you call to share something specific? Lin Yiyun continued with enthusiasm. Yi-Feng, you have secured 4 first-place spots. 1 more, and you'll be a top-tier artist. Note, most dazzling national style performed by Phoenix Legend, lyrics and composition by Zhang Chao. Water Margin authored by Shernayan. Chapter 25. The Chill of Anticipation Top-Tier Singer? Upon hearing Lin Yiyun and Appo's words, Yi-Feng was puzzled. Lin Yiyun clarified, a newcomer must toil for 5 to 10 years to achieve this status. The earliest star from Yuezhou to ascend from a newcomer to a top-tier singer was Lin Yao from Mango Entertainment, who accomplished it in just 3 years, astonishing many industry insiders. As Lin Yiyun explained, Yi-Feng suddenly grasped the significance. Importantly, once one becomes a top-tier singer, both fans and resources multiply significantly. Lin Yiyun continued, Yi-Feng, your song downloads have already exceeded 10 million. You've also clinched 4 new song chart titles. Just 1 more win, and you'll be a top-tier singer. Moreover, if you succeed, you will be the youngest and fastest to achieve this honor. The more Lin Yiyun spoke, the more animated she became, as if she herself were vying for the title of top-tier singer. Yi-Feng contemplated the perfect opportunity to release his new song, Big City, Small Love. He spoke slowly. Boss, I will record the new song tomorrow. What? Lin Yiyun was taken aback and leapt up in astonishment. After a moment, she exclaimed excitedly, Yi-Feng, didn't you just release a song? Have you already found inspiration for a second one, so soon? Noting the enthusiasm in her tone, Yi-Feng smiled. When inspiration strikes, it cannot be hindered. However, I wish to maintain a low profile, but my talent simply will not allow it. Lin Yiyun chuckled heartily. Haha, how did I not realize before that you are this humorous? After chatting with Lin Yiyun for a while, Yi-Feng ended the call. At that moment, Su-Yahan looked at Yi-Feng with admiration. Honey, you are simply incredible. You already have a new song so quickly. Su-Yahan exclaimed. Yi-Feng smiled and replied, it is because of you that I find my inspiration. Su-Yahan's cheeks flushed with a hint of affection as she gazed into Yi-Feng's eyes. The next day, Yi-Feng and Su-Yahan went to work. After listening to the song, Lin Yiyun felt it was a warm piece. It was yet another distinct type of song. She was in complete awe of Yi-Feng and Appo's talent and inspiration, showering him with praise. Under Lin Yiyun's strong insistence, Yi-Feng and Appo's contract terms were improved, with the revenue split raised from 60 to 40 to 70 to 30 in his favor. After recording, Lin Yiyun lightly hummed a few lines. My head is full of you. My heart is filled with you. That little love in the city is so sweet. Even the assistant joined in the singing. The song promised to have a wider reach. The staff responsible for recording murmured to themselves. The song was set to be released at the beginning of next month. Simultaneously, shortly after Apple Entertainment announced Feng and Appo's new release, the 2 major music giants, Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment, also officially declared their new songs coinciding with Feng and Appo's release. Notably, the artists from Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment who were releasing songs that day were both top-tier singers, indicating their intent to hinder Feng's ascent to stardom. Mango Entertainment and Banana Entertainment are utterly shameless. I have never encountered such brazen behavior. She then relayed the news to Feng, expressing her concern. Should we change the release date? Feng paused for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Their goal is me. They do not wish for me to become a top-tier singer. Even if we change our schedule, they will follow suit. There is no need to change. Let me consider how to maximize our promotional efforts. In contrast to Lin Yiyun's anxiety, Yifeng appeared remarkably composed. The announcement from Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment caused quite a stir within the industry. Top-tier singers from Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment choose to announce new songs on the same day. Is it not clear? First, Yifeng from Apple Entertainment announced, and then they followed suit. Apple Entertainment? Isn't that a small company? Yet, their ranking has risen in recent months. Yifeng's recent songs have achieved remarkable download and listening figures, undeniably showcasing high-quality music. Yifeng faced a daunting challenge, with two top-tier singers targeting him. This indicated that both Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment recognized his talent. Even if he were to falter, it would be a source of pride, as the presence of these two giants was undeniable. Though Yifeng may not become a top-tier singer just yet, he had already demonstrated the prowess of one, as evidenced by his first 4 songs. The industry buzzed with discussions, while many were skeptical about Yifeng's situation. As for Apple Entertainment, it had already been relegated to the role of collateral damage, with both Mango and Frog Entertainment deploying top-tier artists and renowned producers. Few held out hope for Yifeng to turn the tide. Chapter 26. Strive for Happiness. Within the confines of Mango Entertainment, Lin Yao expressed his discontent, indignantly addressing his manager. I had planned to release my new song in 2 months, yet the company has altered my schedule to accommodate a newcomer who has only recently entered the industry. Did they even consult me? Lin Yao, a prominent artist dispatched by Mango Entertainment to counter the rising star Yifeng, had swiftly ascended to fame in the shortest time in Yuezhou. His manager attempted to placate him, saying, "Alas, we cannot alter the company and Oppo's decision. However, the higher-ups have assured us that compensation will be provided later." Lin Yao scoffed. "I may not be able to surpass them, but I refuse to accept this." He chuckled coldly. "Yifeng's books are so captivating. I intend to seek his autograph and a photo in the future. With you handling things this way, how am I to face him?" The manager chuckled awkwardly. "I too admire Yifeng and Oppo's work. In the future, we shall extend a sincere apology to him. The company and Oppo's missteps should not fall on our shoulders." Lin Yao replied bitterly. "Indeed, it is the company's fault, and we are not to blame. I must ensure we communicate well with Yifeng moving forward. Furthermore, the company must bolster my promotion. I refuse to be outshone by Li Jiang from Frog Entertainment." The manager promptly agreed, "Absolutely, absolutely." Meanwhile, Frog Entertainment was equally embroiled in the fray. The industry seemed to collectively conclude that next month's champion track was detached from Apple Entertainment. At this juncture, the most incensed group comprised Yifeng's fans. Numerous supporters of Yifeng, upon witnessing the official announcement from Mango and Frog Entertainment along with the media, vehemently rallied in his defense. Yifeng's fanbase was indeed formidable, with several professional trolls causing considerable distress to many. Nevertheless, Mango and Frog Entertainment were no strangers to tumultuous controversies. They hired a cadre of online commentators to engage in a war of words with Yifeng supporters. Ultimately, the company merely issued a light-hearted statement attributing the situation to coincidence, thereby brushing aside the uproar. As the controversy unfolded, time continued its steady march. Approaching the beginning of the following month, the media exposed Yifeng and Oppo's romantic involvement with Su Yahan. Photos of their dinner, embraces, and kisses emerged. One morning, shortly after rising, Su Yahan's shrill voice pierced the air. "Darling, our relationship has been exposed." She presented her phone to Yifeng, showcasing their romance, trending on social media. Shock. Popular singer Yifeng seen with a beautiful woman late at night. Shock. Yifeng dined with a lady late at night, displaying affectionate behavior. Shock. Yifeng returned home late with a stunning woman. Yifeng and Su Yahan had dined out the previous night, and a few journalists had captured their moments, thrusting them into the spotlight. "Am I going to affect you?" Su Yahan gazed at Yifeng, her eyes reflecting deep concern and guilt. "Fool, how could you possibly affect me?" Yifeng tenderly ruffled Su Yahan's hair. In truth, there would be repercussions, a consideration Yifeng had anticipated when he embarked on his journey to stardom. Yet, he reassured himself that the impact would be minimal. He pursued a path as a genuine musician rather than an idol, where relationships were frowned upon. As a true artist, as long as he refrained from unlawful or immoral conduct, he would be unscathed. Moreover, Suyahan had always been exceptionally kind and caring towards him. This was merely an opportune moment to do so. Yifeng accessed his social media platform, where his account was inundated with messages. Yifeng, are you in a relationship? Woe is me. I have suffered a heartbreak. Damn those paparazzi. Their shots are so unclear. What does your partner look like? Wishing you happiness. May you be blessed. Perusing these messages, Yifeng felt somewhat bewildered. He had anticipated a barrage of criticism. Instead, he was met with an outpouring of well wishes, catching him off guard. Reading the kind sentiments warmed his heart, prompting a genuine smile. He resolved to create more beautiful music for his fans. Compared to his previous life, being a star in this realm felt immensely gratifying. Just then his phone rang. The caller ID revealed, Editor Li Hua. Congratulations, Yifeng. I hear you are in love. Li Hua's voice was filled with astonishment. Congratulations, Yifeng. Your wife is indeed fortunate. Yifeng replied warmly. It is her presence that brings me joy. May your love be as steadfast as rock and as intertwined as vines. May your affection endure eternally. Li Hua stated earnestly. Thank you for your blessings. Yifeng replied with a smile before ending the call. Just then, another call came through. The caller was his boss, Lin Yun. Upon answering, Lin Yun's excited voice resonated. Yifeng, I saw the news. You are following the path of a true musician. Your relationship will not hinder your music. Do not worry. Lin Yun earnestly reassured Yifeng. Yifeng paused, and a new thought sparked in his mind about how to make his next song even more successful. Chapter 27. This is Love Boss. I have a brilliant idea to promote the new song, Yifeng said calmly. Lin Yun, who was contemplating how to console him, was momentarily taken aback by his words. Curiously, she inquired, What do you have in mind for the promotion? Yifeng smiled and replied, We can use the story of my love with Yahan for the promotion. Lin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. What a fantastic idea. She thought, yes, this is love, isn't it? This must be the song Yifeng wrote for Yahan. A flicker of envy crossed her eyes as she pondered this. Excitedly, Lin Yun exclaimed, Absolutely. Your relationship with Yahan is currently so popular. We can leverage this for promotion. Yifeng, your pictures together will be absolutely captivating. We can use your photos to promote the new song. Yifeng chuckled lightly and said, Thank you, boss. Yahan and I will be there shortly. Soon, Yifeng brought Su Yahan to the company for the photo shoot. Initially shy, she gradually relaxed under Yifeng and Appo's encouragement, and together they joyfully captured several promotional photos. The photographer was also elated, as both Yifeng and Su Yahan possessed striking looks, eliminating the need for excessive editing. It is well known that the three essential elements for a successful shoot are beauty, beauty, and beauty. The rest, angles and techniques, are mere embellishments. Before long, the company officially announced their photos. Yifeng shared their pictures on his social media, promptly propelling them to the top of the trending topics. Shocking. Singer Yifeng announces relationship. Shocking. Writer Yifeng announces relationship. Shocking. Yifeng's girlfriend is incredibly beautiful. Yifeng and his girlfriend make a perfect couple. A match made in heaven. The top trending topics were entirely dominated by Yifeng and Su Yahan's romance. Many passers-by who saw their official photos couldn't help but comment. This couple looks so well-matched. This is what handsome men and beautiful women means. Wishing them happiness. Yifeng's fans were in a frenzy. Wow. Yifeng is so handsome, and his girlfriend is gorgeous. As your fan, I'm genuinely happy you found your own bliss. Please release more sweet songs. Such wonderful genes should not go to waste. May you have countless blessings. Thus, Yifeng rose to fame once more. He promptly promoted his new song on social media. New song Big City, Small Love coming soon. Welcome everyone to listen. After posting, he was again thrust into the trending topics. Indeed, the power of love is formidable. Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment invested heavily in their top-tier artists. Yet none achieved the promotional impact of Yifeng and Appo's relationship. Under the scrutiny of both insiders and outsiders, the release date for the new song approached. On the first day of the month, both Mango and Frog Entertainment's leading artists launched their songs simultaneously, with Yifeng's Big City, Small Love being released at this time. By evening, after a day of anticipation, the data for the songs was available. In a hotel. Lin Yao had just opened the music player and was stunned by the data before him. I'm in second place? I'm not first. He continued to look up. The first is Yi Feng. Confused, Lin Yao turned to his manager, who hurriedly explained, Was and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T Feng in the limelight for his romance recently? The buzz around his love story is immense. The promotion we provided was significant, but his romantic heat overshadowed everything. We invested a lot, but it still pales in comparison to his relationship's popularity. However, there's no need to worry. Frog Entertainment's data isn't as strong as ours. Seeing that Frog Entertainment's Li Jiang was trailing behind, Lin Yao felt somewhat relieved. Initially, he believed that as long as he surpassed Li Jiang, the first place would be his. Yet, although he outperformed Li Jiang on the first day, he was not in first place. That honor belonged to the unexpectedly successful Yi Feng from Apple Entertainment. It must be the heat from Yi Feng's romance. Lin Yao murmured to his manager. Yes, if the song's quality is lacking, we will still secure first place in the long run. Let's listen to Yi Feng's Big City, Small Love, and see how it fares. With that, Lin Yao clicked on Yi Feng and Amp, Oppo's S song, which was temporarily ranked first. He and his manager listened quietly. The introduction of the song was simply delightful. The guitar sounded melodious. As the main melody began, the lyrics flowed, with dark hair curled, entwined with all my affection for you, through the translucent curtain. The language spoken holds no deceit. The melody was warm and the lyrics easily comprehensible. As the song continued, on the rooftop, gray tiles, a tranquil scene. The lights reflect your beautiful face. Finally finding the end of all wandering, your smile ends my weariness. Lin Yao and his manager couldn't help but smile. As the song progressed, never say forever and always. Lest you think I'm unrealistic, I'll keep it as simple as can be. That's the wisdom my mother imparted. With anticipation, they awaited the chorus. My mind is filled with you. My heart beats only for you. In this vast city, our little love is so sweet. All I think of is you, entirely you in this great city. My heart beats only for you. Teacher Yi Feng is truly remarkable. This is love. Lin Yao. Note, the song Big City, Small Love is written by Wang Liam, Chun Jinchuan, and K.T., composed by Wang Liam, and performed by Wang Liam. Note, lyrics are sourced from Wang Liam and Oppos. S song Big City, Small Love. Chapter 28, I want to mock him loudly Yi Feng. Teacher Yi Feng is truly remarkable. This song is so melodious. After listening to Yi Feng's song, Lin Yao clenched and then relaxed his fists repeatedly. After a while, he regained his composure, his throat tightening as he struggled to utter a few words. My songs pale in comparison to Teacher Yi Feng's. Manager, while it is undeniable, is indeed irrefutable. Then, Lin Yao listened to Big City, Small Love once more, falling into deeper silence. He subsequently played Li Jiang's song as well. Although the lyrics of Li Jiang's song, along with his own, were more ornate than Yi Feng's, they lacked Yi Feng's profound resonance. Moreover, the combination of Yi Feng's lyrics with his melody captivated Lin Yao, leaving him momentarily entranced. Upon finishing Yi Feng's song, Lin Yao sank into contemplation, evoking a sense of comfort. Lin Yao lifted his gaze to his manager and slowly articulated, should I perhaps consider pursuing a serious relationship? The manager was taken aback, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? You are a singer, and your songs are produced by the company's top agents. As an idol singer, your earnings stem from the prohibition of romantic entanglements. The manager looked earnestly at Lin Yao. Teacher Yi Feng composes all his own songs. He possesses extraordinary talent. Although Teacher Yi Feng is handsome, he is a man of substantial musical prowess. His romantic pursuits do not significantly impact his career, unlike yours. The manager earnestly counseled Lin Yao, who nodded in understanding. The manager continued with a wry smile. This time, we've lost face. What does it have to do with me? I never intended to compete with Teacher Yi Feng in the first place. The manager gazed at Lin Yao, utterly speechless. Sensing Lin Yao's rebellious spirit, Lin Yao fell silent, saying nothing further. Meanwhile, a thought began to blossom in his mind. I must learn from Teacher Yi Feng. Many industry insiders were closely monitoring the music charts. Consequently, They bore witness to Yi Feng's new song soaring ahead, maintaining high popularity and search index. Those within the industry were left dumbfounded as they examined the data on the charts. In just one day, Yi Feng's new song delivered a resounding slap to their faces. This left many executives in disbelief. Prior to the song's release, the industry widely regarded Yi Feng as expendable, believing that the top spot would be contested between the two leading singers from Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment. The collaboration between renowned producers and top singers led them to anticipate Yi Feng's defeat. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Feng's new song garnered the highest popularity on its very first day, with the search index and reputation also claiming the top position. As a result, numerous executives from various companies flocked to listen to Yi Feng and Oppo's new song Big City, Small Love. After a moment of silence, they began to engage in animated discussions. This song, Big City, Small Love, deserves its first place. It is truly delightful. The lyrics are straightforward and poignant. The melody is incredibly catchy and soothing. After listening to Yi Feng and Oppo's new song, unanimously acknowledged its brilliance. Yi Feng has undoubtedly ascended to the ranks of top-tier singers. It and Oppo's impressive. He has achieved this status just months after his debut, a full 2.5 years ahead of Lin Yao. Yi Feng is undeniably talented. People within the circle were discussing Yi Feng, expressing their recognition of his prowess. Oh, how Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment must be feeling humiliated. This time, their collaboration, two of the largest entertainment companies, could not even triumph over one smaller company. Ha ha ha. They are utterly embarrassed. Numerous companies within the industry mocked Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment while feeling grateful that they did not confront Yi Feng from Apple Entertainment. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been theirs. At this moment, within the lounge of top singer Li Jiang at Frog Entertainment, the manager anxiously surveyed the data on the charts. We're already in third place. Lin Yao and Oppo's song is quite similar to yours. However, Yi Feng and Oppo's song quality is genuinely exceptional. The manager observed Li Jiang, earnestly analyzing the situation. Li Jiang did not respond, but listened intently to Yi Feng's song Big City, Small Love. As the song concluded, she opened her eyes and slowly remarked, Yi Feng and Oppo's song is beautiful. I cannot measure up to him. Her voice carried a hint of relief, mingled with admiration for Yi Feng. Then Li Jiang and Oppo's tone shifted as she laughed, saying, I and Oppo's am merely in third place. What is there to fear? The second place is the real loser. The manager stared at Li Jiang, his eyes wide in disbelief, unsure of what to say. Li Jiang continued, hand me the phone. I need to call Lin Yao, the biggest loser. I want to mock him loudly. Chapter 29. The Great God's Agreement, the song Big City, Small Love. Composed and performed by Yi Feng, has ascended to the pinnacle of the new song chart with an impressive download count of 505,000. In stark contrast, the second-ranked song by Lin Yao has garnered merely half of that number. Yi Feng and Oppo's downloads continue to rise steadily. On this day, the headlines of entertainment media in Yuezhou have all transformed to celebrate Yi Feng and Oppo's new song, which has triumphed over the releases of two major artists, securing the top position. Congratulations to Yi Feng for achieving the #1 spot on the new song chart for 5 consecutive times, thus becoming the youngest first-tier artist. Yi Feng, a handsome figure embodying both talent and charm. Initially, the contest appeared to be a rivalry between Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment's leading artists. However, the more she reads, the more exhilarated she becomes, unable to resist delving further. Eventually, she cannot help but let out a melodious laugh. When she first learned of Mango and Frog alliance against Yi Feng, her expression was one of despair, and she had little hope for his new song. Yet, Yi Feng's latest release has overshadowed the two major artists, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. Yi Feng is truly remarkable. She quickly calls to congratulate him, saying, Yi Feng, congratulations on your new song reaching the top. You will be the first star in Yuezhou to achieve first-tier status at such a rapid pace. Hearing Lin Yun's excited voice brings a smile to Yi Feng's face as he replies, Thank you, boss. By the way, what are the benefits of becoming a first-tier artist? Linian pauses for a moment before responding with a grin. Oh, the benefits are plentiful. We will receive numerous endorsements, invitations, and earn more money. And oppose. I'll explain it all to you gradually. Yifeng happily ends the call, reflecting on how impressive his partner is. At that moment, your popularity has surpassed 13 million. Reward. Host receives the film CJ7. Film. Yifeng muses, recognizing it as one of Stephen Chow's classic works. The last film he directed, and also a box office champion in Hong Kong. This film carries profound educational significance and is frequently screened in schools. Yifeng expresses his confusion. System, I have no experience in filmmaking. I've never studied directing professionally. Host, that is not the crux of the matter. The key is that you will continually improve, the system replies. Yifeng nods thoughtfully. Reward. Host receives an additional 3 years of lifespan. Satisfied, Yifeng nods again. Host has 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? Yes. First lottery opportunity. Thank you for participating. Consolation prize of 1 million. Second lottery opportunity. Thank you for participating. Consolation prize of 1 million. Third lottery. Congratulations, host. You have received professional directing knowledge. Suddenly, an abundance of professional directing knowledge floods Yifeng's mind, including techniques for storyboarding and more. He glances at his phone, which displays numerous transaction notifications, comprising the system's 2 million and his earnings from downloads and novel royalties. Yifeng's financial status has now reached over 30 million. Reflecting on this, he is filled with nostalgia for the days when he and Su Yahan lived in a cramped, modest rental, relying on her income. Now, Yifeng's phone rings, and the caller ID shows Editor Li Hua. Upon answering, he hears Li Hua's voice brimming with excitement. Yifeng. Yifeng smiles upon hearing this, replying, "Thank you." He had anticipated this development, given the exceptional quality of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality, which had pioneered a new genre and provided sustenance to many authors of Xinxia novels. Yifeng, you are far too humble. With your immense talent, this is only right. Li Hua responds enthusiastically, sending the new contract for Yifeng to review. Upon inspection, he notes that the revenue share has improved from 70 to 30 split to a 50 to 50 agreement. After confirming everything is in order, he signs the contract. A record of a mortal's journey to immortality is currently a sensation, and thanks to Yifeng, the Xinxia category on Tomato Novel Network has gained immense popularity. Other platforms are also following suit, leading to a surge of Xinxia works. Many talented authors have emerged, and the Xinxia genre has become one of the most popular categories in online literature, firmly establishing Yifeng as a new king among newcomers and a celebrated author. It can be said that Yifeng has revitalized the Xinxia genre. Regardless of its future success, readers will remember that he was the one who ignited its popularity. At this moment, another idea begins to take shape in Yifeng's mind. Note, CJ7, directed by Stephen Chow. Chapter 30. Alarm. Yifeng opened the Tomato Novel Network and searched for a while, his brows furrowed in dismay. To his astonishment, there was no category for mystery or survival adventure, only a classification for tomb raiding. Yifeng pondered whether to publish Ghost Blows Out the Light. Just then, a system notification chimed. The host should remember to complete the novel classification. Yifeng nodded, understanding the implication. At this moment, Immortal and Oppo's journey to immortality had concluded its serialization, and Yifeng had garnered a substantial following. This popularity was destined to grow as time passed, particularly in the realm of fantasy. It was indeed the most opportune moment for him to release a new novel, capitalizing on his current acclaim. However, publishing Ghost Blows Out the Light posed a significant challenge, as no mystery or survival adventure novels had previously emerged in the industry. After dedicating a day, and with his extraordinary writing speed, the first volume of Ghost Blows Out the Light, titled The Ancient City of Jingjue, was completed. He reviewed it thoroughly, finding no issues. Contemplating his next step, he sent a message to the editor, Li Hua. The first volume of the new book is ready. After dispatching the message, Yifeng sat back in his chair deep in thought. Meanwhile, editor Li Hua saw Yifeng's message and promptly opened it. To his astonishment, it was news regarding a new book. Li Hua was taken aback. The last book had barely finished, and now Yi Feng was launching a new one. Truly impressive. Yi Feng. He quickly grabbed his phone and replied, "You are remarkable, Teacher Yi Feng. You write astonishingly fast. My admiration for you is boundless." He lavished praise upon Yi Feng before continuing. "Is your new book still in the fantasy genre? I'm so eager to see it. Can you share it with me now?" Yi Feng read his message and smiled. The new book is not fantasy. It is a mystery and survival adventure. Editor Li Hua was taken aback, perplexed. What exactly was a mystery survival adventure? He quickly typed, "Teacher Yi Feng, I have a suggestion. You are currently regarded as a leading figure in fantasy novels. It would be greatly beneficial for you to specialize in this genre." Li Hua earnestly urged him. This was quite a common situation. In fact, the website encouraged authors to write in their preferred genres, as it would yield greater profits for both the authors and the site, while also solidifying the author's popularity. Previously, some authors had attempted to explore different genres, only to be met with rejection from readers. This resulted in neither fame nor fortune, leading to self-doubt. Li Hua continued to passionately advocate for Yi Feng to delve deeper into the fantasy genre. Yi Feng graciously declined his well-meaning advice and shared Ghost Blows Out the Light with him. This novel was a remarkable work from his past life, a pioneer of the tomb raiding genre that had captivated countless readers. Li Hua soon received the manuscript from Yi Feng. Ghost Blows Out the Light? He mused, intrigued. Nevertheless, knowing it was a work by the esteemed Yi Feng, he approached it with utmost seriousness. Tomb raiding is not a leisurely pursuit. It is not about composing poetry or indulging in refined arts, but rather a skill, a destructive art. When ancient nobles constructed tombs, they sought to safeguard their valuable burial items and devised numerous traps and mechanisms to prevent theft. Thus, they employed every conceivable means, including boulders, quicksand, poisoned arrows, venomous creatures, and countless hidden pitfalls. Editor Li Hua was engrossed, feeling himself drawn into the narrative. It became evident that Yi Feng was indeed not writing a fantasy novel. My grandfather, Hu Guohua, hails from a prominent family known for its vast wealth, having once owned over 40 interconnected houses in the city during its heyday, with some family members even holding official positions or engaging in business. Li Hua was puzzled. Was this autobiographical? Yet, wasn't Yi Feng's surname Yi? Perhaps he simply preferred to remain discreet. Li Hua continued reading. The intrigue of the ancient city of Jingjue was multifaceted. He picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, is this the police department? I am an editor at the Tomato Novel Network. I suspect that an author is a tomb raider. I will send you his criminal notes. His information is..." Note, Ghost Blows Out the Light is authored by the esteemed Tian Xiaobakang. Chapter 31, Shock. A series of knocks echoed through the air. Yi Feng and Su Yahan were roused from their slumber by the persistent sound. Irritated, Yi Feng rose to investigate the disturbance. Police? What could they want at my residence? Peering through the peephole, he observed several officers standing outside, their presence piquing his curiosity. He opened the door, but before he could utter a word, one of the officers spoke up. "I am Lu Lian from the Public Security Bureau of Yuezhou. We suspect you are involved in tomb raiding activities along with an accomplice. Please accompany us for an investigation. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say may be used as evidence in court." Yi Feng fell silent for a few moments, contemplating the officer's accusation. The mention of tomb raiding triggered a realization. It must have been editor Li Hua who reported him. The captivating narrative of Ghost Blows Out the Light had led Li Hua to believe it was a true story, prompting him to alert the authorities. Thus the police, misled by the gripping tale, had come to apprehend him. In a short span, Yi Feng pieced together the sequence of events. He regarded the officers calmly, asking, "Officer, may I speak with my family for a moment?" "No," came the immediate response from Lu Yin and Appos, as companion. Yi Feng and Appos, his gaze sharpened as he studied them. "Yes, I would like to." At this, Lu Yin interjected. Yi Feng turned to Su Yahan, who was visibly distressed, tears welling in her eyes. "Darling, are you all right?" They must have made a mistake. She had overheard their conversation and could not fathom how Yi Feng could be implicated in such wrongdoing. Her unwavering trust in him shone through. He embraced her, attempting to soothe her anxiety. "It's all right. They have misunderstood. I will accompany them, and you need not worry." He then shared a tender kiss with her before being led away by the police. Meanwhile, a paparazzo captured the entire scene. Before long, news of Feng and Oppo's apprehension surged on social media. Shock. First-line singer Feng was taken away by the police this morning. Shock. Literary prodigy Feng apprehended. What did Feng do? The headlines quickly occupied entertainment news. The owner of Apple Entertainment caught wind of these trending topics and promptly drove to Feng and Su Yahan's residence. Lin Yun, her expression grave, anxiously inquired about the situation. Su Yahan explained that the police had made a mistake. Relieved, Lin Yun understood that Feng must not come to harm. Concerned for her well-being, Lin Yun silently supported her. Soon, Su Yahan received 2 phone calls. The first was from her father, who was worried about Feng, his voice trembling as he asked what had transpired. Su Yahan quickly reassured him, clarifying that it was merely a misunderstanding. Upon learning the truth, her father, Su Jun, felt a wave of relief. The second call was from her younger sister, Feng's sister-in-law. As soon as they connected, Xiaoxua burst into tears, repeatedly asking about Feng. Su Yahan comforted her sister for an extended period. As the news continued to spread, the entertainment industry was abuzz with shock. Many executives discussed the situation. What is going on? Feng from Apple Entertainment has been taken in? Ha! He just became a first-line singer, and now this. What a laugh. What did Feng do? Could it be copyright infringement? Perhaps. The industry buzzed with speculation regarding Feng's predicament, and many appeared to revel in his misfortune. People often derive a peculiar satisfaction from presuming the worst about others, especially those perceived as virtuous. Numerous negative comments about Feng were strategically promoted by rival companies, as colleagues seldom wish for one another in Oppo's success. Should the opportunity arise to undermine, they would not hesitate to do so. Lin Yun, witnessing the disparaging remarks, erupted in anger. Subsequently, she invested considerable resources to remove the unfavorable comments about Feng. At the same time, the editor-in-chief of Tomato Novel Network noticed the news about Feng. With a serious demeanor, he summoned Li Hua to discuss the matter. Editor-in-chief. It was indeed me. I reported teacher Feng. Li Hua confessed without hesitation. The editor's expression darkened as he scolded. Are you out of your mind? The details are too vivid, too realistic. The editor, gathering his thoughts, slowly raised his gaze to Li Hua and remarked, I believe you are onto something. This writing feels strikingly authentic. He sighed, lamenting, what a pity for such a talented individual to be embroiled in tomb raiding. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, letting out a quiet sigh. Chapter 32. Is apology effective? Take some concrete action, Mr. Feng. I sincerely apologize. We have found no issues regarding your case. We will provide compensation for the inconveniences caused to your personal and social life. Lu Yin, accompanied by other officers, earnestly bowed to Feng in an act of apology. Feng observed their demeanor, his expression inscrutable. After a brief pause, he slowly inquired, what kind of compensation are you offering me? We will issue a statement affirming that you, Mr. Feng, have committed no crime. Furthermore, we will provide you with a measure of financial compensation for the impact on your social reputation. Lu Yin and the nearby officers hastily replied. Upon hearing this, Feng nodded and remarked, there is no need for financial compensation. I request that you publicly declare that my novel was so vivid and compelling that it led you to mistakenly believe I was committing a crime. Lu Yin and his colleagues did not find this request inappropriate and promptly acquiesced. Feng contemplated the situation. As a result of this incident, the value of his new book, Ghost Blows Out the Light, would undoubtedly increase. An official promotion would be far more beneficial than any advertisement by websites or entertainment media. The official action was swift. Just as Feng stepped out, the Yuezhao official website released a statement. The headline read, Top singer Feng's new novel too captivating and realistic, leading to official misjudgment. This declaration stirred a considerable uproar in Yuezhao. First, Feng's music fans began to chatter. So Feng has ventured into novel writing. I was terrified, thinking I would never hear his songs again. Indeed, the officials claim Feng was mistakenly detained due to the brilliance of his new work. I can't wait to see how captivating and realistic it truly is. Absolutely. If the officials endorse it, I must follow. Yu Zhao's entertainment companies chimed in with unanimous praise, so it was only due to the new book. I thought he had committed some unlawful act. Me too. I have never spoken ill of him. You, upstairs, are the one who bought the most disparaging articles. Have a little dignity. Yi Feng is truly talented, releasing songs and writing novels. He is impressive. Apple Entertainment is indeed fortunate. The comments from entertainment companies were overwhelmingly positive, a stark contrast to the negative remarks prior to Yi Feng's release. Lin Yiyun, observing the unanimous commendation from the executives, scoffed. These people are utterly shameless. I have always believed in Yi Feng. At this moment, on the Tomato Novel Network, editor Li Hua trembled as he scrolled through the comments regarding Yi Feng, feeling increasingly distressed. Li Hua, the chief editor is calling for you. A colleague patted Li Hua on the shoulder, startling him. Li Hua had just seen the chief editor's expression darken as he bellowed. Li Hua, why did you report teacher Yi Feng? He is a person of high integrity. How could he engage in such actions? It's all your fault. Now, teacher Yi Feng will surely hold a grudge against us. Li Hua gazed at the chief editor, his eyes wide with disbelief. But chief, just a day ago, you did not express such sentiments. How can you utter such brazen words? What are you staring at? You are to apologize to teacher Yi Feng. If he does not forgive you, do not return. Li Hua lowered his head in compliance. He picked up his phone and dialed Yi Feng and Oppo's number, but it would not connect. Yi Feng had blocked him. Looking at his phone, Li Hua forced a bitter smile. Chief, teacher Yi Feng has blocked my number. Subsequently, Li Hua appeared lost, utterly dejected. The chief editor, observing his forlorn demeanor, chose to remain silent. Upon returning home, Yi Feng was immediately enveloped by Su Yahan's embrace. Through her, he learned of the events that transpired during his absence. He dialed Lin Yiyun's number, and when the call connected, he said, Boss, thank you for taking care of Yahan during this time. Lin Yiyun replied with a smile. It was my duty. By the way, the food in there must not have been very good. I've reserved a private room for the three of us to enjoy a feast together. Yi Feng responded cheerfully, sounds great. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yiyun arrived to take Yi Feng and Su Yahan out for a sumptuous meal. The three enjoyed themselves immensely. Yi Feng also called his father-in-law and sister-in-law to inform them of his safety, receiving their concerned words in return, which made him realize it was time to visit home. Yi Feng furrowed his brow. The chief editor hastily continued, I sincerely apologize on behalf of our editor Li Hua for his report against you. I am here to extend my apologies. Yi Feng remained calm and replied, I understand. He then ended the call. The chief editor was taken aback. Yi Feng had hung up rather abruptly, indicating he was genuinely upset. Without delay, he called Yi Feng again. Teacher Yi Feng, we sincerely apologize to you. Yi Feng frowned and asked, what is it? Speak quickly. On the other end, the chief editor chuckled. What about your new book? Yi Feng sneered. Is an apology sufficient? You think I would relinquish my new book for a mere apology? How naive. What I require is a tangible act of contrition. Chapter 33. Elevating the contract level, the official promotion has proven remarkably effective. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Yi Feng and Oppo's new book has garnered immense popularity even before its release. The extent of this fervor is quite considerable. Now, apart from the Tomato Novel Network, other literary platforms are also reaching out to Yi Feng. The chief editor of Tomato has been losing sleep lately because of Yi Feng's new work. After some deliberation, he confided in the website's management about the situation. The manager, upon hearing this, rebuked him vehemently. Subsequently, with a serious demeanor, they discussed Yi Feng's case. Ultimately, they seem to have made a significant decision. At this moment, Yi Feng was dining with Su Yahan when his phone rang. Upon answering, he heard, Hello, teacher Yi Feng. This is chief editor Xiong Wei from the website. Yi Feng furrowed his brow, asking, What is it? Xiong Wei quickly began to apologize. Teacher Yi Feng, our previous oversight has caused you undue distress. I sincerely apologize. He continued, in an effort to express our regret, we have decided to elevate your contract. Yi Feng remained calm, inquiring, How so? Xiong Wei promptly replied, We have resolved to upgrade your contract from a master agreement to a platinum agreement. Oh, Yi Feng and Oppo's interest was piqued. Moreover, the copyright for Oppo's Ghost Blows Out the Light and Amp, Oppos, belongs to you, and you retain control over its film rights and various adaptations. Xiong Wei said with evident reluctance. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement very well. Upon hearing this, Xiong Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It is important to note that Ghost Blows Out the Light is a seminal work in the realm of suspense and adventure. With official promotion behind it, its popularity is assured. It can be deemed a pioneer in the tomb raiding genre, and is anticipated that countless works will follow suit, leading to significant economic benefits and influence. They were keen to prevent other platforms from taking over Ghost Blows Out the Light. Subsequently, Xiong Wei sent Yi Feng the new contract. Yi Feng scrutinized the platinum agreement, ensuring all copyright matters were under his purview and that the profit-sharing ratio had improved from a 50-50 split to a 70-30 split, with the website retaining 30% and Yi Feng receiving 70%. After confirming that everything was in order, he signed the contract. When will the new book and Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Amp, Oppos be released? Xiong Wei inquired eagerly, relieved that Yi Feng had signed. Yi Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Let us set the release for 3 days from now. The preheating is about complete. Xiong Wei exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. The anticipation for your work is palpable. Coupled with his fame as a leading singer, the initial promotional enthusiasm for Ghost Blows Out the Light surged. Yi Feng also promoted the new novel on his social media, announcing, "The new novel Ghost Blows Out the Light will be released in 3 days. I welcome everyone to read it." This announcement sparked considerable interest among his fans. Wow, Yi Feng's new novel is coming. Is it still a fantasy novel? I can hardly wait. Some fans even joked, is this the novel that got Yi Feng into trouble? I heard it was so captivating and realistic that it landed him in trouble. I can't wait to read it. It's a must-read. The official endorsement only adds to its allure. As discussions intensified, the excitement surrounding Yi Feng's new release continued to grow. The Tomato Novel Network prominently featured Yi Feng and Amp, Oppos, new book and Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Amp, Oppos, in its top recommendation slot. The announcement read, new platinum author Yi Feng and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Amp, Oppos, will be released in 3 days. Stay tuned. On the third day, the Tomato Novel Network unveiled an audacious promotional slogan. Yi Feng's new book Ghost Blows Out the Light, setting a new standard. This slogan not only appeared on their site, but also on numerous online advertisements, making it virtually impossible to browse the internet without encountering it. While many deemed Yi Feng overly bold, they refrained from voicing their criticism, especially in light of the official statement that had significantly impacted the reception of his new work. Consequently, many became aware that Yi Feng was releasing a new book the following day, filled with anticipation. The primary reason for this heightened interest was the earlier official statement, which alluded to Yi Feng and Amp, Oppos' arrest while writing this very book, only to later clarify it as a misunderstanding. This piqued the curiosity of many regarding just how authentic and captivating Yi Feng and Oppos' new work could be. Yi Feng employed his own unique promotional approach, stating, Fangqiu Seal, Gold Digger's Charm, Mountain-Moving Techniques, Dragon-Seeking Secrets. Light the candle, Ghost Blows Out the Light, Surveying the Tombs in Search of Star Peaks, Mercury Spots, Nurturing Bright Artifacts, Dragon Towers and Treasures in Abundance, Sunken Coffins, Bronze Coffins, Approach with Caution if your fate is weak. Many who encountered this were left perplexed, pondering its meaning. The anticipation reached a fever pitch. Note, the commentary within this text is derived from the renowned novel and Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Amp, Oppos' Winky Face. Chapter 34. The Affirmation of the Adventurer Expert Today. Ghost Blows Out the Light has been released. The Tomato Novel Network has established a dedicated category for it, mystery and adventure survival. Furthermore, it has granted Ghost Blows Out the Light a prime recommendation position on its homepage. With the added popularity of Yi Feng himself, coupled with the promotional efforts from the authorities and the website and Amp, Oppos' traffic allocation, Ghost Blows Out the Light quickly garnered a vast audience. Many readers were astonished upon first encountering this category, as it seemed to be an exceedingly niche genre, one they had never encountered before. A wave of curiosity swept through. He revitalized a rarely explored Xinxia theme, transforming it into a popular topic. This time, the theme is something none of us has even heard of. What will it be like? Many readers began to delve into the story. Among this group of readers was the renowned explorer Zhang Ming. With the extensive advertising for Ghost Blows Out the Light, upon encountering it online as a mystery and adventure survival genre, his interest was piqued. Previously, he had never read novels, but this time, intrigued by Ghost Blows Out the Light, he took the initiative to download the novel website. Upon opening the application, he immediately spotted the recommended Ghost Blows Out the Light. He clicked into Explore. As he began reading the novel, he was taken aback to discover it was written in the first person. Did this enhance the immersive experience? He continued reading. The four major tomb raiding schools, Fho, Mo, Jin, Banshan, and Xieling. When a candle is lit, the ghost blows out the light. One must ignite a candle in the southeast corner before opening the coffin in an ancient tomb. If the candle extinguishes, one must swiftly retreat and take nothing. This is said to be a covenant between the living and the dead, established by the ancestral master, passed down for a millennium, and must not be broken. Do not touch gold when the rooster crows and the lamp goes out. When seeking dragons, observe the tangled mountains. A single rush through the tangle is a significant barrier. If the gates have 1,000 locks, surely a prince resides within. Zhang Ming was captivated by the unfolding narrative. As the story progressed, and the plot involving the paper figurines and the intricate rules of tomb raiding was meticulously dissected by the author, he became increasingly engrossed. Time slipped away. The content he was immersed in deepened. Zongzi and Mo Jin talismans, extraordinary individuals determining auspicious locations. The Queen of Jingjua, underground ghost caves, corpse incense devil yam. Zhang Ming was utterly enthralled. By dawn the next day, he had astonishingly stayed up all night to finish the first volume of Ghost Blows Out the Light. He exclaimed, absolutely riveting. The author is truly talented. He glanced at the author's name, puzzled. He had never heard of an author named Feng in the tomb raiding community. He searched for more information, but found nothing in the exploration field either. At that moment, confusion enveloped him. He clicked on Feng's avatar, a platinum master, author of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. He read a bit more of A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Previously, he had penned Xinxia tales, and now he ventured into exploration. This Feng was indeed a genius. Zhang Ming gazed at Feng and Appo's avatar, a hint of admiration in his tone. He subsequently shared the link to Ghost Blows Out the Light in a group chat composed of renowned explorers, filled with prominent figures in the field. When he posted the novel link, the group erupted in response. Zhang Ming, what on earth are you sharing? A novel? Why are you posting that? We don't read novels. Zhang Ming replied in the group. It's a tomb raiding adventure novel. I read it all night. It's incredibly exciting. You should check it out. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's words, many became intrigued. The group quieted down, with several members beginning to read. Zhang Ming reflected on Ghost Blows Out the Light with deep sentiment. This Feng, he was now a devoted fan, and no one could deter him. He proclaimed. He eagerly awaited the sequel. He downloaded the book and generously contributed some money. A day passed. After a day of fermentation, the acclaim for Ghost Blows Out the Light began to surface. The most praised review came from adventurer Zhang Ming. I had never read novels before, as there were none in the adventure genre. This time, I was fortunate to read Ghost Blows Out the Light, and I feel the author is even more professional than I am as an explorer. The story is wonderfully written, and I have learned a great deal. Thank you. I eagerly anticipate the subsequent plot. It an Appo's. As Zhang Ming the explorer, I know him. He an Appo's, as quite famous. I also know he reads in Appo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light. And Appo's, I find it thrilling and captivating. Positive reviews continue to pour in, and remarkably, there were no negative comments. Ghost Blows Out the Light had captivated me to the extent that I could not put it down, both thrilling and terrifying. I dared not venture to the restroom alone at night. No wonder Feng was apprehended. This book feels so incredibly real. This book is destined to become a sensation. I leave this message as proof. The website's chief editor, Xiong Wei, observed the increasing number of favorable reviews and chuckled heartily. The influence of Ghost Blows Out the Light continues to expand. Note: the novel commentary content in this text is sourced from the renowned novel Ghost Blows Out the Light. Chapter 35. The Wind Vein. The influence of Ghost Blows Out the Light continues to expand. Archaeologists and experts in tomb raiding have noted that this book encompasses history, culture, geography, and even the I Ching and Bagua, making it an exceptional work. This commentary has further amplified the book and Appo's impact. Within a week, a surge of novels in the tomb raiding genre has emerged. Within the industry, editors from various platforms, aside from the Tomato Novel website, have also taken to reading Ghost Blows Out the Light. Many editors have expressed their excitement, stating that the market for mystery, adventure, and survival novels is about to flourish. Feng has become a veritable barometer within the community. Previously, he wrote in the realm of fantasy, successfully igniting interest in the genre. Now, he has pioneered an entirely new category, one that has garnered both expert recognition and widespread popularity. Feng and Appo's prowess is indeed formidable, instilling a sense of reverence among many. Thanks to Feng, the Tomato website has established a new classification that has proven immensely popular. Now, in addition to the Tomato Novel website, numerous platforms are openly soliciting novels in the mystery and adventure genres. Many authors privately express their gratitude towards Feng, regarding him as their idol. His influence has enabled numerous aspiring writers in the mystery and adventure genres to find their footing. At home, Su Yahan continuously encourages Feng to eat more and replenish his strength, acknowledging his recent hard work. Given the volume of writing he has produced and his obligations, Feng receives a call from the editor-in-chief, Xiong Wei. Upon answering, Xiong Wei and Appo's excited voice fills the line. Teacher Feng, your new book is performing exceptionally well. Congratulations. You are now quite the celebrity. By the way, my whole family loves your songs. I particularly enjoy The Blooming Life. My wife adores 10 years, and my daughter is fond of Sunny Day. We all appreciate your music. Feng responds with a smile, thanking them for their support. Xiong Wei, delighted, remarks on Feng's remarkable talent and humility. Feng pauses before saying, the fame of Ghost Blows Out the Light is growing, and I believe it is time to publish a physical edition. I will send you some chapters shortly. What do you think? Xiong Wei, thrilled, agrees wholeheartedly. You're absolutely right. With the increasing popularity, we should publish a physical copy to broaden its reach. Additionally, could we arrange a book signing event? That would significantly boost sales and enhance visibility. Feng responds affirmatively. That is precisely my intention. Thus, the two of them swiftly reach a consensus. The book signing event is a resounding success, further elevating Feng's popularity and influence. He does feel a bit fatigued, however, as his hand aches from signing so many books and his face aches from smiling for countless photos. Once home, he falls into a deep slumber. At that moment, a pleasant mechanical voice resonates. Feng, just waking, is immediately alert. Congratulations, the host fan base has surpassed 15 million. Reward, 2 additional years of life. Instantly, a warm current flows through Feng and Appo's body, invigorating him. Reward, the song and Appo's Norwegian Forest, and Appo's Reward, the song and Appo's Nocturne, and Appo's as the system announces the rewards. Musical samples of Norwegian Forest and Nocturne materialize in Feng and Appo's hands. Both songs are outstanding hits, one inspiring mass sing-alongs, the other winning countless awards. You have 2 chances to draw in the lottery. Would you like to proceed? Yes, I would like to draw. First draw. Thank you for participating. Consolation prize of 1 million. Second draw. Thank you for participating. Consolation prize of 1 million. At this moment, a notification on his phone signals the arrival of funds to his bank account. In recent days, as Ghost Blows Out the Light has surged in popularity, Feng has received several million in royalties. His total earnings now exceed 40 million. Feng reflects. realizing it is time to return home and purchase gifts for his father-in-law and sister-in-law. Note: the song Nocturne is composed by Jay Cho, with lyrics by Vincent Feng. Performed by Jay Cho. Norwegian Forest is composed and performed by Wu Bai. Chapter 36. Can you be like teacher Yi Feng? Yi Feng and Su Yahan were preparing to return home. They approached the company to request leave. Just as they arrived at the door of the boss's office, they overheard a scolding voice from within. Leave? All you know is to ask for leave. Do you have any idea how busy the company is right now? And close the door behind you. Lin Yun shouted at a young man. Yi Feng and Su Yahan exchanged glances outside, surprised at the boss's fierce reprimand. Yi Feng had always thought Lin Yun had the best temper and never scolded anyone. Today, he discovered her fierce side. The young man, looking dejected. May I take a photo with you? The young man's face turned crimson with excitement upon seeing Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled and took a photo with him, and the young man ran off, exhilarated. Lin Yun caught the commotion at the door. As Yi Feng and Su Yahan stepped inside, she approached them with a smile. You two have arrived at work quite early today. Lin Yun greeted them cheerfully. Yi Feng and Su Yahan exchanged another glance, and Yi Feng spoke gently. Boss, we would like to request a leave of absence. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun and Appo's hand trembled slightly as she poured tea for Yi Feng. She slowly raised her head and forced a smile. All right. Yi Feng continued. Su Yahan and I wish to return home to visit our families and buy them some gifts. Lin Yun paused, knowing about their families and the hardships they had faced. Now that Yi Feng had become successful, it was likely he wanted to repay his family. Yi Feng and Su Yahan expressed their heartfelt thanks to their boss. As they stepped out of the boss's office, Director Zhao from the artist department approached them. Teacher Yi Feng, what a coincidence. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you here? Director Zhao inquired, puzzled since Yi Feng rarely appeared at the company. Su Yahan smiled. We are here to request leave to go home for a few days. Director Zhao was astonished. Is the boss really that accommodating? Just yesterday, one of our artists requested leave and was outright denied. The boss scolded him and me quite thoroughly. Yi Feng and Su Yahan smiled, but said nothing. After exchanging pleasantries, they departed. Watching their retreating figures, Director Zhao murmured to himself, could it be that the boss is in a good mood today? I should give a try. In the boss's office, Director Zhao attempted, Boss, I would like to request leave because... But Lin Yun interrupted him with a cold expression. Get out. Director Zhao protested, Boss. Teacher Yi Feng and Sister Su were granted leave. Why can an Appo's Ti? Lin Yun scoffed. Are you comparable to Teacher Yi Feng? Director Zhao was taken aback. Lin Yun continued. I want an Appo's T request leave anymore. I want an Appo's T. Meanwhile, having successfully obtained their leave, Yi Feng and Su Yahan arrived at a luxury car dealership. Darling, what are we doing here? Su Yahan asked, her face full of confusion. Yi Feng smiled gently at her. We are here to buy you a car? He recalled Su Yahan and Appo's dream of owning a red convertible sports car. Oh, you still remember? Su Yahan gazed at Yi Feng with affection. Before long, Yi Feng purchased a red convertible sports car worth over 3 million. Su Yahan stared at the car, lost in thought. She remembered her initial dream of owning a convertible worth merely hundreds of thousands. Now, her husband Yi Feng had gifted her a car worth over 3 million. She looked at Yi Feng with tenderness and love in her eyes. Darling, let me take you home. All right. A warm sunset bathed their faces, creating an exquisite scene. Chapter 37. The beautiful sister-in-law, Su Yahan, drove alongside Yi Feng as they embarked on their journey home, such as 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Su Yahan was delighted to see Yi Feng and Appo's concern for her sister. You should pamper her. Soon, they resumed their journey home. Su Yahan and Yi Feng resided on the outskirts of a small county town. Their family was not affluent, as Su's father worked tirelessly to support Yi Feng, Su Yahan, and her sister. Yi Feng's return home aimed to ensure a comfortable retirement for Su's father, freeing him from the burdens of labor. With newfound capabilities, Yi Feng was determined to provide a better life for his family. As they walked, many passers-by cast admiring glances at the charming couple, marveling at their striking compatibility. Before long, they arrived at the familiar doorstep. Gazing at the modest entrance stirred a wave of nostalgia within Yifeng. Knock, knock, knock. Coming. A melodious voice rang out. The door creaked open. You're back. Su Yahan looked at her sister, her face brimming with affection. The girl was named Su Shui. She was slender, with delicate features, though her skin bore a slight yellowish hue, hinting at long-term malnutrition. Xiao Shui, you've become even more beautiful, Yifeng teased, eliciting a tremor from Su Shui in Su Yahan's arms. Su Yahan shot Yifeng a playful glare. After a moment of serious appraisal, Su Shui exclaimed, brother-in-law, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Yifeng nodded with a smile. By the way, this is the study material your sister got for you. Su Yahan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. When did I buy study materials for Xiao Shui? You're quite mistaken. Honey, you're being ridiculous. These are the skincare products and dress I bought for you. Do you like them? Yifeng then revealed the gifts prepared by Su Yahan for Su Shui. Upon seeing the study materials, Su Shui swayed slightly, casting a resentful glance at Su Yahan. However, her eyes sparkled upon noticing the skincare products and dress in Yifeng's hands. My new brother-in-law loves me the most. Su Shui joyfully accepted the gifts. Where's Dad? Yifeng and Su Yahan inquired in unison. Dad went to the construction site and hasn't returned yet. Su Shui replied. Understanding dawned on Yifeng. They entered the home, and familiar sights flooded back. The old residence featured wooden beams and gray tiles, with a faded leather sofa marred by cracks and holes, accompanied by several low stools. Though modest, the home was impeccably clean and orderly. As Yifeng observed everything, nostalgia tugged at his heartstrings. This time, he was determined to buy a larger house for his father and Su Shui. At that moment, warm hands clasped Yifeng's, and Su Yahan smiled gently at him. With a grin, Yifeng suggested, let us prepare a delightful meal before Dad returns. Absolutely. Su Yahan and Su Shui responded eagerly, resulting in a bountiful spread that left Su Shui salivating with anticipation. As evening fell, Su Jun returned from work. The trio called out in unison, Dad, 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 leaving him momentarily bewildered, especially upon seeing Yifeng and Su Yahan. Observing the creases on Su Jun and Appo's face and the gray in his hair, Yifeng felt a pang in his heart. This time, he vowed to relieve his father of work, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable life. Xiao Feng and Yahan, you've returned. Su Jun stammered, visibly moved. At that moment, tears welled in Su Yahan's eyes, while Yifeng felt a lump in his throat. Dad, brother-in-law and sister arrived this afternoon. We even prepared dinner. Let us eat. Su Shui interrupted the touching scene, prompting laughter from everyone, a genuine expression of joy. The dinner was lavish, featuring braised fish, spicy chicken, stir-fried beef with green peppers, and minced eggplant, delicacies they had previously refrained from enjoying. The family shared a delightful meal. Why does it seem that your and Xiao Shui's lives haven't changed at all? Chapter 38. Is this a big shot? He chuckled. ISN and Amp? Appo's that's some rather excessive? I merely wish to set it aside for you and Yahan, in case you ever find yourselves in need. Su Jun spoke with a calm demeanor. In the past, whenever Yifeng fell ill, Su Jun would send him money. It wasn't in Appo's until Su Jun himself was hospitalized that Yifeng learned he had been working multiple jobs to the point of exhaustion, all for Yifeng and Appo's sake. Throughout Yifeng and Appo's life, his pocket money had been several times that of Su Yahan and Su Shui. Su Jun often spoke of the kindness shown to him by Yifeng's deceased father. However, Yifeng had no recollection of his father, having never seen him since childhood. Su Jun had always treated Yifeng like his own son. Yifeng possessed commendable character and a pleasant disposition, which endeared him to Su Yahan. Coupled with his striking looks, Su Yahan often found herself in rivalry with other girls over him. There was a memorable incident during their school days when a beautiful girl, the campus belle, confessed her feelings to Yifeng. He, however, rejected her outright, clearly expressing his affection for Su Yahan and his unwavering commitment to her. Ironically, this only intensified the girl's admiration for him, as she proclaimed her fondness for his loyalty. This incident stirred quite a commotion at the time. Yifeng's amiable nature also earned him the affection of the neighbors. Su Jun shared that once Yi Feng became a star, reporters came to interview him, with neighbors praising him as a fine young man. The following day, early in the morning, Yi Feng, along with Su Jun, Su Yahan, and Su Shui, but Su Jun declined, citing he did not possess a driver and amp, Oppos, as license. Initially, Su Jun was opposed to the idea of buying a house, but after persuasion from Yi Feng and Su Yahan, he eventually relented. Yi Feng's financial situation had significantly improved, thanks to income from song downloads, his company salary, royalties from his novels, and system rewards. This newfound wealth empowered him to provide his family with a comfortable home. He could no longer allow his beloved family to endure the cramped confines of their dilapidated dwelling. In a mountainous city where Yi Feng had spent his childhood, the property prices were relatively reasonable. Thus, he chose the most prime location available. Upon entering a real estate office, they were warmly greeted by a young saleswoman. "Hello, are you here to view properties?" she inquired. "I am Xiao Wang, responsible for property explanations here." Su Jun and Su Shui felt somewhat reserved and embarrassed, but the saleswoman quickly alleviated the awkwardness with her professionalism. "May I ask what price range you're considering for your new home?" she asked. Yi Feng replied calmly. "Please tell me about the comfortable homes in this area, known for its beautiful environment." The saleswoman was taken aback. Such a request indicated that the clients were not particularly concerned about price. However, she noted their modest attire, especially Yi Feng's simple t-shirt, jeans. He was undeniably handsome with a remarkable aura. Television often stated that the wealthier one is, the more understated they become. Could it be that this family was indeed of significant stature? With that thought, the saleswoman felt a newfound respect and greeted them with even greater enthusiasm. Diligently introducing the available properties, they viewed 5 or 6 houses, and the saleswoman was exceptionally attentive. Among them, Yi Feng found a villa that he was particularly fond of. The saleswoman was taken aback, but soon her expression shifted to one of concern. "Sir, you have exquisite taste. However, the loan process may take a few days due to the unique nature of this property." Yi Feng replied, "I will pay in full." "What?" The saleswoman was astonished. Su Yahan, though somewhat composed, was still astonished. "My husband is so good to his family." "Sir, please wait. I will call the company right away." The saleswoman, filled with excitement, hurriedly pulled out her phone to make the call. After a brief wait, her expression darkened. "I'm terribly sorry, sir." Chapter 39. Young people should not be too arrogant. "I apologize, sir, but the house you wish to purchase has just been reserved by someone else," the salesperson said, bowing slightly to Yi Feng's family with sincere regret. Su Jun tugged at Yi Feng, indicating they could explore other properties. Su Yahan and Su Shui were still processing the fact that Yi Feng could afford to pay 18 million in cash. Yi Feng remained silent, merely nodding. Salesperson Xiao Wang looked at Yi Feng, his face etched with remorse. At that moment, a group of individuals entered. Upon interaction, it was revealed that this group comprised the ones who had reserved the house. Besides the salesperson, there were 2 other people, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, and a young woman in her 20s, dressed in a casual suit. The elderly man had a somewhat fierce appearance, exuding an intimidating aura. The elderly man surveyed the interior and exterior of the house, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "Xiao Zhang, you've done well. I will reward you when we return. This house is quite appealing. I'll take it." The young woman's face lit up with excitement, and the nearby salesperson also beamed, knowing that the commission would be substantial. At this juncture, the elderly man noticed Yi Feng and his companions, looking at the secretary and the salesperson with curiosity. "Who are these individuals?" he asked. The young salesperson who had accompanied him quickly replied, "These are also clients. But since you, Chairman, have expressed interest in this property, it now belongs to you." He bowed slightly and offered a professional smile to Yi Feng's group. Then, he addressed Xiao Wang. "Xiao Wang, thank you for your hard work. Li Gu will treat you to dinner later. Please escort the clients away for now. Their social standing surpasses ours," he thought, casting a discreet glance at Yi Feng, sensing an extraordinary aura about him that seemed familiar yet elusive. Xiao Wang looked at Yi Feng and Appo's group with a hint of apology. Yi Feng smiled back at him. He had observed the previous conversation and the demeanor of others, Comprehending the situation, it was not Xiao Wang and Appo's fault. He glanced at his father-in-law and Su Shui, who were both encouraging him to consider other houses. Thus, Yi Feng was preparing to leave with his family. "Are you not Yi Feng?" The secretary beside the elderly man spoke up, her voice laced with both surprise and delight. She had been listening to his songs and had seen his photos, realizing that they did not do him justice. He was far more handsome in person. The elderly man, upon hearing the secretary and Appo's words, paused in surprise. He scrutinized Yi Feng, making him feel rather uncomfortable. Yi Feng frowned, about to speak, when the elderly man remarked, "Young man, you are quite impressive and handsome. Those 5 songs you created are commendable." His tone was neutral, betraying no emotion. Yi Feng nodded, replying, "Thank you." The secretary then chimed in, "Yi Feng, we were just about to seek you out." Yi Feng, puzzled, asked for what purpose. Both the secretary and the elderly gentleman were taken aback, evidently not anticipating such a decisive refusal. The elderly man regarded Yi Feng, his brow furrowing like a chrysanthemum. "Young man, are you aware of Mango Entertainment?" Yi Feng met the elderly man and Appo's gaze, responding calmly, "I am aware." This young man was not adhering to conventional modesty. Are young people today so bold? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The elderly man's voice grew louder, resolute. "We have many musical prodigies in our company, yet after producing a few good songs, their abilities tend to decline gradually. Yi Feng, you are too young. I have experienced much that you have yet to encounter." Yi Feng nodded, acknowledging that most prodigies indeed follow this pattern. The elderly man, seeing Yi Feng's agreement, continued thus, "If you join our company, I can arrange for numerous talented individuals to write songs for you. With your appearance and vocal talent, you are suited for stardom. I can offer you conditions that others cannot. What do you say?" The elderly man coaxed, but Yi Feng remained unmoved. Having seen the true face of capital in his previous life, he responded slowly, "I'm afraid I must decline." The elderly man's expression darkened as he slowly uttered, "Young people should not be too arrogant." Chapter 40. A sudden shift in atmosphere. Unappreciative. The elderly man snorted coldly. At that moment, the female secretary quickly stepped forward and addressed Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, the influence of Mango Entertainment is beyond your imagination. Joining Mango Entertainment would be your wisest choice. Countless individuals yearn to be part of our esteemed company, yet they remain unfulfilled." As she spoke of Mango Entertainment, her gaze exuded an air of arrogance. Yi Feng responded with a cold laugh, "I decline." The elder's expression darkened significantly. Observing this, the secretary sighed. "Do you understand the repercussions of your refusal? What if, in the future, you find yourself writing books instead of singing? Would that bring you joy?" It was a threat, blatant and unambiguous. Yi Feng and Appo's eyes turned frosty, ready to erupt in anger. "What? He can write books?" Suddenly, the elder inquired. The secretary hastily replied, "Chairman, Yi Feng is indeed a writer, and his works are quite popular." The chairman of Mango Entertainment typically indulged in music and literature, particularly the latter. He held authors in high regard and was acquainted with many. The elder sneered, "What a joke. I am an avid reader myself. If his books were truly popular, I would have heard of them by now." At this moment, the secretary grew anxious, realizing she was unaware of the chairman's reading habits. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead as she quickly stated, "The recently acclaimed book in Appo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light in Appo's, is authored by him." Upon hearing her words, the chairman's pupils widened in astonishment. "What? Did you just say Ghost Blows Out the Light is his work?" The elder grasped the secretary's shoulders, pointing at Yi Feng for confirmation. Despite the pain, she endured and replied, "Yes. Chairman, our investigation confirmed that in Appo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Appo's, is indeed written by him." With her affirmation, the elder and Appo's mouth gaped in disbelief. He recalled how he had pondered the coincidence of Yi Feng sharing a name with his recently favored author of Ghost Blows Out the Light. It dawned on him that they were one and the same. At this moment, he was utterly stunned. He had always regarded in Appo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Appo's, as an exceptional piece of literature, one that captivated him immensely. To comprehend its intricacies, it could be said that he had become an ultimate enthusiast of Ghost Blows Out the Light. As the chairman regained his composure, he gazed at Yi Feng. His earlier gloom vanished, replaced by a palpable obsequiousness. The way he looked at Yi Feng made those nearby shudder involuntarily. Yi Feng felt the same. There was something unsettling in the elder and Appo's gaze. Suddenly, the chairman of Mango Entertainment pushed aside his assistant and approached Yi Feng directly. In an instant, he warmly grasped Yi Feng's hand. "Teacher Yi Feng, it is an honor to meet you." Yi Feng and Appo's expression was one of bewilderment. What was happening? Just a moment ago, tensions were high, and now they were shaking hands amicably. The others were equally astonished. Su Yahan and Su Shui covered their mouths in shock, their expressions wide-eyed. "But I have recently developed a particular fondness for your work. Ghost blows out the light." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng immediately understood. This was a fan of his work. "Thank you," he replied, raising his hand dismissively. The chairman continued, "You are too modest, Teacher Yi Feng. Your writing is truly captivating. I would love to seek your guidance on the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret arts." The elder gazed at Yi Feng, his eyes brimming with reverence. "Ye Feng, replied. Actually, I am not very knowledgeable." Upon hearing this, the elder and Appo's perception of Yi Feng improved even further. How remarkable it was for someone so young, possessing a beautiful singing voice, to also excel in writing. His novels were not only well-crafted, but also rich in knowledge. The key was his humility in claiming he lacked understanding. In that instant, the elder contemplated numerous possibilities, his gaze towards Yi Feng filled with admiration. Yi Feng felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He truly was not well-versed, yet no one seemed to believe him. At that moment, everyone regarded Yi Feng with newfound respect. Su Jun looked at Yi Feng with pride, thinking, "Little Feng is talented." Su Shui regarded him with admiration. "No wonder he is my brother-in-law." Su Yahan's eyes were filled with affection and pride as she looked at Yi Feng. The two sales representatives gazed at him with awe, while the secretary observed him with a hint of admiration. It was worth noting that the chairman of Mango Entertainment typically had a fiery temper, quick to lash out at any perceived slight. Yet today, witnessing her boss's warmth and humility before Yi Feng, the secretary felt a deep-seated respect for him. Chapter 41. Medical Miracle Teacher Yi Feng. "Are you planning to purchase a house?" inquired the owner of Mango Entertainment. Ye Feng nodded, intending to buy a residence for his family. Upon hearing this, the owner of Mango Entertainment beamed. "How about this? Consider this house as a welcoming gift for me." He gestured towards the property before Yi Feng. Just as Yi Feng was about to decline, the owner continued, "Think of it as an apology for my previous disrespect. If you don't mind, I shall call you Brother Yi Feng. Coincidentally, I share your surname. You may refer to me as Brother Yi." The notion of addressing an elder as a brother left Yi Feng momentarily taken aback. The onlookers were once again astounded, witnessing the owner of Mango Entertainment treating Yi Feng with such camaraderie. The female secretary regarded Yi Feng with a flicker of respect in her eyes. Yi Feng shook his head with a chuckle. "Moreover, Brother Yi, it's all right if you don't join Mango Entertainment. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. I still hold a degree of influence in Yuezhou," the owner declared proudly. Yi Feng nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Then I sincerely thank you, Brother Yi." The owner of Mango Entertainment nodded, his face radiating joy. "Brother Yi, once you finish writing Ghost Blows Out the Light, could you send me a signed copy?" His gaze held a glimmer of anticipation. Yi Feng smiled, of course. Subsequently, he acquired the beautiful villa without spending a single penny. Salesman Xiao Wang and another colleague share the commission, both feeling immense gratitude towards Yi Feng. They secretly resolved to download his songs and listen to them repeatedly, as well as purchase the physical copy of Ghost Blows Out the Light and explore a record of a mortal's journey to immortality online. They were determined to thoroughly enjoy all of Yi Feng and Appo's works. After exchanging contact information, the owner of Mango Entertainment and his secretary departed. Initially, he intended to treat Yi Feng and his companions to a meal, but given that he had just purchased a new home, the family could move in. However, Yi Feng noticed that his family did not seem as elated as he had anticipated. Instead, they gazed at him with complex expressions. Taken aback, Yifeng pondered why they weren't celebrating the new house. He looked at his father-in-law, wife, and sister-in-law. What is wrong? Why is everyone silent? Su Jun regarded Yifeng with a conflicted expression, hesitant to speak. At that moment, Su Shui burst into tears, covering her face. Su Yahan looked at Yifeng, her voice trembling. Husband, are you going to die? Yifeng instantly understood. His family believed he was terminally ill and was preparing for his passing. Observing the worried expressions of his wife, father-in-law, and sister-in-law, a warm current flowed through Yifeng's heart. He smiled gently at them. I recently visited the hospital, and the doctor said I am gradually recovering. Recovering? Is my brother-in-law truly getting better? Husband, is there really no problem? As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, all three of them hurriedly inquired. Xiaofeng, you're not saying this just to spare us pain, are you? Brother-in-law, we understand you. Husband, I comprehend. In that moment, all three began to weep once more. Yifeng reassured them earnestly, I am serious. If you don't believe me, let us go to the hospital right now and get checked. Let us go. On the way there, Yifeng asked the system, is my body truly on the mend? You're welcome. Upon arriving at the hospital, he found it relatively uncrowded. After registering, it quickly became his turn. The attending physician who had previously diagnosed Yifeng furrowed his brow upon seeing the family. His expression turned grave. Do you have any final words? Yifeng looked at him and slowly replied, Doctor, could you please check if my body is indeed improving? The doctor frowned, gazing at Yifeng, and shook his head. Sighing, alas, I have seen you many times before. You will not survive this year. As expected, Su Jun and the others fell in his sorrow once more. Yifeng then smiled. Doctor, please check again. Lately, I feel increasingly stronger. I believe I can live a long life. The attending physician looked at Yifeng, sighing again. Such optimism is rare among patients. It is truly unfair that someone so handsome must face such a fate. Very well, I shall treat you one last time. He regarded Yifeng with an expression of undeniable pity. He proceeded to take Yifeng's pulse. Something fell off. He scrutinized Yifeng with a hint of skepticism. Following that, he employed various medical instruments to examine Yifeng. The more he checked, the more he began to doubt his own understanding. Reflecting on his lifetime of knowledge. How is my little Feng's health? At this moment, Su Jun, observing the doctor's puzzled expression, inquired with concern. The doctor lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Yifeng, though uncertainty lingered within him as he examined his medical report once more. Subsequently, he turned to Su Jun, his face breaking into a smile. Your child has made remarkable progress. The attending physician glanced at Yifeng and then back at Su Jun, stating, initially, I believed he had only a year to live. Now it appears he has gained several more years. Really? My brother-in-law's health is improving. No wonder my husband has been. Su Jun was particularly elated, and Su Shui was equally overjoyed. The most jubilant of all was Su Yahan, who felt a renewed sense of hope in life as Yifeng's health gradually improved. Yifeng gazed at his concerned family, feeling a warm current flow through his heart. System, thank you. Host and Amp, Oppos, merit. No need for thanks. The attending physician observed Yifeng and Amp, Oppos, gradual recovery, feeling a profound sense of joy. However, could you share how you have managed to enhance your health so remarkably? Others looked at Yifeng with curiosity as well. Yifeng had anticipated this question. He leisurely scanned the crowd, smiling as he responded, I exercise daily and maintain an optimistic mindset. The others were not surprised. It was indeed the best answer. After all, who could conceive of a more effective method to enable someone with a terminal illness to recover? Soon after, Yifeng and his family enjoyed a delightful meal together, their joy stemming not from material possessions, but from Yifeng's health improvement. They began their move to a new home, with neighbors coming to lend a hand. Yifeng wished to express his gratitude, but the neighbors graciously declined. They held a genuine fondness for Yifeng's family and sincerely wished them well. It was the Spring Festival. This year's celebration was filled with joy, as Yifeng's health was on the mend, and the family was no longer burdened by financial worries. They prepared festive meals, watched the Spring Festival Gala, and lit firecrackers, reveling in the joyous atmosphere. Yifeng felt a deep sense of contentment and happiness. wishing for this moment to last indefinitely. However, he realized that his lifespan had only been extended by a few years. To achieve complete recovery, he needed to work diligently to increase his popularity. Leaning against the balcony, he gazed into the distance, contemplating how to elevate his public profile. The answer lay in producing creative works. Yet, the challenge remained. How to maximize the impact of his creations was a question worthy of deep reflection. Suddenly, the phone rang, displaying Boss Lin Yun. Upon answering, a voice filled with warmth came through. "Yi Feng, Happy New Year." Yi Feng smiled, replying, "Happy New Year, boss." After a brief conversation, Lin Yun expressed her concerns. "Yi Feng, recently, someone from Mango Entertainment has expressed interest in recruiting you." "You wouldn't." The worry in her tone was palpable. She had spent a restless night contemplating what more she could offer Yi Feng beyond a free, creative environment. Perhaps a move to Mango Entertainment would indeed provide him with better opportunities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun gently said, "Yi Feng, if you were to join Mango Entertainment, your prospects would likely improve significantly. They possess numerous resources, and with their support, you would surely rise to prominence. A talent like yours should not be overlooked." Yi Feng, upon hearing this, smiled and replied, "Boss, I believe I am quite content at my current company." Lin Yun paused, her expression momentarily frozen. At that moment, Lin Yun hung up. He gazed into the distance, shaking his head with a smile. At that moment, Suya Han found Yi Feng, who was lost in thought while admiring the scenery. "What brings you here?" "The view is splendid, and the house is wonderful." "Thank you, my love." Suyan yintimbrast ye Feng frombein. Yi Feng looked at her tenderly, responding, "This is merely my duty. You have all been so kind to me throughout my life." Suya Han listened intently, her heart swelling with sweetness, realizing she had found the best husband in the world. After a delightful conversation, Yi Feng suddenly turned to Suya Han and asked Han, "Do you know why I declined the offer from Mango Entertainment?" Chapter 43. The reasons for rejecting capital. Suya Han gazed at Yi Feng, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Darling, whatever decision you make, I will support you." Yi Feng embraced her gently and then spoke slowly. "Mango Entertainment is one of the two entertainment giants in Yuanzhou, arguably the foremost in the music industry. We can consider it as capital." Listening to Yi Feng's analysis, Suya Han nodded thoughtfully. Yi Feng continued, "Logically, joining Mango Entertainment would make it easier for me to gain fame. They would also offer me greater wealth compared to my time at Apple Entertainment. However, this is merely the initial phase." Yi Feng and Appo's gaze drifted into the distance, his eyes shimmering with wisdom. "When you first enter the realm of capital, they will sign you at a high price. Subsequently, they will create a persona for you, marketing you extensively." Suya Han was increasingly captivated by Yi Feng's insights. Capital operates on a commercial basis. When your popularity reaches its zenith, they will swiftly monetize it. They will have you participate in various engagements, appear on variety shows, and accept endorsements. As long as they can profit from you, they will stop at nothing to exploit you to the fullest. Upon hearing this, Suya Han felt a chill run down her spine, relieved that her husband had declined the offer. She then asked, "Darling, can one refuse?" Yi Feng chuckled, "Of course one can refuse. However, if you disregard their directives, you will swiftly face the consequences. They will put you on ice, and due to contractual restrictions, you cannot take on private jobs, leaving you without income. Ultimately, you may even have to pay hefty penalties, multiples of the original amount, effectively ruining your life. You would carry that debt for the rest of your days." After absorbing this, Suya Han and Appo's complexion paled. Upon further reflection, she felt grateful that her husband had outright declined. She embraced Yi Feng and gently caressed his hair, thinking how clever he truly was. Yi Feng continued, "Moreover, if you join a large capital company, the rights to your works do not belong to you. This is the fundamental reason for my refusal." Yi Feng understood the significance of copyright. In his previous life, Zhou Jielun had encountered difficulties due to a lack of understanding regarding capital operations. After joining a capital firm and signing several contracts, he lost the rights to his early music. The ensuing years were spent in legal battles over copyright, which, despite resulting in victories, left him drained and devoid of inspiration. Consequently, many of his later songs failed to leave a lasting impression, and he became utterly fatigued. In summary, While collaboration with capital is feasible, one must never become its employee. Su-Yahan looked at Yi Feng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Darling, you are truly remarkable. Yi Feng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. After spending a few days at home with family, Yi Feng and Su-Yahan returned to work, leaving behind the reluctant gazes of her father and younger sister. After a long day of driving, Su-Yahan felt exhausted, and upon returning home, she took a shower and fell asleep. Yi Feng, having napped during the drive, felt relatively energetic. At that moment, he picked up his phone and called Lin Yun. "Boss, we're back. I will come to the office tomorrow." Lin Yun responded excitedly. "Great. You and Yahan could take your time. No rush. I'll be waiting for you both at the office." Yi Feng smiled and replied, "All right." The following day, Su Jie is truly fortunate to have such a handsome husband. Yi Feng and Su-Yahan smiled in response. After they walked away, the staff began to chatter. Su Jie is so lucky to have Yi Feng, such a talented and charming husband. Su Jie is beautiful too. So many pursued her back in the day. Su Ye's indeed stunning. I remember Zhao Liang from our company once pursued her. Wasn't the art director also infatuated with her? Su-Yahan greeted Lin Yun before settling into her work. The conversation then turned to Yi Feng and Lin Yun. Lin Yun remarked, "Obvintoire de Silvet." Lin Yun continued, but Yahan outright refused, saying she preferred to be an agent, claiming she knew nothing about being a star. I told her that with her looks, everyone would be eager to support her. Do you know what Yahan replied? Lin Yun teased Yi Feng, who shook his head with a smile. With sincerity, Lin Yun recounted. She said she had a beloved boyfriend and only wished to be with him. At that moment, I wondered what kind of man could inspire such devotion in such a beautiful and accomplished girl. Now, seeing you, I understand that truly exceptional individuals naturally gravitate towards one another. Lin Yun expressed her sentiments, and Yi Feng smiled in appreciation. Thank you. Lin Yun then added, Yi Feng. Yi Feng was becoming increasingly outstanding, and it was inevitable that others would seek to recruit him. What could she offer Yi Feng in return? Merely a favorable salary. Employees often decide to leave for two primary reasons: dissatisfaction within the company or inadequate compensation. For a talent like Yi Feng, he deserved nothing less than the best remuneration, and any use of his works by others required his consent and appropriate financial compensation. Furthermore, the revenue sharing was adjusted from 70 to 30 split to an 80 to 20 split, with Yi Feng receiving the larger share. The well-behaved and perceptive little assistant, witnessing the terms of the contract, was taken aback by the generous compensation Yi Feng was receiving. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with envy. It is worth noting that such a division of profits was typically reserved for superstars in large corporations, where even top-tier singers often settled for a 50 to 50 split. In major companies, the copyrights to works generally belong to the corporation, not the individual. Thus, the contract Yi Feng signed with Lin Yun was remarkably favorable, granting him both copyright and a significant share of the profits. Yi Feng was aware that the songs he had released held immense potential, and as time passed, the revenue would only increase alongside his audience and fan base. After meticulously reviewing the contract and finding no hidden pitfalls, Yi Feng affixed his signature. Lin Yun was elated upon seeing him sign. She feared he might reconsider. Although Yi Feng was currently in a position of strength, she had no objections. Even with a smaller share, the popularity and quality of Yi Feng and Appo's music would undoubtedly yield substantial profits in the future. Moreover, Yi Feng and Appo's presence had elevated the company and Appo's ranking significantly. For Lin Yun, profitability was paramount. She merely wished to see her company flourish. At the age of 18, a fortune teller had predicted that at 36, she would encounter a benefactor. The fortune teller had advised her to cling tightly to this individual, assuring her that it would lead to a continuous influx of wealth and a prosperous career. This year, as fate would have it, she turned 36 and met Yi Feng. Prior to this encounter, her business ventures had suffered losses for a decade, much to the discontent of her family, who wished for her to abandon entrepreneurship in favor of a more leisurely lifestyle. Yi Feng's arrival had turned her fortunes around, and her family no longer voiced their discontent, bringing her immense joy. She firmly believed that Yi Feng was her destined benefactor. With the contractual matters settled, Yi Feng began pondering how to enhance his popularity. He turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "What demographic primarily comprises my fan base? You know, the older generation?" Lin Yun couldn't help but chuckle at his question. "Your previous songs are more suited for younger and middle-aged listeners. They aren't quite appropriate for the older generation." Fearing Yifeng might misconstrue her words, she quickly added, "This is a normal phenomenon. While the elderly demographic is substantial, their musical preferences differ significantly from ours. Most artists cater to the tastes of younger audiences." Yifeng nodded, his eyes glimmering with thought. Observing his serious demeanor, Lin Yun felt a sense of foreboding. She harbored a fleeting concern that he might be contemplating writing a song for the elderly. With a smile playing on his lips, Yifeng looked at Lin Yun and asked why not. Lin Yun's eyes widened in shock, her mouth agape. "Feng, no." Lin Yun grew anxious, insisting, "Crafting a song for the elderly is no simple task. Allow me to advise you. Let's focus on creating music for younger audiences." She earnestly urged him, emphasizing the distinct requirements of songs for the elderly. Yifeng pressed on with his inquiry, "What do elderly people enjoy doing nowadays?" Without hesitation, Lin Yun replied, "Of course, they love to dance at public squares." Yifeng chuckled softly, then presented a wildly popular square dance anthem, the most dazzling national style. Note, the most dazzling national style, lyrics by Zhang Chao, music by Zhang Chao, performed by Phoenix Legend. Chapter 45. Refreshing Cognition. Is this a new song? Lin Yun inquired uncertainly, gazing at the demo song presented by Yifeng. Yifeng smiled gently. "It's a song suitable for square dancing, likely to resonate with the elderly folks." "Oh." Lin Yun's mouth slightly agape and her eyes widened in surprise as she absorbed the revelation. For a moment, she was rendered speechless by the astonishment. After a brief interval, she regained her composure and listened to the demo Yifeng had provided. Upon hearing it, she discerned 4 words, strong sense of rhythm. Turning her gaze towards Yifeng, she asked, "Yifeng, did you compose this square dance song early on?" Her impression of Yifeng succinctly summarized in 2 words, impressive. Yifeng continued, "Does our company have any female vocalists with exceptional voices?" Lin Yun responded with a wry smile, "None." Upon hearing this, Yifeng fell silent, deep in thought. This piece, the most dazzling national style, required a male-female duet, and he needed to find a female vocalist to collaborate with, someone who would sing the majority of the song. He looked at Lin Yun and slowly asked, "Are there many female singers at Mango Entertainment?" Lin Yun replied without hesitation, "There are plenty." With this information, Yifeng promptly searched online for female singers from Mango Entertainment. Listening to their voices one by one, Lin Yun, perplexed, wondered if Yifeng intended to have a female singer record a song for him. However, she was unfamiliar with Mango Entertainment, having previously overshadowed them during a competition. Even if he found someone, would they be willing to collaborate? Her voice was reminiscent of the lead singer from the legendary duo Phoenix Legend in his past life. Curiously, she had not engaged in any activities or released any songs over the past year, despite being positioned as a top-tier singer at Mango Entertainment. Yifeng picked up the phone and dialed a number saved under the name chairman of Mango Entertainment. Once the call connected, a deep male voice resonated, "Little brother Yi, I'm delighted to receive a call from you. Yifeng replied, I'm about to release the 3rd volume of Ghost Blows Out the Light, and I would like to gift the first physical copy to you, my dear brother." Crash. The sound of something shattering echoed from the other end of the line. "Really? That's wonderful," the chairman of Mango Entertainment exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "I'm pondering how I can repay your kindness." Upon hearing this, Yifeng's eyes lit up. "I would like to borrow a female singer from your company to record a song." The chairman responded enthusiastically, "Don't mention just one. 2 or 3 would be perfectly fine." After exchanging pleasantries, Yifeng ended the call and turned to discuss matters with Lin Yun, only to find her staring at him with wide eyes, akin to copper bells. Amused, Yifeng asked, "What's the matter?" Regaining her composure, Lin Yun smiled awkwardly. Today, Yifeng had completely reshaped her understanding. After a moment, she cautiously inquired, "Were you just speaking with the chairman of Mango Entertainment?" Yifeng nodded. Gasp. Lin Yun inhaled sharply at his confirmation, her voice involuntarily rising. "Are you brothers?" Yifeng remained silent. Mango Entertainment, the premier music company in Yuezhou. Inside a singer's lounge, a young woman was applying makeup. She possessed a gentle appearance. This was Zhang Ying. Beside her stood her manager. The young woman voiced her unease. Sister Liu, do you think the chairman suddenly called for me because he has ulterior motives? Her manager, Sister Liu, replied with a bittersweet tone. Xiao Ying, I'm not certain. If he behaves inappropriately, scream, and I will call the police. This girl had offended an investor out of reluctance, leading to dire consequences. The outcome was predictable. She had been sidelined by the company for an entire year, devoid of any activities or income. Fortunately, she had managed to save some money to sustain herself and her manager, though the funds were dwindling. The higher-ups were pressuring her to compromise. Yet they both wondered what the chairman, the powerful figure of the company, wanted with Zhang Ying. Chapter 46. The leading female singer knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by her manager, Zhang Ying arrived at the chairman's office. She tapped gently on the door. Chairman, you summoned me? Upon seeing the elderly man inside, Zhang Ying felt a momentary pause in her breath, her voice trembling. The owner of Mango Entertainment lifted his gaze to meet hers, his expression serene, devoid of any discernible emotion. Ah, Xiao Zhang, how are you finding your experience of the company? Zhang Ying felt a surge of anxiety. The chairman appeared utterly impassive. She composed herself and replied, Thank you for your concern, Chairman. I'm adjusting well. The chairman of Mango Entertainment spoke slowly. That is good to hear. I have a task that requires your assistance. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Zhang Ying at the mention of a task. Her voice quavered as she asked, What kind of task? The chairman paused before responding. I need you to help a friend of mine record a song. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ying's body relaxed, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing she had been overly anxious. Cautiously, she inquired, Chairman, who is your friend? The chairman replied, Yi Feng from Apple Entertainment. What? Yi Feng from Apple Entertainment? Zhang Ying exclaimed in astonishment, her mind racing. Wasn't Yi Feng one of the most popular singers recently? She had been listening to his songs, the Cheng Xiao AI and Qing Tian, on repeat, captivated by their melodies. The chairman frowned slightly. Is there a problem? Zhang Ying immediately shook her head. No problem at all. I just didn't expect that Yi Feng, the trending singer, is your friend. She felt a mix of admiration and surprise. The chairman remained composed as he added, If you successfully assist him with the recording, I will arrange a concert for you and prepare a single as well. Thank you, Chairman. I will do my utmost. Zhang Ying responded enthusiastically, bowing deeply, her excitement palpable. Once outside, the chairman and Oppo's office, her manager, noticing her exhilaration, asked anxiously, What did the chairman want with you? Zhang Ying recounted the details of the meeting, her heart racing with anticipation. This is fantastic. This is your opportunity to shine. You must seize this chance, her manager exclaimed, even more excited than Zhang Ying, realizing that if the artist succeeded, she would also benefit financially. They promptly set off for Apple Entertainment. Upon arriving at the modest Apple Entertainment building, Zhang Ying and her manager exchanged glances, feeling a mix of disbelief and curiosity. How can someone as prominent as Yi Feng be associated with such a small company? Zhang Ying mused. They say true talent never complains about their circumstances. There must be a reason for a prodigy like Yi Feng to be here. We cannot speculate. Before entering Apple Entertainment, they began to conjure an image of Yi Feng's grandeur. Hello, is teacher Yi Feng available? Zhang Ying politely inquired at the reception desk. The receptionist looked up, her eyes widening in recognition. You are Zhang Ying, the star Zhang Ying? Zhang Ying smiled graciously. The receptionist, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, I'm a huge fan. Do you have an appointment? Even if you are my idol, you cannot enter without one. Teacher Yi Feng is the idol of everyone in our company. As she spoke of Yi Feng, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Zhang Ying and her manager, having not yet met Yi Feng, found themselves already in awe of him. At that moment, Zhang Ying dialed the phone number provided by the chairman to contact Yi Feng. Upon learning of their arrival, Yi Feng instructed the receptionist to let them through. With Yi Feng's word, the receptionist took a photo with Zhang Ying and then directed them to where Yi Feng was waiting. Before long, they met. Hello, teacher Yi Feng I am. The moment of confrontation left her utterly speechless. Yi Feng, noticing her shyness, offered a gentle smile. "Hello, I am Yi Feng." Zhang Ying's manager, equally spellbound, gazed at Yi Feng in admiration. Clearing her throat, Su Yahan, who stood beside Yi Feng, could no longer contain herself and softly coughed. Having encountered such situations before, she was accustomed to her husband's remarkable charm. Zhang Ying and her manager quickly regained their composure, addressing Yi Feng earnestly. "Teacher Yi Feng, we are here to record a song with you." Then, turning to Su Yahan with curiosity, she asked, "And who might you be?" Yi Feng kindly introduced. "Yahan is my wife and also my manager." "Wife?" Zhang Ying and her manager exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had heard about Yi Feng having a girlfriend, but had not expected him to be married. Moreover, they were taken aback by how stunning Su Yahan was, far more beautiful than in the photographs they had seen. Su Yahan is truly gorgeous. They admired her, captivated by her beauty. At that moment, both Zhang Ying and her manager found themselves pondering a shared thought. Chapter 47. Her gratitude, the beautiful lead singer and her manager scrutinized Su Yahan, a thought emerging in their minds. Teacher Yi Feng truly possesses exceptional discernment. Yi Feng smiled gently and inquired, "Would you like to have a sip of water before we proceed to record?" Zhang Ying and her manager, regaining their composure, quickly replied, No. We are in great spirits right now." Observing their enthusiasm, Yi Feng chuckled softly and said nothing more, leading them to the recording studio. As they walked behind Yi Feng, they exchanged glances, noting how much more handsome he was than they had anticipated. Moreover, he exuded an approachable demeanor. The two of them whispered among themselves as they followed Yi Feng and Su Yahan. Before long, they arrived at their workplace. Yi Feng presented a demo of the song to Zhang Ying, who eagerly opened it, wondering if it resembled Big City, Small Love, or Sunny Day, both of which she adored. As the music played, upon the conclusion of the piece, Zhang Ying's pupils dilated, and she felt utterly stunned. The style was entirely different from what she had previously experienced with teacher Yi Feng. Her expression turned sorrowful, yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts, feeling utterly wronged. Yi Feng, having observed her reaction, asked, "Zhang Ying, what do you think of this song?" Su Yahan and the other manager were equally curious. Zhang Ying lifted her gaze to meet Yi Feng and oppose, expressing her discontent. "Teacher Yi, this song may not resonate with the younger audience." The manager gasped, alarmed, thinking, "We cannot afford to offend teacher Yi Feng." She frantically gestured to Zhang Ying, urging her to apologize promptly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Ying prepared to speak. But Yi Feng chuckled and said, "You are correct. This song is not intended for the youth. It is designed for elderly folk dances." Zhang Ying and her manager widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, utterly speechless. The fact that teacher Yi Feng could compose songs for the elderly was astonishing. Zhang Ying was unfamiliar with the preferences of older generations, as many previous artists had crafted music for the youth. Yi Feng calmly advised, "Listen attentively and prepare yourself. We shall record shortly." Zhang Ying nodded in agreement, albeit reluctantly, as she was not fond of this particular style. Yet, driven by the chairman's promise and financial incentives, she acquiesced. Yi Feng paused momentarily before continuing. "How about a 10% share of the song's proceeds for you? Additionally, I only ask that you and the chairman speak a few kind words on my behalf. I would be immensely grateful. I may seldom perform this song in the future." Zhang Ying politely declined, believing that the song would not achieve popularity. Upon hearing her response, Yi Feng regarded Zhang Ying with a deep, appreciative gaze, nodding in approval. With elderly folks dancing to it even abroad, the financial returns from this song far surpassed many romantic ballads. Zhang Ying and her manager breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Feng nod. Subsequently, Zhang Ying dedicated herself to mastering the song. Zhang Ying remained skeptical about the song's potential success and thus declined Yi Feng's offer for a share, believing it best to have him speak favorably of her to the chairman instead. She viewed this as merely fulfilling the chairman's task. Zhang Ying practiced diligently, repeating the song over and over. Finally, as the afternoon approached, she had grasped it skillfully. Yi Feng allowed her to rest for a moment before commencing the recording. Most of the song was sung by Zhang Ying, with Yifeng contributing only a small portion. After multiple takes, Zhang Ying felt exhausted, yet Yifeng remained unsatisfied. Listening to their recent recording, he sensed something was amiss. Zhang Ying, fatigued from her efforts, pondered whether she had overlooked something. Why was teacher Yifeng still not content after so many attempts? Despite her weariness, she held a deep sense of gratitude toward Yifeng, recognizing the opportunity he had afforded her. If she could help him successfully record this song, she could escape obscurity, leading the company to craft an album for her, organize concerts, and earn substantial income. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she began to brainstorm what might be lacking. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated her thoughts. Zhang Ying gazed at Yifeng, her eyes brimming with hope and confidence. Teacher Yi, I wish to try once more. Yifeng looked at her, seemingly understanding her intent, and nodded. Very well. They recorded once more, and Yifeng observed her performance, realizing that what had been missing was confidence. Singing the most dazzling ethnic style required an assured spirit. Upon completion of the recording, Yifeng listened intently and felt extremely pleased with the result. Subsequently, Yifeng contemplated how to amplify the impact of this song. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Chapter 48, Innovative Promotion Techniques, the following day. Yifeng arrived at the office and proceeded to the boss and Appo's office. Do you want me to find a few middle-aged and elderly individuals? Lin Yun was taken aback by Yifeng's request, unsure of his intentions. Yifeng clarified that it was for the promotion of a new song, specifically emphasizing the need for those who could dance. Subsequently, Lin Yun gathered a few ladies who were adept at square dancing. Yifeng took out the song he recorded with Zhang Ying and amplified the sound using a tape recorder. Initially reluctant, the ladies were persuaded by Lin Yun, who offered each of them 200 yuan, and soon they were all in high spirits. As the music played, the ladies began to sway gently to the rhythm. At the end of the song, one of the ladies exclaimed, "Young man, what song is this? It's delightful." The others echoed her sentiment, expressing their joy at the melody. Observing their expressions, Yifeng nodded, confident in his judgment. The ladies' movements and demeanor spoke volumes. They genuinely found the song exceptional. Lin Yun and her assistant watched in astonishment. It was evident that Yifeng had the ability to compose for the elderly. Yifeng smiled at the ladies and introduced the song, saying, "Hello, aunties, this song is titled The Most Dazzling Ethnic Style. It will be released in a few days, and you are all welcome to listen." The ladies were thrilled, declaring how much they loved the song and expressing their eagerness to share it with their partners. "We are tired of the songs we've been hearing these past few years. This one is truly wonderful," they praised. One lady joked, "Young man, do you have a girlfriend?" "I have a daughter who is." "Young man, come with me. I have a pension." Lin Yun and her assistant exchanged amused glances. Yifeng chuckled it, responding, "Annie's, I do have a girlfriend, and we are getting married." The ladies offered their blessings, affirming, "What a great young man. You are so devoted. Wishing you happiness and longevity." Yifeng, smiling, then suggested, "Aunties, I would like to invite you to dance." The ladies fell silent, contemplating. Yifeng seized the moment, offering 300 yuan per day for each of you. Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with excitement. "That sounds great. You have a keen eye, young man. In our heyday, we were the lead dancers in a dragon and lion dance troupe." Yifeng began teaching the ladies the choreography for the most dazzling ethnic style. He recalled his previous experience dancing with his mother-in-law as the song and Appo's rhythm was simple yet powerful, with Yifeng and Appo's charming presence and graceful movements. The ladies mastered the dance in just a few days. Yifeng rewarded each lady with 10,000 yuan, and with their consent, he recorded them performing the most dazzling ethnic style. Yifeng then called Zhang Ying to invite her to record a music video. She readily agreed. Thanks to Yifeng's influence, Mango Entertainment as higher-ups no longer sidelined Zhang Ying and began producing songs for her and preparing for her concert. During this period, both Zhang Ying and her manager were extremely busy. Upon learning that Yifeng needed her for the music video, her manager was even more excited than Zhang Ying, recognizing the importance of maintaining a good relationship with him. Consequently, they rescheduled their activities to ensure they did not neglect Yifeng. Zhang Ying and her manager soon arrived at Apple Entertainment. Yifeng noticed a change in Zhang Ying. The last time she appeared somewhat humble, but now she exuded confidence. Spanning 2 days during which they created 3 different versions. Yifeng treated Zhang Ying and her manager to a meal, and afterward, they bid farewell. Yifeng then sought out young men and women to dance to the most dazzling ethnic style, instructing the staff to intersperse videos of the elderly, young men, and young women dancing with Zhang Ying's music video. After reviewing the results, Yifeng was thoroughly satisfied. Finally, he approached Lin Yun to set a release date and plan the promotion. After watching the video, Lin Yun was amazed, commenting, "You possess not only creative talent, but also remarkable planning skills." Yifeng smiled in response. As Lin Yun contemplated the 3 music videos, she was struck by the innovative promotional approach. More importantly, watching them ignited a desire to dance within her. With anticipation in her eyes, she wondered how Yifeng's first song aimed at the middle-aged and elderly audience would perform. Ultimately, the release date for the most dazzling ethnic style was set for 3 days later. Chapter 49. This song is quite addictive, time hastily passed. Yifeng also advertised it on his social media accounts. His fan base had already surpassed 15 million. Consequently, Yifeng added a note urging listeners to share the song with their elders, suggesting that it could also help them exercise. Many of Yifeng and Appo's fans eagerly clicked on the link, while numerous music enthusiasts discovered this song in the recommended section of music streaming platforms. Is this Yifeng's new song? Is it about love? The last song was delightful. I wonder how this new one fares. Anticipation builds. Thus, many people began to play the most dazzling national style. Li Lin, a student, had recently developed a fondness for Yifeng's music. He had a habit of playing songs loudly. The tracks he listened to the most were 10 Years, Sunny Day, and Big City, Small Love. At this moment, he heard his classmates mention that Yifeng had released a new song. After school, he was elated, knowing he would soon get to listen to Yifeng's latest creation. Upon returning home, he eagerly opened the cool music player. The homepage featured Yifeng's new song, The Most Dazzling National Style. What a unique title. His excitement grew as he clicked on the song, cranking the volume up high. As the music began, an unusual prelude resonated. The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green mountains, flowers bloom. What rhythm is the most swaying? What kind of voice brings the most joy? What on earth? Li Lin was momentarily bewildered. Who is Zhang Ying? The song continued. The winding river flows down from the sky, leading to a sea of myriad colors. The fiery songs reflect our hopes. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart. Let me cherish you, cherish you. Singing the most dazzling national style, allowing love to sweep away all dust, I know. What? Yifeng only sang a couple of lines. What was going on? He turned off the song, intending to search for more information. Just then, his parents and grandparents appeared behind him. Ah, what are you doing? Li Lin was startled by his family's sudden presence. Why did you stop? Don't you love listening to music? Keep going, they urged. Li Lin's jaw dropped in disbelief. What was happening? Had the sun risen in the west? His family, who usually chastised him for playing music too loudly, were now eager to listen. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this song had piqued his family's interest. With a triumphant smile, he resumed playing. You are the most beautiful cloud in my heart, pouring fine wine, so you stay. Forever singing the most dazzling national style. The most exquisite posture in the entire sky, stay. As the song concluded, Li Lin admitted to himself that he was utterly captivated. He began to search for more information about the song, discovering that it was indeed by Yifeng, featuring the female singer Zhang Ying. His family listened to the song again, and then continued to play it. Shaolin, download this song. Put on my phone, his grandfather requested. Li Lin nodded enthusiastically, feeling a sense of validation from his grandfather's approval of his idol. He began to introduce Yifeng to his grandfather. After a day of growing popularity, the most dazzling national style began to soar in fame. Note, lyrics are sourced from the song The Most Dazzling National Style, performed by Phoenix Legend, with lyrics and composition by Zhang Chao. Chapter 50. Contributing to industry development, the fervor surrounding the most dazzling national style has surpassed any previous song by Yifeng, exceeding all expectations. Yifeng, however, anticipated the song's success. On Earth, It has taken the streets by storm. Phoenix legend has become a household name thanks to this song. Lin Yun called Feng, her voice trembling with excitement as she exclaimed that the song had exploded in popularity. Feng chuckled, acknowledging the news. Within a single day, my family has been listening to it all day, and now it's stuck in our heads. Another wrote, "You're lucky. Our community has been playing the most dazzling national style on repeat, and I'm about to lose it." Laughter echoed in the comments, with many expressing their newfound fandom for Feng. Feng smiled at these messages, while the one showcasing middle-aged women dancing had skyrocketed to nearly 20 million views, and it was still climbing. Stunned, Feng realized that a significant transformation was on the horizon for Yuezhou. The era of square dancing was upon them. At Mango Entertainment, Zhang Ying was exhausted. She had been summoned to the chairman and Oppo's office repeatedly throughout the day as he insisted she sing the most dazzling national style. Despite her fatigue, she felt exhilarated because she was now famous. Today, she and her manager analyzed the song's performance, which had been on an upward trajectory since its release. It had already surpassed the second-place song by a staggering 100,000 downloads, despite the latter having been available for over 20 days. In the chairman and Oppo's office at Mango Entertainment, an intimidating elder listened to the most dazzling national style. This man, the chairman, had spent the day urging Zhang Ying to sing the song. The more he listened, the more captivated he became. Gazing up at the ceiling, he murmured, "Feng is truly talented. This song is mesmerizing. I must have Zhang Ying sing it again tomorrow." Over the next month, the song's viewership was phenomenal. Within 2 weeks, downloads surpassed 10 million and continued to rise. By the end of the month, downloads exceeded 30 million and were still increasing. Feng earned an immense fortune. Although Lin Yun and Oppo's share was modest, it was still substantial, causing her to laugh uncontrollably while counting the money. Conversely, Zhang Ying at Mango Entertainment felt bitterly aware of the unprecedented popularity of the song. However, the profits did not benefit her. The copyright and usage rights belonged entirely to Feng. Thus, she needed his permission to perform the song, which contradicted her earlier dismissive remarks about its potential success. Regret consumed her as she resolved to apologize sincerely to Feng. In Yuezhou, the song had become a cultural phenomenon. Many young people embraced it enthusiastically. A classmate performed it at a school event, and it quickly turned into a chorus involving the entire school, even prompting the principal to join in. The song's impact was remarkable. It revitalized an industry. The square dancing mothers, invigorated by this anthem, had undoubtedly worn out countless pairs of shoes, thus reviving the shoe manufacturing sector. Additionally, it alleviated pressure on the national healthcare system, as many of the mothers preoccupied with dancing had less time to visit hospitals for air conditioning or Wi-Fi, freeing up limited medical resources and contributing significantly to public health. Feng's contributions were indeed monumental. How can one encapsulate this song? The most dazzling national style features an evocative melody that is catchy and possesses widespread appeal, reflecting the current social psyche of both younger and older generations. Its prominence in the music scene is not solely due to the quality of its lyrics, but rather its lively and cheerful arrangement. In a sense, the song triumphs through its melody rather than its words. Representing a broader genre, this song effectively meets the needs of the general populace. Chapter 51. Whatever works, Feng opened his social media platform. At that moment, his follower count soared to an impressive 18 million, an increase of nearly 3 million fans. Ding, a melodious system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 18 million followers. Reward, an extension of life by 3 years. Feng experienced a peculiar sensation. Reward, the screenplay for the first 3 volumes of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Feng had already updated Ghost Blows Out the Light to its 4th volume. The physical copies were selling remarkably well, with sales exceeding 3 million and still rising. Several copies of the Ghost Blows Out the Light screenplay materialized in Feng's hands. The television adaptation of Ghost Blows Out the Light had become a phenomenal success on Earth, generating revenues in the hundreds of millions and continuing to grow. Feng pondered quietly for a moment. Host, you have 3 chances to draw rewards. Would you like to use one? Feng remained silent for a while. No, I shall not use them. Understood. Whenever the host wishes to utilize them, simply state your desire. Yi Feng nodded. Honey, dinner time? At that moment, Su Yahan's sweet voice rang out. Yi Feng smiled and happily joined Su Yahan for dinner. The following day, upon arriving at the company, Yi Feng encountered the currently popular first-tier female singer, Zhang Ying. Upon seeing Yi Feng, Zhang Ying felt a flutter of nerves. Simultaneously, she and her manager were carrying some items. Yi Feng noticed the expensive-looking items in Zhang Ying and Appo's hands and fixed his gaze upon her. Is this a gift for me? Zhang Ying promptly nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yi Feng chuckled. Let's discuss this in my office. Zhang Ying hurriedly followed him. This scene caught the attention of many employees within the company. Isn't that Zhang Ying from Mango Entertainment? She's been quite the sensation lately. The most dazzling national style was composed by teacher Yi Feng, who had provided her with the opportunity that led to her success. Many employees of Apple Entertainment watched Zhang Ying and her manager depart, whispering among themselves. Upon reaching Yi Feng's office, and I was blind to it, I had no idea the most dazzling national style would become such a sensation. Her manager bowed alongside her. Zhang Ying then presented the gifts with both hands. These were precious items purchased with the savings and earnings accumulated over the years by Zhang Ying and her manager. Yi Feng did not accept them. He observed Zhang Ying and her manager with a calm expression and stated, Now, please tell me, what is it that you seek? Zhang Ying took a deep breath, encouraged by her manager, and gazed at Yi Feng, slowly declaring, Whatever teacher Yi Feng desires, I am willing to oblige. As she spoke, Zhang Ying held herself with an air of confidence. With her gentle appearance and alluring figure, she exuded a mature charm. Yi Feng discerned the underlying implication. She found it difficult to approach them. Yet, teacher Yi Feng was handsome and talented, and it was through him that she achieved this recent surge in popularity. Yi Feng's tone turned cold. I have a wife. Are you not aware of this? Please take your gifts and leave. His voice carried a heavy disappointment. Zhang Ying trembled at his words. Her manager wished to interject, but upon meeting Yi Feng's icy gaze and formidable presence, they refrained. Yi Feng's declaration struck them like a thunderbolt, catching them completely off guard. Zhang Ying's expression was one of shock, entirely contrary to her expectations. Yet undeterred, Zhang Ying quickly exclaimed, Teacher Yi Feng, could you grant me the rights to the most dazzling national style? If you do, I am willing to do anything. In that moment, Zhang Ying realized the potential. With the most dazzling national style being a hit, securing a few commercial performances could yield a substantial income. Yi Feng regarded her and sighed. Take good care of yourself. Zhang Ying quivered at his words. However, she soon heard Yi Feng's voice again. I can grant you the usage rights, but I will require a share of the profits. Zhang Ying and her manager were overjoyed upon hearing this. Yi Feng continued, I will take a percentage of the revenue you earn from the commercial performances of the most dazzling national style. Note, Damn General performed by Ma Tianyu. Lyrics by Qin Tian. Composed by Qin Tian. Chapter 52. Earning money while lying down. Zhang Ying was immensely excited upon hearing Yi Feng's words. It is worth noting that the most dazzling national style is currently exceedingly popular, so much so that one could randomly select a passerby on the street, and they would be able to hum a few lines of it. Riding this wave of popularity, she could secure numerous commercial performances, with remuneration that is quite substantial. Previously, many managers from shopping malls and hotels had approached Mango Entertainment to negotiate for Zhang Ying and Appo's as performances. However, the copyright and usage rights of the most dazzling national style belonged to Yi Feng. Hence, Zhang Ying could not agree to any performances. Although the company had arranged various performances for Zhang Ying, they could not proceed without Yi Feng's consent, leading to the matter being left unresolved. With Yi Feng's agreement now, Zhang Ying was overjoyed. She looked at Yi Feng and cautiously inquired, Teacher Yi Feng, what percentage of the profit would you like? Yi Feng, unfamiliar with the specifics of the commercial performances, responded with a question of his own. What do you think? Upon hearing his words, Zhang Ying's expression shifted. Was Teacher Yi Feng testing her? She must not undervalue herself. Meanwhile, her agent was frantically signaling her, seemingly urging her to offer Yi Feng a higher share. Zhang Ying appeared to comprehend the hint. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed earnestly at Yi Feng and slowly proposed, "Teacher Yi Feng, how about a 60-40 split? I would take 40 of the earnings from the commercial performances of the most dazzling national style, and you would take 60. Yi Feng was taken aback by her offer. It exceeded his expectations. Generally, the revenue split for commercial performances is 70-30, with the artist receiving the larger share due to their greater contribution. Observing the anxious expressions of Zhang Ying and her agent, Yi Feng smiled and said, "It's a deal." Relieved by Yi Feng's response, both Zhang Ying and her agent exhaled in relief. Subsequently, Yi Feng instructed the staff to draft a contract, which Zhang Ying signed without hesitation. With the contract in hand, Zhang Ying felt a weight lift from her shoulders, and her agent was equally delighted. Now, they could secure numerous commercial performances without the fear of infringing on copyrights. Yi Feng was also pleased, as he could reap the benefits without the necessity of performing himself. Essentially, Zhang Ying was earning money on his behalf, allowing him to profit while remaining idle. Once everything was settled, Zhang Ying and her agent bowed slightly towards Yi Feng, their expressions tinged with shyness. "Teacher Yi Feng, please do not take our earlier words to heart." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng recalled something and smiled at Zhang Ying and her agent, saying, "We are still friends, are we not?" Zhang Ying and her agent were momentarily taken aback by his words, but a warm feeling enveloped them. Teacher Yi Feng truly considered their feelings. Afterward, Zhang Ying looked at Su Yahan, unable to suppress her envy. She was truly fortunate, having such an admirable person like Teacher Yi Feng. Her agent sighed in resignation, observing Zhang Ying and Appo's expression. Su Yahan was so beautiful and understanding, while Yi Feng was remarkably handsome and talented. They were indeed a perfect match. Su Yahan entered Yi Feng's office and exclaimed, "Wow, such an extravagant gift." Upon entering, she immediately noticed the valuable presents that Zhang Ying and her agent had brought. Yi Feng smiled and asked, "Do you know who sent them?" Su Yahan replied with a grin, "Of course, it was Zhang Ying and her agent." "Darling, your song has become a sensation. They came to express their gratitude, right?" Yi Feng nodded in agreement, but then remembered something important. Su Yahan exclaimed, tapping her forehead, "Oh, I almost forgot about the main matter." Yi Feng, intrigued, asked, "What is it?" Su Yahan playfully responded, "The boss wants to renovate your office." Yi Feng was surprised, "But my current office is quite nice." Su Yahan smiled mysteriously and led Yi Feng to the new office. Upon entering, Yi Feng was greeted by Lin Yun, who smiled at him and gestured around the room. "What do you think? Are you satisfied? This is your new office." Yi Feng surveyed the room, astonished. "Boss, is my new office a bit too extravagant?" Lin Yun chuckled. "You are the face of our company. You deserve the best of everything." The new office prepared for Yi Feng was even larger than Lin Yun's own office. Notably, it featured a piece of calligraphy from a renowned artist, unmistakably valuable. Elegant ornamental fish swam in a beautifully designed aquarium, surrounded by exquisite plants. There was even a small golf area, and the desk was adorned with a miniature landscape that emitted mist, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Additionally, an exquisite tea set and premium tea leaves were neatly arranged nearby, alongside a cabinet filled with published works, including Ghost Blows Out the Light. Another cabinet housed an impressive collection of fine wines. This office was the epitome of luxury. Yi Feng gazed at everything, feeling touched by Lin Yun's generosity. He lifted his head and looked at her, saying, "Thank you, boss." Lin Yun smiled warmly. "You saved the company and brought in substantial profits. This is the least we can do." Yi Feng regarded Lin Yun thoughtfully and replied, "I am eager to release a new song." Chapter 53. The Moon's Mischief. What? Lin Yun, taken aback by Yi Feng's words, struggled to believe them. Yi Feng smiled gently. "Boss, I wish to release a new song." Upon hearing this, Lin Yun nodded excitedly. The prospect of new earnings was thrilling. Indeed, Yi Feng was a person of genuine integrity. With Lin Yun having stepped out, she left Yi Feng and Su Yahan to enjoy their private moment together. After a while, Su Yahan took her leave. Yi Feng gazed around his opulent office and smiled. Now, he needed to ponder which song to select for his upcoming release. He had several options. Zhang Yu's The Moon's Mischief, Wu Bai's Norwegian Forest, Ma Tianyu's Damn Tenderness, and Jay Chow's Nocturne. The question of which song to choose was indeed a matter worthy of deep contemplation. Yifeng decided to browse trending topics online. The narrative unfolded as follows. A boy named Xiao Ming and a girl named Xiao Mei fell in love. They often dated in the evenings. One fateful night, as darkness enveloped the world and moonlight bathed the earth, Xiao Ming and Xiao Mei embraced quietly under the silvery glow. The moon bore witness to their pure love. Subsequently, they frequently met under the moonlight. Alas, due to unforeseen circumstances, their relationship began to fracture, and ultimately, the two lovers could not endure to the end. This poignant tale resonated deeply with many, earning an abundance of likes. Yifeng, moved by the story, left a comment. It's all the moon's fault. He then continued scrolling, unaware that his remark would spark a significant stir. Upon returning home that evening, Yifeng and Su Yahan prepared dinner together, enjoying a delightful meal. As Su Yahan scrolled through her phone after eating, she suddenly exclaimed, "Darling, you're trending." Yifeng was taken aback. He had not done anything noteworthy recently. How could he be trending? Su Yahan showed him the trending topic. Yifeng, it's all the moon's fault. Yifeng was astonished. Was this not his spontaneous remark from earlier? He clicked on the trending link and saw comments praising his artistic flair. Yifeng is truly talented. No wonder he's an author. His summary is spot on. ISN and AMP. AMP, oppose. T adjust the moon and AMP. AMP, oppose. As fault? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. To his dismay, he realized he had forgotten to use his pseudonymous account while browsing. Regret washed over him. He should have been more discreet. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Why not leverage this trending moment to announce his new song? He decided that his next release would indeed be The Moon's Mischief. It is noteworthy that the song was penned by Zhang Yu's wife, 11 Lang, with Zhang composing the music, making it a collaborative creation. The song gained immense popularity, becoming a staple in karaoke venues. The Moon and Oppo's Mischief originated from the couple and Oppo's whimsical decision to have an impromptu wedding in Canada. However, when confronted by the media regarding the reasons behind their swift nuptials, they struggled to articulate their motivations. Zhang Yu recalled that the moon was particularly full on their wedding day, prompting 11 Lang to write the lyrics. The narrative of the song is undeniably romantic. Yifeng promptly called Lin Yun to inform her that recording would commence the following day. Note, song The Moon and AMP, Oppo's Mischief lyrics by 11 Lang, composed by Zhang Yu, performed by Zhang Yu. Chapter 54. Rising Company Rankings the following day. Yifeng arrived at the company to record a song. Lin Yun directly signed a contract with him. The copyright of the song belonged to Yifeng. With an 80-20 split in revenue, Yifeng received 80% while the company retained 20%. Yifeng took the lion's share. The recording proceeded swiftly, coinciding with the 1st of next month. With Yifeng and Oppo's consent, Lin Yun commenced the promotional activities. Apple and Oppo's Entertainment and Oppo's marketing proved effective, especially since Feng and Oppo's popularity had surged. Consequently, the news of his new song reached a vast audience. Fans inundated social media with enthusiastic comments, eagerly anticipating the new song. Will it be another catchy hit like the most dazzling folk style? Ha ha, my family used to never listen to music, but ever since they heard your songs, they and Oppo's started enjoying it. Some fans even complained about Feng and Oppo's. It's all your fault. Now I have to compete with those Annie for court space while playing basketball. Those Annies are too wild, playing the most dazzling folk style every day. It's so noisy. I haven't downloaded the song, but I could sing along when I pass by them all. Feng, you and AMP, Oppo's, amazing. Looking forward to your new song, hoping it and AMP, Oppo's just as captivating as the previous ones. With countless comments, Yifeng found himself unable to read them all, yet he felt a sense of joy. In contrast to his elation, one company was far from pleased. That company was Xianlan Cultural Company, an entertainment firm. Due to Yifeng's influence, Apple's entertainment had seen a remarkable rise in rankings, climbing from over 90 to 23, an impressive leap of over 70 places. Meanwhile, Xianlan Cultural found itself ranked just above at 22. In the conference room of Xianlan Cultural, the owner, along with the company's top stars and executives, convened to discuss Yifeng's new song. The atmosphere was tense, with furrowed brows adorning the faces of those present. Yi Feng is clearly trying to ascend at our expense, accused a leading male singer, his voice laced with indignation. This handsome artist, though lacking in masculine vigor, had announced his own song release for the same date as Yi Feng's. The owner of Xianlan Cultural interjected, "Silence." He furrowed his brow, scanning the room. "What are your thoughts on Yi Feng releasing his new song?" The manager beside him replied. Yi Feng could have chosen any other time, yet he deliberately announced his release just 3 days before ours. Is this not an affront to our integrity? Indeed, Yi Feng is utterly unreasonable. Others echoed, expressing their frustrations. During the meeting, many attendees voiced their criticisms of Yi Feng. At that moment, the owner remarked, "He has propelled Apple's entertainment to 22. This is a salient fact." After his statement, a hushed silence enveloped the room as they realized that Yi Feng was merely a newcomer who had swiftly risen to stardom. The contrast in their feelings stemmed from Yi Feng's consistent position at the top of the music charts over the past months. They couldn't help but acknowledge his exceptional talent, especially when they themselves had labored for years to reach the same status. Gradually, their emotions began to stabilize. Yi Feng's previous works had showcased remarkable quality, instilling a sense of urgency among those present. In the midst of this silence, the handsome male singer spoke up again. "I took 7 years to become a leading singer." The owner of Xianlan Cultural responded, "Guangyu, this time you have a renowned producer crafting your song. Furthermore, our promotional efforts have been underway for half a month, building momentum that rivals Yi Feng's." The others nodded in agreement, their confidence bolstered. "Exactly. We are well prepared and have no need for concern," they reassured one another, laughter breaking out in the room. Even Guangyu felt a renewed sense of assurance, bolstered by his fan base exceeding 20 million. Yet, the owner of Xianlan Cultural, maintaining a neutral expression, concluded, "We must devise a comprehensive plan to ensure Yi Feng experiences the taste of being second." Chapter 55. He smiled as time trickled by. It was now the day before the release of a new song. In Culture's Guangyu was set to unveil the track titled Unattainable Love. Astonishingly, it had already secured the top position on the new song charts. The momentum was undeniably fierce. By midday, news of Guangyu and Oppo's new song firmly held the #1 spot on the charts. Of course, it was Guangyu from in Culture. In their quest to surpass Yefeng, they had strategically avoided the original release schedule and opted to unveil the song a day earlier. With his striking appearance and the expertise of a renowned producer crafting his new track, Guangyu was backed by considerable financial investment and promotion, alongside a fan base accumulated over 7 years, exceeding 20 million. The anticipation built over the past half-month created an immense energy that propelled the song to the top of the new song charts by morning. With data still on the rise, the manager of Guangyu, a portly fellow, gazed at him with excitement and remarked, "Our new song Unattainable Love is performing exceptionally well. At this rate, we will remain at the forefront for the foreseeable future." The manager and Oppo's enthusiasm escalated with every word. Meanwhile, Guangyu was engrossed in his phone, scrolling through comments from fans. "Yu soars bravely, you fans stand strong. Guangyu is amazing, the new song is delightful. Downloaded, support, support, support." As Guangyu read the comments, a smirk crept onto his face. "Indeed, I'm the strongest. Yefeng, what do you have to compare with me?" Observing the ever-increasing figures, the owner of in Culture laughed. By releasing a day early, they had gained an additional day of exposure over Yefeng. Although somewhat unscrupulous, the strategy proved effective. Furthermore, in Culture placed significant emphasis on Guangyu's new song, enlisting a top-tier producer to tailor it specifically for him and allocating a substantial budget for advertising. To ensure no stone was left unturned, the company even requested Guangyu to host a live stream to promote the song that evening, purchasing additional traffic to enhance visibility. That night, fulfilling the company's request, Guangyu began his live stream. The company secured a prime spot on the homepage, and in their determination to outshine Yefeng, everyone at in Culture worked tirelessly. They invested hundreds of thousands to acquire immense traffic. As Guangyu started his stream, over 1 million viewers flooded in. "Hello, everyone. I am Guan Yu, here to promote my new song Unattainable Love, he stated gracefully, his commendable demeanor and appealing image winning the hearts of many. Fans began to rally. I just finished listening to Guan Yu and Amp, Oppo's, that's new song and Amp, Oppo's, Unattainable Love and Amp, Oppo's and Amp, Oppo's, that's absolutely wonderful. My whole family loves it, truly delightful. Downloaded and supported. A barrage of comments filled the screen, piquing the interest of many bystanders and encouraging them to listen to Guan Yu's new song, Unattainable Love. Guan Yu energetically promoted the song, singing it repeatedly. The data for the new song climbed ever higher. The owner of Su NL in Culture, observing the continuously ascending figures in the back end, confidently remarked, at this pace, Guan Yu's statistics will soar, and Feng will likely be unable to surpass him with his new release tomorrow. A step ahead, always ahead. With a smile, the owner turned to his staff and said, "We have frequently had Guan Yu promote live, and the company will continue to purchase traffic for him." The general manager promptly replied, "Our company is assured of securing the #1 spot on the new song charts next month." The owner of Su NL in Culture nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at Apple Entertainment, Su Yahan, Feng's manager, was well acquainted with the ins and outs of Feng's pre-release activities. She had meticulously prepared for the upcoming release. However, her only source of anxiety was Su NL in Culture, which had recently surged ahead of Apple Entertainment in rankings. Originally planning to release their new song tomorrow, Su NL in Culture had suddenly decided to launch it a day early, investing heavily in promotion. Their new song statistics were soaring, clearly aimed at competing with Feng. As the release approached, Su Yahan's apprehension grew. Feng sensed her unease and inquired, "Yahan, what troubles you?" She then explained the situation regarding Guan Yu's new song. Feng, puzzled, asked, "Who is Guan Yu?" After a brief online search, he discovered that Guan Yu was a top-tier male singer. Upon listening to his new song, he found it to be quite commendable. Reflecting on the discussions surrounding the song, he couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 56. A familiar heart in the pastime slipped away, and soon it was the moment for Feng to unveil his new song. At the stroke of midnight, Feng's latest melody was released. Numerous fans have been eagerly awaiting this moment, and as the song went live, many of them immediately searched for it to listen. ISN and Amp, Oppo's, that the title of the previous comment by Feng, it was trending before. They exclaimed, "Our Feng truly keeps up with the trends." They hurried to check the trending stories before diving into the music. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the story, Xiao Ming, whose character was inspired by Ming Tai, was also following Feng's new release. He had previously shared his tale with his former lover online, never anticipating the extensive discussions it would spark. To his astonishment, even a renowned web author and a leading singer like Feng joined in on the conversation. "It's all the moon's fault." Ming Tai recalled the shock he felt upon reading Feng's comment, as it echoed the words spoken by his ex-lover during their last meeting. The story of Ming Tai and his lover unfolded a decade ago. He had been in a relationship with Xiao Hong. Most of their dates took place under the night sky, where the moonlight enveloped them as they embraced. Thus, the moon bore witness to their love. Unfortunately, due to various circumstances, the two lovers could not remain together, and the moon became the scapegoat for their heartbreak. With trembling fingers, he was swept away into a tide of memories. "It's all your fault for easily falling in love with me, allowing me to unwittingly indulge in the vanity of being loved. It's all your fault. Your affection is a form of temptation." At that moment, Ming Tai was engulfed in the song, memories flooding back as the melody continued. "I admit it's all the moon and Oppo's fault. The night is too beautiful, and you are too gentle, making me wish to grow old with you in an instant. I admit it's all the vows' fault. They are as sweet as honey and the most moving of all, turning even the hardest heart into something soft." After the first listen, tears welled in Ming Tai's eyes, yet he could not resist continuing. "It's all your fault for easily falling in love with me, allowing me to unwittingly indulge in the vanity of being loved. Xiao Mei, how I miss you." Ming Tai's voice cracked as he spoke. The song played on. "I admit it's all the moon's fault. The moonlight is too enchanting, and you are too tender, making me wish to grow old with you in a heartbeat." By now, tears streamed down Ming Tai's face uncontrollably. The song approached its conclusion, I admit it's all the vows' fault. They are as sweet as honey and the most moving of all. After the song ended, it's all the moon's fault. He then opened the post he had shared online, discovering it had garnered 450,000 discussions and 5 million likes. The top comment was from Feng, "It's all the moon's fault." As the original poster, he also liked Feng's comment. Subsequently, he replied to Feng, "The song is beautiful. Thank you." This reply would lead to unexpected rewards for Feng in the coming days. The next day, as Feng awoke, he was greeted by Su Yahan's excited voice. "Darling, your comment and song have gone viral." She showed him the trending topics online, just a story, but most stem from the discussions under Ming Tai's post. The trend continued to rise. Lin Yun, the owner of Apple Entertainment, also took notice of Feng's trending topic and instructed her team to invest in promoting it as well. This was indeed the best way to publicize a song. Upon opening his social platform, Feng saw the story's author had replied to him. "The song is beautiful. Thank you." A smile crept onto Feng's face as he read the response. Below, numerous fans and previous commenters echoed sentiments of admiration. "The song is so beautiful." He listened to It's All the Moon's Fault once more and read the author's story again. Reflecting, a familiar heart from the past has crossed my mind. Looking back, the mountains and rivers have turned to autumn. Note, lyrics are from the song It's All the Moon's Fault. Zongaitas, Shi Lung, composer Zhang Yu. Performer, Zhang Yu. Chapter 57. A startling revelation. Feng's song, propelled by his ardent fans and online community, has gained unprecedented popularity. Its ranking has soared like a rocket. It is noteworthy that at the beginning of the month, over 100 artists released new songs. Yet within just one day, Feng's new single has climbed to second place. The top position is held by Guan Yu's latest release from Xianlan Culture, which benefited from an earlier release and substantial financial backing from the company, alongside the expertise of a renowned producer. Moreover, Guan Yu himself has garnered over 20 million fans through 7 years of hard work, securing his song's current dominance. On various online platforms, Guan Yu has been fervently promoting his new release through live streams. Today, his promotional efforts have intensified compared to yesterday, with Xianlan Culture increasing their financial investment. In Guan Yu's live stream, he enthusiastically urged viewers to support his new song. "Download my new single for a chance to win exciting prizes." His management team is equally dedicated to this promotion. Guan Yu and Appos, as fans are actively engaging. "Hurry up and enter the lottery. I already received the pineapple phone. Thank you, Guan Yu. His new song is amazing. You must listen. Guan Yu is so handsome. I love you." Feng glanced at Guan Yu's bustling live stream, noting the impressive count of over 700,000 viewers. Upon inquiring about the data from Lin Yun regarding Guan Yu's new song, he discovered an increase of over 100,000 streams. After contemplating for a moment, he informed Lin Yun and initiated his own live stream. As Feng opened the stream, he was momentarily startled by his appearance. Who is that? So striking. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the platform's beauty filter in action. He quickly disabled it. His natural charm did not require enhancement. As Feng began his live stream, many viewers from the Internet of Things community recognized him. "Whoa, who is that? So handsome." It's Feng, the immensely popular singer and author. His fans began to spread the word. Feng is live. I must tell my sister. She adores him. My brother's also a huge fan. Feng observed the increasing number of likes and shares in the live stream, a smile creeping onto his face. Among them were numerous fans of Feng, as well as those attracted by Apple and Appos' recent financial investment in his visibility. Seeing the viewer count reach a satisfying level, "I've already downloaded your song. Now that you're live, please sing for us." Observing the enthusiastic comments, Feng decided to oblige their request. "Since you all wish to hear me sing, I shall perform my new song." He proceeded to sing the trouble caused by the moon. "I'll download it now and come back to hear you sing again." Feng felt a warm sense of camaraderie as he read through the comments. He began to serenade the audience with song after song. His previous hits, such as The Blooming Life, Confession Balloons, 10 Years, Sunny Day, and Big City, Small Love, resonating with fans. Many sang along, while others hummed along, their enthusiasm undeterred by their lack of familiarity with the lyrics. The atmosphere in his live stream grew more vibrant and lively, with viewers continually liking and sharing, propelling his stream to the top of all platforms. The viewer count surged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and now into the millions, all while the downloads of his new song skyrocketed. Meanwhile, in Guan Yu's live stream, he was perplexed. Despite his efforts being more vigorous than the previous night, his viewer count was noticeably lower. Could it be that the company's financial support was less than before? That didn't seem right. The initial influx of viewers had surpassed yesterday's significantly, with 800,000 entering the stream at the outset. Yet now the number had dwindled to just over 300,000, and it was still decreasing. Panic began to set in. Chapter 58. Truly talented, the proprietor of Su-In-L-In Culture unexpectedly appeared at the venue of Gu-Ing Y's live broadcast. The agent of Gu-Ing Y hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "Boss, what brings you here?" The expression of the Su-In-L-In Culture owner darkened. "Our song has been surpassed. The new song is now topped by Y Feng." Upon hearing this, the agent became agitated. That shouldn't be possible. It's only the first day, and we've already been overtaken. Has Y Feng really outperformed us to such an extent? The agent was perplexed. The Su-In-L-In Culture owner scoffed. "Immediately have Gu-Ing Y in the broadcast. Otherwise, it will be even more embarrassing if the audience leaves. Furthermore, you and Gu-Ing Y should carefully observe Y Feng's live stream." Alarmed by this, the agent promptly replied, "Understood." He approached Gu-Ing Y and whispered a few words. After addressing his fans, he ended the broadcast. Subsequently, Gu-Ing Y and his agent switched to a secondary account and entered Y Feng's live stream. As soon as they entered, Gu-Ing Y's eyes widened at the sight of Y Feng. Y Feng is extraordinarily handsome. Given his frequent live broadcasts, he recognized that Y Feng had not utilized any beauty filters. His agent instinctively remarked, "He is incredibly charming. He is even more handsome than you." Realizing the inappropriateness of his statement, the agent quickly sought to amend it, but Gu-Ing Y did not contest it. Next, Gu-Ing Y noticed the staggering number of viewers in the live stream, his pupils dilating in astonishment. An astounding 594 million were watching live. Gu-Ing Y muttered in disbelief, while the agent gasped, "This is unbelievable. At our peak, we only had 1.03 million viewers." The agent was at a loss for words, utterly shocked. Gu-Ing Y fixated on the number, a fierce flame of jealousy igniting within him. "I'm curious to see what you are capable of, drawing in so many viewers." Gu-Ing Y began to attentively watch Y Feng's broadcast. At that moment, Y Feng was performing the trouble caused by the moon. Upon finishing the song, Gu-Ing Y fell into a contemplative silence. The melody was delightful, and Y Feng's voice was exceptional. He then proceeded to sing The Blossoming Life. Gu-Ing Y was left astounded by the high notes. Following that, Y Feng sang 10 years, leaving Gu-Ing Y in profound silence. The song was deeply moving. Y Feng could sing both inspirational high notes and heartfelt songs, even crafting songs based on stories. What was more impressive was that he composed them himself. An admiration for Y Feng began to blossom in Gu-Ing Y's heart. As he observed the viewer count in Y Feng's live stream climbing above 7 million, a bitter smile crept onto Gu-Ing Y's lips, his eyes filled with envy. He exchanged a silent glance with his agent, both enveloped in a contemplative silence. The owner of Su-In-L-In Culture was also watching Y Feng's live stream. After finishing, he sighed resignedly. Y Feng is indeed talented. Our defeat is not without merit. He gazed at the Apple Entertainment logo, exclaiming, "Apple Entertainment is truly fortunate." In Y Feng's live stream, the viewer count was nearing 8 million. However, Y Feng had already concluded his singing, having performed the songs twice. He glanced at the barrage of comments flooding the screen. "I want to send you gifts. Your singing is wonderful. The new song has been downloaded in support. It's time to sign off. I wish all my fans the best." Subsequently, Y Feng ended the live stream. Just as he finished, he heard Su Yn's excited voice, "Darling, you're number one now?" Checking the data, Y Feng was astonished to find that the download count for his new song had surged by over 2 million and was still rising. The downloads for his new song were now double that of the second place. Feng was slightly surprised. It appeared that people truly appreciated talent. At that moment, a pleasant mechanical voice from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host. Popularity has surpassed 20 million. Feng picked up his phone to check his social media account. The number of followers had reached 20 million. Is that the one about the sparrow outside the window? Affirmative. Feng nodded. At that moment, a sample of the song Sevenly Fragrance appeared in his hand. Reward. Host receives the novel The Smiling, Proud Wanderer and its script. In his mind, the content of the novel The Smiling, Proud Wanderer began to take shape, which Feng would need to transcribe. With his godlike typing speed, it would not take long. Simultaneously, he also received the script for The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Feng gazed at the song sample and the script in his hands, his eyes glimmering with thought. He contemplated how to further elevate his popularity, for it was essential to extend his lifespan. Currently, the system granted him just enough lifespan to reach middle age. Thus, he needed to enhance his longevity. Only by increasing his lifespan could he pursue his aspirations. While he pondered, his phone rang. Note: The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, author, Jin Yong, song Sevenly Fragrance, composer, Jay Cho, lyricist, Feng Wenshan, performer, Jay Cho. Xiong Wei's gentle voice resonated. Good evening, teacher Feng. Feng responded with a smile. Good evening, chief editor. Xiong Wei quickly added, Teacher Feng, your newly composed songs are exquisite. I have been listening to them repeatedly. The most dazzling national style and the moon's mischief are both delightful. You are indeed a genius. Feng, touch it. When might you be available for a meal? Additionally, when can we expect an update on Ghost Blows Out the Light? The readers are quite fond of your novel and are eagerly awaiting the next installment. Xiong Wei's tone was tentative, as he did not wish to impose on Feng. Realizing he had not been responsible to his readers, determined to rectify this, he resolved to expedite his writing. He had just completed the second volume and was preparing to update the third volume, Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Insect Valley of Yunnan. Feng responded, My apologies, chief editor. I've been a bit preoccupied lately. I will dedicate the next few days to writing diligently to satisfy the readers. His tone carried a hint of regret. Xiong Wei replied eagerly, Not at all. I am simply delighted that you are updating. Please allow me the pleasure of treating you to a meal when you have time. After ending the call, Xiong Wei's excitement was palpable. Feng shook his head with a smile, then turned his attention to updating Ghost Blows Out the Light. 2 days later, with the aid of his exceptional typing speed, Feng completed an amp, oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Insect Valley of Yunnan, and amp, oppos, highlights included, The Ancient Dian Kingdom. Xiong Wei exclaimed upon discovering the email. He eagerly began reading. As time passed, by the time Xiong Wei finished, Feng had also completed Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Yellow Weasel's Grave. Xiong Wei sent several messages praising Feng's work, expressing his enthrallment and confirming it was ready for publication without any issues. Seeing no problems, Feng opened his writer's assistant and uploaded the work. Just as he submitted it, Xiong Wei arranged for the website staff to feature Feng's Ghost Blows Out the Light prominently on the homepage. Consequently, the days without updates felt like years. Feng's writing is truly exceptional. I've read the earlier chapters multiple times. Moreover, the songs by Feng are delightful. I listen to them constantly. Today, I shared the master's book with those around me, and many are interested in reading it. Moved by these warm messages, Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. In response, numerous fans engaged with him in the comment section. Feng then submitted this volume and the next to the publishing house. Upon receiving the 2 volumes, the head of the publishing house was elated, jumping with excitement. After a brief discussion and thorough inspection, they proceeded to print the works. The first edition was gifted to Feng, while the beautifully packaged copies were intended for others, particularly the owner of Mango Entertainment, to whom he had previously promised. The publishing house's representative treated Feng to a meal before departing. Thrilled at the prospect of profit from Feng and Oppo's work. Who would he be excited about making money? Feng dialed a number. The caller identified as the owner of Mango Entertainment. As the call connected, a warm voice greeted him. Brother Yi, The owner of Frog Entertainment wishes to meet you. Frog Entertainment, alongside Mango Entertainment, is one of the two major music giants in Yuezhou. Yi Feng nodded, having anticipated this encounter. Chapter 60, Apologies. I decline. As Yi Feng stepped out of the company, a luxurious business vehicle halted a short distance away. A well-dressed young man, impeccably attired, approached him. Upon reaching Yi Feng, the young man bowed slightly and said, "Mr. Yi Feng, my boss has sent me to escort you." Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from entering the vehicle immediately. Instead, the ride was exceptionally comfortable, accompanied by the melodious strains of Yi Feng's songs. Soon, they arrived at Mango Entertainment. As Yi Feng entered the premises, numerous curious glances were cast in his direction, followed by hushed whispers. "Isn't that Yi Feng? What is he doing here? He isn't part of our company. Isn't that the boss's personal bodyguard? He's guiding Yi Feng." The employees of Mango Entertainment were taken aback. The boss's personal bodyguard leading Yi Feng. How could they not be astonished? It was well known that the bodyguard only protected the boss and had never been assigned to anyone else. This was the first time the staff and stars had witnessed the boss placing such importance on an individual. According to the boss's secretary, Yi Feng was a brother of the boss. Unbelievable. Yi Feng is so young, and the boss is so much older. Could they possibly be father and son? Yi Feng remained oblivious. Under the guidance of the boss's personal bodyguard, he made his way to the office of the owner of Mango Entertainment. Upon entering the opulent office, its vivid imagery rendering it impossible to look away. A remarkable wooden desk, of an unidentified but undoubtedly precious wood, exuded an air of natural elegance rather than ornate craftsmanship. The entire office radiated an aura of extravagance. Seated on the plush sofa were two individuals, the owner of Mango Entertainment and a striking young woman. She possessed a captivating appearance and exuded a formidable presence, dressed in a sharp outfit that conveyed an unapproachable energy. "Brother Yi, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." The owner of Mango Entertainment enthusiastically greeted Yi Feng. "Brother, this is a gift for you." Along with an unpublished set, Yi Feng presented the exquisitely packaged Ghost Blows Out the Light, the Kunlun Divine Palace, and Ghost Blows Out the Light, the Yellow Weasel Grave, handing them to the owner, who received them with gleaming eyes, clearly enamored by the series. "You are indeed Yi Feng." Before the owner could introduce, the woman spoke. Her surprise was evident as she observed Yi Feng's composure. Typically, others regarded her with deference and trepidation, their eyes averted. Yet Yi Feng maintained steady eye contact, exuding tranquility, a clear indication that he was no ordinary person. This moment prompted the owner of Frog Entertainment to assess Yi Feng, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. Gradually, the two became more acquainted through the owner and Appo's introductions. At this juncture, the owner of Frog Entertainment spoke. "Yi Feng, I wish to acquire the film rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light." Frog Entertainment, alongside Mango Entertainment, stood as one of the two entertainment giants in Yuezhou, primarily engaged in film production with minimal focus on music. Each year, Frog Entertainment produced an abundance of television dramas. The proprietor, Lu Fei, hailed from immense wealth, having transformed her startup into a leading entertainment powerhouse in a mere few years through her unique vision. While the owner of Mango Entertainment was undoubtedly impressive, having risen from humble beginnings, Lu Fei's success was equally noteworthy, albeit bolstered by her affluent background. Yi Feng, having previously studied the entertainment landscape in Yuezhou, was well aware of the circumstances surrounding this meeting. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on Lu Fei, calmly inquiring, "How much?" With a slight smile, Lu Fei replied, 30 million. Yi Feng and Appo's pupils contracted in shock as he looked at Lu Fei, incredulous at her audacity. He certainly did not lack for 30 million. After all, the investment in Ghost Blows Out the Light had already surpassed several hundred million, with the value it generated being immeasurable. Gradually regaining his composure, Yi Feng regarded Lu Fei, his expression inscrutable, stating, "I'm sorry, but I must decline." Chapter 61. From passive to active, Yi Feng and Appo's words conveyed a tone of resolute determination, leaving both Lu Fei and the owner of Mango Entertainment momentarily astonished. Lu Fei gazed at Yi Feng, smiling as she inquired, "Are you dissatisfied with the price, Yi Feng? We can negotiate further." Yi Feng posed a question, What is the highest price you can offer? After a thoughtful pause, Lu Fei replied, 50 million. Yifeng shook his head, responding, I'm sorry, but I have no intention of selling. Yifeng could not possibly part with such a significant intellectual property for a mere tens of millions. Furthermore, owning such a valuable IP should remain in his hands. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei furrowed her brows and remarked, Yifeng, even if you keep the film rights, they would serve no purpose. If you grant them to me, I can not only compensate you, but I can also ensure Ghost Blows Out the Light becomes a massive hit, thus creating a win-win situation. You aren't going to produce a television series, so retaining the rights would be of no use to you. Yifeng, observing lu fils furuid bro, chocolate. As far as I know, Frog Entertainment specializes in producing dramas featuring domineering CEOs, while suspenseful adventure stories could be well suited for filming. Isn't that correct? Then, directing is not something one can simply decide to do. It requires professional skills. Take my advice. Let the professionals handle their respective tasks. We should not interfere. Lu Fei, upon hearing Yifeng's statement, burst into laughter. Yifeng, while your songs are delightful and your novels captivating, you may not necessarily excel at directing television dramas. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to produce one? Her gaze towards Yifeng reflected a hint of disappointment, imbued with skepticism. Yifeng possessed a system that granted him professional directing skills, as previously mentioned, and he also had the script for Ghost Blows Out the Light. I will be directing this television series, and I hope for your support. Lu Fei was taken aback, her eyes filled with disbelief as she asked, Are you truly going to direct a television series? Yifeng nodded with a smile. I may require your assistance. Lu Fei scrutinized him, questioning, What do I stand to gain? Yifeng replied, What do we seek in producing a television series? Fame and wealth, correct? I can provide both. Intrigued, Lu Fei inquired, What do you need me to do? Yifeng responded, I need the capable crew from your company for the production. I'll be both the director and the screenwriter. We can co-produce, but you will handle the approval process for the series. Yifeng and Appo's sincere tone resonated with Lu Fei, who found it quite appealing. She looked at him with a playful expression. Yifeng, it seems I might be at a disadvantage here. Yifeng smiled. My intellectual property can bring us both financial gain and recognition. How can that be considered a disadvantage? Lu Fei pressed on. How will the revenue from the television series be divided? Yifeng replied, a 70-30 split, with me taking the larger portion. Moreover, I will be in charge of everything. Lu Fei frowned. Our company is investing the most. How is it that you benefit disproportionately? Yifeng countered, It is your company's actors who will gain fame, as well as your crew, whose contributions will yield significant profits in the long run. Wood and Amp, Oppos, do you agree? Lu Fei was taken aback. Yifeng seemed to possess the acumen of a capitalist, understanding so much about the industry. She then asked, Are you so confident in your ability to succeed as a director? Do you comprehend the difficulties involved? What if you fail? Yifeng looked at Lu Fei and proclaimed words that left her astonished. How could I possibly fail? Lu Fei. Meanwhile, the owner of Mango Entertainment gave Yifeng a thumbs up. He had never witnessed Lu Fei being outmaneuvered before. She had always been the one to dominate others. Today, however, it was Yifeng who had turned the tables. At that moment, his admiration for Yifeng flowed like an unending river. Subsequently, they drafted a contract and signed it. Thus, Yifeng, along with the owners of Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment, enjoyed a sumptuous feast before being escorted home by Mango Entertainment's close bodyguard. As for why they savored a grand meal before departing, the reason was quite simple. Why not indulge in a delightful treat at someone else's expense? At Frog Entertainment, Lu Fei overlooked the cityscape from her office, lost in thought. At that moment, her handsome assistant, perplexed, asked, Boss, why are we agreeing to Yifeng and Appo's terms? It feels as though he is taking advantage of us. Lu Fei gazed at her extraordinarily handsome assistant and smiled gently. Chapter 62. Each with their own thoughts. The reason I am acquiring the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light is, fundamentally, to generate profits and enhance our reputation. More significantly, it is to facilitate the transformation of our company. The audience is growing weary of the dominant CEO-themed dramas. It is time for us to explore a different genre. The most fitting option currently is the immensely popular and Amp, Oppos, Ghost blows out the light, and amp, Oppos. Regrettably, Yifeng is unwilling to sell the film rights, leaving us at an impasse. The assistant, still puzzled, inquired, then why did we agree to Yifeng and amp, Oppos, as demands and sign a contract? Lu Fei gazed into the distance, her eyes profound. Because he can bring me both wealth and fame. The assistant, bewildered, asked, does the boss genuinely believe that he can make Ghost Blows Out the Light a success as a director? Lu Fei candidly replied, no, I do not believe so. The assistant was taken aback. Then why has the boss prepared actors and a crew for him, even assisting him with the approval process? Confusion clouded his mind. If the boss did not trust Yifeng, why acquiesce to his requests? Lu Fei smiled softly. Those around him speak highly of him. He reciprocates sincerity with sincerity, making him quite suitable as a friend. Lu Fei nodded. If we approach him with genuine intentions, he will respond in kind. Should he fail as a director, he will feel a sense of guilt and willingly hand over the Ghost Blows Out the Light IP to me. At that point, we can adapt this IP into a successful production, earning both profit and recognition. Moreover, we will gain Yifeng and Oppos as friendship. We would reap both financial rewards and fame. Although the bulk of the profits and recognition would rightfully belong to him, the actors and crew are ours. And with astute management, we could generate even greater revenue. Furthermore, his success would validate his talent, and our sincerity would yield a valuable friendship. In business, harmony fosters prosperity. As long as we can secure benefits, it suffices. With renewed confidence, Lu Fei asserted, therefore, regardless of whether he succeeds or fails. Admiring the handsome visage of her assistant and casting an appreciative glance at his physique, playfully suggested, go take a shower. At Yifeng and amp, Oppos, S. Villa. Su Yahan brewed a cup of goji berry health tea for him while he contemplated the events of the day. After mentally reviewing the occurrences and confirming that he had made no missteps, he gradually relaxed. He had researched the female owner of Frog Entertainment and discovered that her connections were formidable, so much so that she could secure approvals for dramas that other companies could not. The television approval system in this world was more stringent than that of Earth. To fully realize an Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppos, and obtain approval, one must have substantial backing. Crucially, in Yuezhou, Frog Entertainment holds a monopoly over the television sector. Yifeng's ambitions to produce a drama would inevitably intersect with Frog Entertainment's interests. In essence, one must ensure that the capital also tastes the fruits of success. If Yifeng failed to offer Frog Entertainment a share, it was highly probable that the production of And Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppos, would not even receive approval. There was also the potential for unforeseen complications. Do not underestimate the lengths to which capital will go. When one seeks to claim their profits without offering any in return, unexpected consequences may arise. Yifeng could surmise some of Lu Fei's intentions, yet he felt compelled to take the risk. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. To achieve wealth and fame, one must rely on oneself. Only through personal strength can one wield influence. He needed to expedite the process of earning money and gaining recognition to seize control. Yifeng muttered to himself. At Apple Entertainment, Yifeng informed Lin Yiyun of his plans to produce a television drama. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted dramatically. Well, do as you wish. If you run short on funds, let me know. I can assist you. Lin Yiyun sighed in resignation, aware of Yifeng's nature and the futility of attempting to change his mind. She accepted it as a moment of indulgence on his part. Clearly, she harbored doubts about Yifeng and Oppos' ability to create a successful drama. The following day, Yifeng conveyed his requirements for actors to the owner of Frog Entertainment. In summary, he insisted on performers with genuine talent and capability, avoiding any superficial celebrities lacking substance. He added that the actor should ideally resemble Jin Dong or Pan Yueming and possess a hint of rebellious charm, as a character who in the original work embodies such traits. Subsequently, Yifeng elaborated on additional details. Upon receiving Yifeng and Oppos' message, Lu Fei paused momentarily. Yifeng received the news and perused the information regarding the production team and the actors, his gaze drifting into the distance, his expression contemplative. Chapter 63. Respect Yi Feng meticulously reviewed the information regarding the actors and conducted an online search for their performance clips. As he watched the edited footage, he felt immensely satisfied. Frog Entertainment truly lived up to its professionalism. The actors Liu Fei had sourced were exceptionally qualified. Huba Yi, in particular, exuded a charming rogue demeanor, embodying traits reminiscent of Jin Dong and Pan Yuanming. He was, without a doubt, an ideal fit. Furthermore, Yi Feng began drafting the contract, stipulating that each actor must complete all 8 volumes. This consideration was not only for the fans, but also for his own benefit. By solidifying the audience and Oppo's inherent image of the characters, it would facilitate their immersion into the story. Simultaneously, Yi Feng aimed to maximize the commercial value of Ghost Blows Out the Light, thereby enhancing his popularity, extending his career, and increasing his earnings. After finalizing the contract and ensuring its accuracy, he sent it to Liu Fei. Next, Yi Feng delved into the script of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue. It was undeniable that assistant-produced work would be of superior quality. The script was brilliantly crafted, with the skills of a professional director bestowed upon him by the system, and now armed with such an excellent script. Yi Feng thoroughly studied it, gaining a comprehensive understanding. He scrutinized it several times, ensuring he grasped all the nuances. Liu Fei, upon receiving the contract from Yi Feng, fell into contemplation. Yi Feng was indeed a formidable individual. She did not voice her objections and instructed her assistant to print the contract. Turning to her male assistant, she commanded, "Ensure that they sign it. Each one must comply." The assistant nodded in agreement and proceeded to distribute the printed contracts for signatures. At Frog Entertainment, the actors and crew selected by Liu Fei glanced at the contract crafted specifically for them, their expressions tinged with anger. However, they dared not voice their grievances. They were acutely aware of Liu Fei's ruthless tactics. Refusal to sign would result in being sidelined by the company, leaving them without any income during that period. The following day, Yi Feng arrived at Frog Entertainment. "Yi Feng, you've worked hard." Liu Fei, having meticulously prepared a crew for him, came to welcome him personally. This gesture astonished many at Frog Entertainment, as they had never witnessed Liu Fei extend such courtesy to anyone before. They had heard much about Yi Feng, and many among them were admirers. Some were fans of his music, while others admired his literary work. With a smile, Yi Feng engaged in conversation with Liu Fei before preparing for work. The crew was well equipped, and Liu Fei ensured that Yi Feng received the utmost attention. She introduced him to the company's finest cinematographers, producers, and makeup artists. Observing the boss's enthusiastic demeanor towards Yi Feng, many began to warm up to him as well. However, they doubted Yi Feng and Oppo's ability to excel in this new endeavor, especially as he was to assume the pivotal roles of director and screenwriter. The crew perceived Yi Feng's involvement as a mere pastime. Without offering any explanations, Yi Feng immersed himself in the work. He first articulated the themes, central ideas, and historical context of the script for Ghost Blows Out the Light to the key personnel. He then analyzed the personalities, character arcs, and fates of the main characters in the series. Following that, Yi Feng outlined his creative concepts and design requirements for acting, cinematography, aesthetics, lighting, props, and costumes. He also provided guidance for sound, editing, and other departments, addressing the special effects needed in certain script sections to facilitate coordination with the relevant teams. Finally, he detailed the animation requirements, crafting precise design specifications. Yi Feng was now earnestly engaged in the production process. The staff present watched him, their eyes wide and pupils constricted, clearly astonished by his insights. Yi Feng had directly addressed many of their pressing concerns, igniting a consensus within them. Yi Feng is remarkably professional. The assistant directors exchanged glances, while the makeup artist, special effects technician, and editor silently acknowledged their mutual astonishment. As Yi Feng continued his work, they began to treat him with the seriousness he deserved. His professionalism communicated to them that he truly possessed the skills of a proficient director. At that moment, a newfound respect for Yi Feng began to blossom in their hearts. Chapter 64. The stick figure time swiftly passed while filming Ghost blows out the light, exceeding half a month in the blink of an eye. By this point, the crew had developed a profound respect for Feng, who approached his work with unwavering diligence and an acute attention to detail, demanding perfection in every aspect. This cultivated a mixture of reverence and trepidation among the crew members. In the office of the owner of Frog Entertainment, Lu Fei listened to the reports from the assistant director and producer, astonished to discover Feng's genuine directorial prowess. Her appreciation for him deepened further, however, which starkly contrasted with the polished and precise sketches of other directors, often characterized by their charm and artistic flair. Feng's contributions, however, were represented by mere stick figures. Yes, stick figures. Simple outlines that barely captured the essence of the scenes. Even Lu Fei, typically composed, was momentarily taken aback as she examined the rudimentary sketches. A frown creased her brow. Could it be that he merely intended to play around? Indeed, Feng had never received formal training in drawing, and his current skills were rudimentary at best. He had chosen to depict the storyboard in the simplest and most straightforward manner possible. At that moment, the special effects artist interjected, "Boss, the special effects for this drama are costing us a fortune. The budget is nearly depleted. What do you suggest?" Lu Fei shot him a cold glance, replying, "If the budget is insufficient, consult Feng. Your salaries come from me. I've secured the best team for him." Feng reviewed the progress of the drama and numerous film segments, and he had to admit that Lu Fei had indeed assembled a professional filming team. The footage exceeded his expectations, yet there remained some shortcomings in the special effects. He summoned the special effects artist to inquire about their progress. The artist, wearing a pained expression, responded, "Director Yi, I have created the special effects as per your specifications, but funds are lacking. Your demands are exceedingly high and costly to date." And this sum had come from his own pocket. After a moment of contemplation, Feng asked, "What did Lu Fei say?" Shouldering the costs of both, he found himself with little left, as he intended to reserve the remaining funds for Su Yahan. Resting his chin on his hand, he pondered potential investors. Lin Yun was not a viable option. Despite being his boss, she was not as financially endowed as he was. Lu Fei had already extended her support far beyond expectation. He could not approach her again. Then it struck him, the owner of Mango Entertainment. He was wealthy. Feng dialed the number for the owner of Mango Entertainment. Just as he was about to speak, the owner's voice boomed through the line, "My brother. Are you short on funds?" Feng nodded. Indeed, the owner's intuition was remarkable. On the other end, the owner chuckled. "Lu Fei mentioned to me that the special effects are quite costly and that you and Oppos, rerunning low on funds. Speak up. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you." Feng replied, "Brother Yi, consider this as an investment in the drama, and you shall receive a share of the profits later. What do you think?" To this, the owner of Mango Entertainment quickly shook his head. My brother, I do not want to share. Consider it an investment from me, and you owe me a favor. How does that sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Feng agreed. The owner, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Is 50 million sufficient? I can have someone transfer it to you immediately." Feng countered, "Would 100 million be feasible?" Chapter 65. The beautiful secretary analyzes him, all right. The owner of Mango Entertainment fell silent for a moment, feeling a pang in his heart as he agreed to Feng and Oppos' request. "Send me the account number. I will have someone transfer the money to you shortly." "Thank you," Feng replied before hanging up the phone. He promptly sent his bank account details to the owner of Mango Entertainment. In the office of Mango Entertainment, the owner looked at the bank account number Feng had sent and handed it to his secretary. "Xiao Zhang, please transfer 100 million to this account." What if he incurs losses while filming a drama? The beautiful secretary, Xiao Zhang, hurriedly exclaimed. The owner shot her a cold glance. "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" The secretary quickly lowered her head, not daring to speak further. The owner snorted softly. "I'm investing in Feng, not in that drama." Only then did the beautiful secretary, Xiao Zhang, realize the implication. Indeed, the boss is investing in Feng. I have listened to his songs. Given sufficient time to mature, they will yield substantial returns. Moreover, he has 2 novels whose valuations are not insignificant. Most importantly, His eyes deepened in thought, contemplating something profound. At this moment, the beautiful secretary, Xiao Zhang, snapped back to reality. Upon reflection, she realized the immense commercial value Yi Feng possessed. Not to mention, he was quite handsome. Suddenly, the weight of the owner and Oppo's S-word struck her. Yi Feng could potentially earn a fortune in the future. Then, the voice of the Mango Entertainment owner broke through her reverie. Yi Feng grew up in a very poor area. However, his neighbors speak highly of him. He appears to be a person of good character. After becoming famous for his songwriting, he has treated his longtime girlfriend and Oppo's family with great kindness. It is evident that he is a devoted person, buying them houses and cars, and providing them with considerable financial support. He is undoubtedly a filial individual. With this revelation, Xiao Zhang and Oppo's admiration for Yi Feng soared. Furthermore, the owner of that small company, Apple Entertainment, treated Yi Feng with sincerity, and Yi Feng reciprocated that sincerity. When other companies attempted to poach him, he declined their offers outright. It was clear that he was a person who reciprocated genuine goodwill. Xiao Zhang relayed all her findings and personal analysis of Yi Feng to the owner of Mango Entertainment. At this point, her fondness for Yi Feng had reached its zenith. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She understood why the owner of Mango Entertainment treated Yi Feng like a brother and why he was willing to invest 100 million in him. Because Yi Feng is deserving. In terms of love, family, and professional partnerships, he excels in all facets. Hu Wuden and Oppo's admire a person of integrity and talent. Crucially, the talent Yi Feng currently exhibits is worth far more than 100 million. If one treats him with sincerity, the potential for personal gains is significant. The owner of Apple Entertainment, Lin Yiyun, serves as a testament to this. Observing the changes in the expression of his beautiful secretary, Xiao Zhang, the owner of Mango Entertainment seemed to see through her thoughts. It appears I need not elaborate further. You must understand why I hold Yi Feng in such high regard. Regaining her composure, Xiao Zhang quickly expressed, "Your insight is remarkable, boss." A sense of respect for her employer blossomed within her, along with a flicker of affection towards Yi Feng, who was directing a film in the distance. The owner of Mango Entertainment smiled. Having spent considerable time in the entertainment industry, I have not encountered a young person as talented and virtuous as Yi Feng in a long while. Xiao Zhang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the entertainment industry is predominantly rife with deceit, where individuals fight fiercely for mere resources. It is rare to find someone as pure-hearted as teacher Yi Feng, who is genuinely pursuing his dreams. Boss, I will transfer the funds to teacher Yi Feng immediately, Xiao Zhang declared with urgency. The owner of Mango Entertainment nodded, gesturing for her to proceed. Go ahead. As he glanced at the storyboards sent by Lu Fei, the stick figures elicited a mix of amusement and disbelief from the owner. Well, perhaps this 100 million will serve as a playful experiment for you. Maybe only through failure will you discover your true path, he murmured to himself. Clearly, he did not harbor much faith in Yi Feng and Oppo's ability to successfully adapt Ghost blows out the light. Chapter 66. The Enchantment of the Frog Entertainment Boss. It is evident that a good reputation holds immense significance. Individuals of commendable standing, such as Yi Feng, have garnered the investment of both the Mango Entertainment and Frog Entertainment bosses. This favorable reputation has not only attracted investments, but has also cultivated greater opportunities for Yi Feng. Yi Feng received a staggering sum of 100 million from the Mango Entertainment boss. The following day, Yi Feng promptly compensated the special effects artist and articulated his requirements. The artist, elated by the remuneration, was eager to create extraordinary effects, as financial backing often fuels creativity. With Yi Feng's funding, the artist was invigorated and ready to excel. Thanks to Lu Fei, who had assembled a highly professional and exceptionally talented television production team for Yi Feng, he found himself in an environment rife with excellence. Lu Fei had indeed secured the finest talents for Yi Feng, apart from the director and screenwriter. Yi Feng, now a seasoned director equipped with a script refined by the system, enjoyed a smooth filming process. As the month drew to a close, both the editor and Yi Feng were engrossed in their work. Upon completion, although fatigued, Yi Feng felt a profound sense of accomplishment. The editor gazed in disbelief at the footage they had crafted, marveling at his own improvement. He replayed the scenes, each viewing deepening his admiration for Yi Feng. Director Yi, I initially thought you were merely dabbling in television production, yet your work is truly remarkable. It is no wonder the boss appointed you as the chief director. During this time spent with you, we have learned so much. Thank you immensely. Several assistant directors, witnessing the completed project, lavished praise upon Yi Feng. They had once doubted the success of a singer-turned-director, but Yi Feng had surpassed their expectations, leaving many astounded. Hearing their discussions, Yi Feng smiled and remarked, "Everyone has put in tremendous effort during this time." "Not at all, Director Yi. This is our duty," many replied courteously. Through their time together, the crew had come to understand Yi Feng's character, diligent and meticulous in his work, yet approachable in private. That evening, Yi Feng treated the crew to a celebratory dinner, acknowledging the arduous journey of filming, particularly due to his stringent standards. Many times, when the crew felt satisfied with their work, Yi Feng sought to elevate it further, striving for excellence. During dinner, they sang Yi Feng and Appo's songs, creating a joyous atmosphere, with him leading the vocals while others harmonized softly. The next day, in the office of Frog Entertainment, Lu Fei surveyed the assistant directors, producers, special effects artists, and makeup artists she had arranged for Yi Feng. Calmly, she addressed them. "You have all worked hard. Soon you shall receive your salaries." The question caught everyone off guard. They exchanged glances, astonished that their boss would question the director's performance. Observing their expressions, her tone betrayed a hint of helplessness. "Boss, you misunderstand. We have learned so much from Director Yi. He has imparted invaluable knowledge to us. This experience has revealed new ways of producing television dramas." The staff interjected, extolling Yi Feng's efforts. Upon hearing their enthusiastic remarks, Lu Fei found herself taken aback. "You just stated that Yi Feng and Appo's work is commendable," she asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. The crew eagerly nodded in affirmation. Lu Fei scrutinized their earnest expressions, questioning her own perceptions. Could it be that Yi Feng and Appo's work is truly exceptional? I must see for myself. She opened the original footage Yi Feng had sent her the previous day, which she had not had the chance to view due to her late arrival. Anticipating an average production, she felt little interest at first. Dismissing others from the room, she and her handsome assistant began watching Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue. The drama proved lengthy, and by evening, their stomachs growled as they realized they had forgotten to eat. Captivated by the allure of Yi Feng's production, they had watched without fast-forwarding. "Boss, I'll go fetch you something to eat," the charming assistant volunteered, rising to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he hesitated and returned, trembling slightly. "Boss, may I accompany you? I'm worried about you being alone." It was clear that the assistant was apprehensive, for Yi Feng and Appo's gripping narrative was both realistic and enthralling, comprising raw, unedited footage yet to be approved. Chapter 67. Teacher Yi Feng's direction is truly remarkable. Not only did he create a television series that feels incredibly authentic, but it is also exceptionally captivating. Consequently, Lu Fei and her handsome male assistant find themselves utterly engrossed, losing track of time and neglecting their meals. Upon hearing her assistant and Appo's words, Lu Fei and Appo's heart trembles slightly. It is already evening, as they have spent the entire day watching Ghost Blows Out the Light. Lu Fei glances around, a chill running down her spine. She looks up at her assistant and suggests, "Let's go out for dinner. After we eat, please accompany me home tonight." A hint of fear laces her voice. The handsome assistant, filled with curiosity, asks, "Boss, don't you usually go home by yourself?" Both are particularly cautious as they leave the office, sensing an unsettling feeling that someone may be following them. Upon reaching a crowded area, Lu Fei and her assistant feel a sense of security, exhaling in relief. After their meal, Lu Fei and her assistant linger in the bustling area for a while. Yet as the crowd thins, she insists he escort her home. The assistant, on his way back, feels an unease creeping in once more. The following day, Lu Fei and her assistant resume their viewing of Ghost Blows Out the Light, initially agreeing not to watch it until sunset. However, the brilliance of Yi Feng's direction captivates them once again, leading to another night fraught with trepidation. On the third day, they finally finish watching the series just as the sun begins to set, its warm glow illuminating their faces. The handsome assistant, still yearning for more, expresses, "Boss, this series directed by Yi Feng is destined for immense success. His storytelling prowess has even captivated someone like me who typically does not enjoy television." His voice carries a note of respect for Yi Feng. Lu Fei nods in agreement. "I never anticipated that teacher Yi Feng possessed such a talent for directing. This series is truly exceptional." At that moment, she acknowledges Yi Feng and Appo's brilliance, contemplating how she might enhance his compensation in the future. Suddenly, her phone rings, displaying Yi Feng and Appo's name. Lu Fei quickly answers, "Good evening, teacher Yi Feng. I watched the series you directed, and it is splendid. Please forgive my earlier oversight." Lu Fei feels her fondness for him grow. He is not only talented, but also possesses a charming demeanor. Curiously, she inquires, "What prompted you to call me so late?" Her heart races, and a blush rises to her cheeks. Observing his boss's reaction, the handsome assistant feels a mix of disbelief and amusement. A flurry of thoughts races through his mind. Teacher Yi Feng does not lack wealth and has no need to pursue her. He is handsome, talented, and wealthy. What could he possibly want from her? Perhaps the boss is overthinking this. At that moment, the assistant finds himself harboring a newfound admiration for Yi Feng. Oh no! For 3 days, she and her assistant have been engrossed in Yi Feng's work, completely forgetting about the review process. It is already under review. You need not worry. I will handle it," Lu Fei asserts confidently. The assistant feels a flush of embarrassment on her behalf. Yi Feng breathes a sigh of relief. He has researched the stringent review process for television dramas in Yuezhou and knows that while it is indeed rigorous, there are instances where seemingly unqualified works have passed, often due to the influence of the production company, Frog Entertainment, this being the very reason for his collaboration with them. "Thank you, Lu Boss. I will treat you to a meal sometime," Yi Feng proposes. Lu Fei, brimming with excitement, replies, "Absolutely. By the way, I have a gift for you." Just as Yi Feng is about to inquire about the nature of the gift, Lu Fei abruptly ends the call. Immediately after hanging up, she instructs her assistant, "Tomorrow, send the original film for review. Just tell them my father said it's excellent." The assistant nods earnestly, "Understood, boss." Chapter 68. Approval granted. Lu Fei grew anxious and decided to call the relevant review personnel. "This is Lu Fei, owner of Frog Entertainment. My father is Lu Jingtian. May I inquire about the delay in the review process?" Upon hearing her name, the reviewers were taken aback by her formidable background. The cold expressions on their faces quickly transformed into warm smiles. "Hello, Ms. Lu. We have screened the film you submitted, and it is quite remarkable. There are no issues at all. We will process it right away and provide you with approval by this afternoon. How's that sound?" Their tone was exceedingly courteous. After all, Lu Fei's connections were not to be trifled with. "Fine," Lu Fei replied tersely before hanging up. At that moment, the staff members involved in the review breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, they had become so engrossed in watching the original footage of the television series directed by Yi Feng over the past 3 days that they had completely forgotten about the review. It was only after Lu Fei's call that they regained their focus. The series was exceptional and was poised to become a tremendous hit. The director and screenwriter were also quite talented. One of the reviewers remarked in admiration, and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, one keen-eyed reviewer noticed something astonishing. Both the director and screenwriter were the same person, Yi Feng, ISN and Appo's. He the author? The others gasped in surprise. The author is not only directing, but also writing the script. How extraordinary is Yi Feng? The reviewers began to discuss Yi Feng, with one saying, "I heard he is also a singer." Another chimed in, "Indeed. I've been listening to his songs lately. They are delightful. I can sing several of them." The enthusiasm for Yi Feng grew as they shared their impressions, deepening their respect for his multifaceted talents. At that moment, one reviewer frowned and remarked, "Although teacher Yi Feng and Appo's television series is splendid, certain scenes might not pass the review standards. What if it frightens children?" Another reviewer added, exactly. What if parents file complaints? Then a third reviewer intervened, slowly addressing the group. Is this series obscene? Is it violent? The attendees reminisced about the gripping scenes they had witnessed over the past 3 days while watching Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue, and unanimously shook their heads, asserting that it was neither violent nor obscene. Instead, it was exceptionally captivating. While some scenes were indeed frightening, they were true to the original material. Several individuals present had read the source novel, leading them to believe the adaptation was commendable. Notably, Reviewer C was a devoted fan of Ghost Blows Out the Light. It is widely recognized that the most crucial aspect of adapting a novel into a television series is to avoid excessive alterations and remain true to the source material. Feng adhered strictly to the storyline of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue. Given Lu Fei and Appo's influence, he was confident that she would ensure its approval. Just as the debate intensified, Reviewer D interjected, "Have you all forgotten who is behind this project? It is Lu Jingtian, the father of Lu Fei, the owner of Frog Entertainment." At this revelation, the dissenting reviewers fell silent, including Reviewer A and Reviewer B. Lu Fei received the news of the approval, and remarkably, the original footage had undergone no alterations. Feng had remained faithful to the source material. Suyahan went to prepare a meal. Feng reclined on the sofa, glancing at the message from Lu Fei. The film has been approved without any cuts. The call connected swiftly, and Lu Fei's excited voice rang through. Our series has passed the review and is ready for registration. Thank you, Feng replied, then added in confusion, but isn't there a need to schedule the release date? Lu Fei, brimming with confidence, replied, our series doesn't have to wait for a slot. You can choose the date. Tomorrow is fine. Her tone exuded an air of certainty, as if the television station were her own enterprise. Feng grasped her meaning without further inquiry, understanding that pressing for details would yield no insider information. Normally, after a series passes review, it must wait to be scheduled for release, even if one attempts to expedite the process with bribes. At the very least, a wait of 6 months is typical. Yet, Lu Fei and Appo's assurance of immediate scheduling hinted at the powerful connection she possessed. Chapter 69. The surge of popularity the following day, Feng arrived at Frog Entertainment and encountered Lu Fei. At that moment, Lu Fei regarded Feng with a glimmer of enthusiasm in her gaze. Let us set the premiere date for 1 week from now, Feng suggested, contemplating the matter. Lu Fei nodded in agreement. That sounds splendid. Typically, a week of build-up is essential prior to a drama and Appo's release. She gazed at Feng with a hint of admiration. Feng acknowledged her words, having previously acquired substantial knowledge about television dramas, understanding that a week of anticipation could maximize the exposure of the series. Since Lu Fei had indicated that the schedule could be finalized at any time, they decided on a Monday release for the following week. Subsequently, Feng and the crew began editing the promotional video. Once the editing was completed, Feng reviewed it and felt a sense of satisfaction. The crew members. The broadcasting time is from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m., featuring 2 episodes per night during prime time. What do you think? Feng was somewhat taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the favorable airing schedule. He smiled back at Lu Fei. Thank you, I am quite satisfied. Lu Fei replied, we are all in this for profit. There is no need for such formality. With your impressive direction, I believe this series will be a tremendous success. Feng nodded in agreement. Thus, Frog Entertainment officially announced the adaptation of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue, along with the release of the promotional video edited by Feng and the crew. The announcement ignited a flurry of reactions online. Onlookers began to express their astonishment. Onlooker 1. What is happening? Frog Entertainment's latest drama is Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue? Onlooker 2. Shocking. It's an adaptation of a novel. Will it ruin the original work? Onlooker 3. Frog Entertainment has always produced romantic dramas. As far as I know, and Appo's, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Appo's, is about tomb raiding, right? Onlooker 4. How can they transition from romance to tomb raiding? This seems implausible. The online discourse was rife with dissatisfaction, with many questioning Frog Entertainment's choices. In response, Frog Entertainment issued another statement. The drama is adapted from a novel, with the author Yi Feng serving as both director and screenwriter. This announcement caused a sensation. Netizens exclaimed, "Wow, the author is directing and adapting his own novel. The anticipation is through the roof." Others chimed in, "I haven't seen an adventure or mystery drama about tomb raiding since the author is at the helm. I am eagerly looking forward to it." While the general public expressed excitement, prominent directors and screenwriters within the industry took a more cynical stance. Renowned director, "A writer directing is the biggest joke I've heard this year. Directing is not a role just anyone can assume." Renowned director B, Frog Entertainment, being a leading company, has truly lost its way by appointing a writer as a director. Renowned director C, professional tasks should be handled by professionals. Though Yi Feng is a talented novelist, I do not believe he will succeed in directing. It is a challenging endeavor. Some directors refrained from voicing their opinions, but showed support for their peers' criticisms. Clearly, the industry insiders did not share the netizens' confidence in Yi Feng and anticipated his failure. At this juncture, screenwriters also began to express their views. Renowned screenwriter 1. "I acknowledge Yi Feng's talent as a novelist, but I do not believe he is fit to be a screenwriter. This seems absurd." Renowned screenwriter 2. "Screenwriting requires a comprehensive design conveyed through words. I doubt Yi Feng can achieve that." Renowned screenwriter 3. It's not as simple as one might think. Being a screenwriter is not a role one can just step into." Renowned screenwriter 4. "If Yi Feng's drama succeeds, I will wash my hair upside down." Numerous screenwriters joined in the critique of Yi Feng. The cacophony of disapproval from these esteemed directors and screenwriters only served to amplify the buzz surrounding Yi Feng's new drama, propelling its popularity to unprecedented heights. That evening, the fervent anticipation from fans, coupled with the industry's derision, created a perfect storm of attention, igniting a wildfire of pre-release hype. Yi Feng observed the rising online fervor, his eyes sparkling. This was far more effective than any paid promotion. He even hoped for more vehement critiques from the directors and screenwriters. Lu Fei, upon seeing these developments, "I want to witness Yi Feng prove them wrong." Chapter 70. Let the bullets fly for a while due to the fervent discussions online. Ghost blows out the light. The ancient city of Jingjue has gained considerable attention even before its premiere. The heightened anticipation and scrutiny from fans, along with the critiques from renowned directors and screenwriters, have placed Yi Feng in the eye of the storm. However, Yi Feng remains unfazed by the situation, believing in the notion of letting the bullets fly for a while. The external expectations and doubts have only amplified the show's popularity, as he harbors deep skepticism regarding the potential success of Yi Feng and Oppo's work. In his view, it is implausible for one individual to excel in every creative endeavor. While Yi Feng has demonstrated remarkable talent in songwriting and singing, the prospect of him venturing into novel writing already strikes the owner as a sign of genius. Thus, the owner of Apple Entertainment contemplates how to comfort Yi Feng in the event of negative reviews following the show's release. Clearly, nevertheless, she fervently hopes that Yi Feng will continue his endeavors in songwriting and novel writing, as she perceives these to be his true talents, wishing not to see his gift squandered. More importantly, if Yi Feng focuses on music, it would also be financially beneficial for her. In contrast to the skeptical entertainment moguls, when Yi Feng struggled academically, Su Yahan consistently encouraged him to pursue his passions. As he grew older and expressed reluctance to enter the workforce, Su Yahan selflessly took on jobs to support him, dedicating her earnings to his endeavors. In her eyes, Yi Feng is the most extraordinary person in the world. "I'm just admiring how handsome my husband is." Yi Feng affectionately reflet herhive. At that moment, Su Yahan embraced him softly, declaring, "Husband, I believe in you. Your work is destined to be a huge success." With that, she clenched her small fist in determination. Taken aback, Yi Feng returned her embrace, his gaze warm. Yi Feng's literary fans eagerly anticipated the series, given that it was directed by the author himself. His musical fans were equally excited, confident in Yi Feng's ability to excel. Online spectators were also highly curious, as they had yet to witness a drama centered on adventure and tomb raiding. What heightened everyone in Oppo's Anticipation was the fact that this was the first television series written, directed, and produced by its author. Prominent directors and screenwriters were equally eager, as they were prepared to critique Feng's work thoroughly. The series began airing. Director A, who had recently gained fame for the drama The CEO and Oppo's little wife, was one of those who publicly criticized Feng, questioning his qualifications. Determined to scrutinize Feng and Oppo's directorial efforts, he settled down to watch the show, where Ghost Blows Out the Light was being broadcast during prime time. As director, A watched the opening scenes of Ghost Blows Out the Light. He felt a sense of nostalgia wash over him, drawing him into the narrative. However, just as he became engrossed, an advertisement interrupted the flow. Damn these ads. Why are they so long? He thought, eagerly awaiting the moment who Fatty and Shirley Yang would embark on their exploration. Once the commercial break concluded, he resumed watching. Director A found himself increasingly absorbed in the series. A week later, he completed viewing all episodes, which perfectly spanned 21 installments. Reflecting on what he had witnessed, he sighed softly. This Feng. His direction is astoundingly professional. It's simply splendid. Feng and Oppo's talent is truly on par with my own. At that moment, a notification chimed in a group chat comprised of prominent directors, initially established to facilitate discussions aimed at critiquing Feng. He glanced at the messages, sinking into deep contemplation. Chapter 71. Breaking the highest viewership record in a decade, renowned director A observed the messages circulating within the directors group. The tone had shifted dramatically. Renowned director B proclaimed, Frog Entertainment is truly astute. Inviting Feng to direct this adventurous suspense drama is simply brilliant. Renowned director C added, Director Feng is destined to become a celebrated figure in the industry. The director S group buzzed with commendations for Feng, leaving director A somewhat speechless. These individuals are so hypocritical. Unlike them, I have consistently supported director Feng from the very beginning. I must devise a strategy to collaborate with him. In a prominent screenwriters group, which had initially been established to undermine Feng, the group leader, renowned screenwriter 1, noted the exodus of several screenwriters. Rather than feeling anger, she was enveloped in a sense of helplessness. After watching the television series penned and directed by Feng, she had to admit it was exceptionally well-crafted. She could find no flaws or points of criticism against him. Gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, a bittersweet smile crept upon her lips. Feng is indeed a prodigious talent. I am humbled by his brilliance. However, one screenwriter found herself in a precarious situation, even gripped by fear, as she faced the prospect of performing a headstand to wash her hair. Initially reluctant, she was coerced by Frog Entertainment staff, who threatened her with a ban if she refused. How could a mere screenwriter contend with a powerful corporation? Thus, she complied, albeit her actions appeared rather comical. Having watched Ghost Blows Out the Light, lauded Feng, exclaiming, Brother Yi has done a fantastic job with this series. It captures the essence of the original work splendidly. He possesses remarkable talent in directing. It is truly impressive. The owner marveled at Feng's abilities, astonished that he could produce such an outstanding piece. His secretary observed his demeanor with curiosity. Boss, shouldn't you be pleased? Director Feng's television series has become a sensation with excellent reviews. The beautiful secretary, Xiao Zhang, noticed the owner's melancholic expression, perplexed. The Mango Entertainment owner sighed. Xiao Zhang, I previously sponsored Brother Yi with 100 million. He promised me a share of the profits, but at the time, I doubted the show's potential. So, my investment was a favor to him. Now, your choice was wise. No one could have predicted director Ye's debut television series would be this remarkable. The Mango Entertainment owner smiled faintly, but the regret etched across his face was unmistakable, as if he had lost billions. Perhaps influenced by her boss's sentiments, Xiao Zhang began to harbor a newfound admiration for Feng. At Frog Entertainment, in the owner's office, Lu Fei fielded a barrage of congratulatory calls, responding with enthusiasm and a beaming smile. Feng's television series had exploded in popularity, earning rave reviews. Pedal Network, a rating platform for films and literary works, had established that a score of 7 was considered respectable for television series in recent years. An 8 was deemed outstanding, with only a handful of series achieving that distinction the previous year. Notably, a score of 9 had not been seen in years. Yet, Yifeng's Ghost Blows Out the Light achieved an impressive score of 9.1, setting a new benchmark for television ratings in Yuanzhou. This was a phenomenon that sparked widespread discussion in schools, companies, and even among dance enthusiasts in public squares. Numerous advertising companies approached Lu Fei, eager to insert advertisements into the concluded series Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of the unraveled. Upon obtaining Yifeng's consent, she proposed a revenue-sharing arrangement similar to that of the television series, with Yifeng receiving the lion's share. Meanwhile, Yifeng was at home, cooking alongside Suyahan, cherishing these leisurely moments together. Suyahan looked at Yifeng, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "Your show is a massive hit." On the other end, a warm voice responded, "Greetings, is this Director Yifeng?" "Yes, this is he. May I ask who is calling?" The voice continued, "Hello, Director Yifeng. I am the head of Shinkong Television. I'm calling regarding your series. Congratulations. Under your direction and writing, your television series has broken our network's highest viewership record in a decade." Chapter 72. The rewards are quite generous. Upon hearing the words of the director of the Starry Sky television station, Yifeng was somewhat taken aback. "My series has shattered your viewing records from the past decade. Teacher Yifeng, your television drama holds significant meaning. It is the first of its kind in the adventure, suspense, and tomb raiding genre." Yifeng, intrigued, inquired, "Are there any tangible rewards?" The station director laughed lightly. "Next time, we can prioritize the airing of your series." Yifeng responded with a polite thank you. Meanwhile, discussions regarding the television drama Ghost Blows Out the Light were unprecedentedly lively online. Commenter 1. Having read the original 3 times, I can say the adaptation is highly faithful. The macro characteristics of the era and the micro differences in character traits align well with the original setting. It is evident that the author, has put in great effort. The special effects rival those of major productions, and the pacing adheres closely to the original narrative. The performances, the realism of the props, and the meticulous attention to detail are all commendable. Kudos to the author, director, and screenwriters. Commenter 2. The attention to detail in this series is remarkable. The various ghostly special effects are a highlight. First, there's the Red Hound, transformed from the body of a general found within the ancient Liaojin tomb, portrayed by an actor over 2 meters tall, dwarfing the 1.8 meter protagonist, which emit a phosphorescent glow due to their diet of decaying flesh, displaying a translucent crystal blue, with wings that are sheer and sparkling, allowing glimpses of their semi-transparent innards. Seemingly alive with flowing flames, igniting any flesh they touch into white ash. This fire beetle is captured in exquisite detail by the production team, undoubtedly at great expense. Furthermore, the child spirits in the secret chamber of the Guangdong Army Fortress initially appear as ethereal apparitions to capture the attention of Ba Yi, Fatty, and Ingzi. When I think of this species, countless images of taro plants come to mind. Yet the portrayal by the production team exceeded my expectations, aligning perfectly with my imagination. In summary, as a fan of the original work, I am thoroughly satisfied. Commenter 3. I used to dislike you, but now I really admire you. Your television dramas are truly captivating. Commenter 4. Yifeng observed these comments with a smile. This was a recognition of his capabilities. Indeed, he found great pleasure in reading the feedback from viewers. They scrutinized the details with an analytical lens, offering him much to learn. Overall, the majority of the comments were favorable, with over 1 million reviews, while other dramas only garnered a mere 100,000 at their peak. And many didn't even reach that mark. The contrast underscored the phenomenal success of Yifeng's drama. Yifeng opened his social media account. At that moment, his follower count had surged from 20 million to 26 million. Yifeng internally exclaimed, "System, it's time to issue the rewards." Ding, a melodious mechanical sound resonated. Congratulations, host, for surpassing 26 million followers. Reward: 3 additional years of life. As time progresses, extending life becomes increasingly challenging. Thus, The value of each year grows in significance. Ye Feng nodded inaknodet. Reward, the song Jiangnan. Is it Lin Junjies Jiangnan? Host indeed. Reward, the song actor. Shui Jiqin actor? Correct host. Reward, the song Xiao Cho. Mao Bai Xiao Cho. Precisely host. At that moment, 3 song samples appeared in Yi Feng's hands. System, are the song copyrights registered? Rest assured, host. The system has ensured the copyrights are duly registered. Yi Feng nodded once more. Host has 3 opportunities for a lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? Yi Feng contemplated whether it was the right time for a draw. Perhaps it would be wise to save them for later. Understood. To date, the host currently possesses 6 chances for a lottery draw. Yi Feng acknowledged this. At that moment, the phone rang. The caller was Lu Fei, the owner of Frog Entertainment. Yi Feng answered the call. Chapter 73. The concern and affirmation of my father-in-law. The call connected, and the excited voice of Lu Fei, the owner of Frog Entertainment, resonated. Yi Feng, we have struck gold, ha ha ha. The head of Starry Sky TV just reached out to me, and they are willing to purchase the exclusive broadcasting rights for over 100 million. Moreover, more than 30 advertising companies have approached us, offering 5 million per ad for product placements. Although Yi Feng understood that popular dramas could be lucrative, he had not anticipated such astronomical earnings. Lu Fei continued, her enthusiasm palpable. Additionally, Starry Sky TV wishes to collaborate with us, offering 20 million per episode for the exclusive rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue, for 3 years. I would like to know your thoughts on whether we should sell. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng realized that the offered price exceeded his expectations significantly. After careful consideration, he calculated that the 3-year exclusive rights would amount to 420 million, and with the advertising revenue, it would surpass 500 million. 3 years later, he could potentially sell them for an even higher price. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Feng replied slowly, I will sell the exclusive rights for just 1 year. The remaining rights will be sold year by year. Lu Fei, upon hearing this, displayed a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. Yi Feng was indeed astute. Furthermore, Yi Feng planned to produce subsequent installments of Ghost Blows Out the Light. As long as the quality remained high and the reputation favorable, the viewership would only increase, thereby augmenting the value of the series. It is noteworthy that in the past, the market valuation for the film and television rights of Ghost Blows Out the Light and Tomb Raider note soared to over 10 billion. Lu Fei, upon hearing Yi Feng's words, chuckled. I share your thoughts. This series has the potential to generate even more revenue in the future. I will start negotiations with the television station's head immediately. Television dramas are indeed profitable. For instance, Empresses in the Palace has sustained an entire network's workforce to this day. Ding ling ling at that moment. Yi Feng's phone rang again, and Lu Fei was on the line. The television station's head has agreed, but they have lowered the price to 15 million per episode. Although the bulk of the rights and revenue belonged to Yi Feng, he still valued her opinion. She paused for a moment, then earnestly stated, I believe this price is already remarkably high. In all my years of producing dramas, I have never encountered such a lucrative offer. Furthermore, internal sources indicate that your show is currently commanding the highest price. Yi Feng, you are truly a genius. You are simply remarkable. Yi Feng chuckled in response. All right, let's accept their offer. Ensure the funds are transferred promptly. Lu Fei nodded. Understood. I will follow your lead. She then ended the call. As Yi Feng contemplated the affairs surrounding the drama, he also pondered whether to continue producing the Ghost Blows Out the Light series. After all, Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue had become a sensation, and at present, it was the sole tomb-raiding mystery drama. Most other dramas leaned heavily towards idol themes. Thus, a multitude of viewers were eagerly anticipating the next installment from Yi Feng. Ding ling ling, just then. On the other end, Yi Feng's father-in-law beamed upon hearing his voice. Xiao Feng, the drama you produced is captivating. I've been following it closely these past few days. I never imagined you possessed such talent for directing dramas. Truly impressive. Yi Feng chuckled modestly. Dad, you flatter me. I merely consider myself fortunate. His father-in-law replied, Xiao Feng, this is a testament to your skill. There is no mere luck involved. You're being too humble. By the way, do not overwork yourself. Remember to take care of your health. It is of paramount importance. Yifeng felt warmth in his heart from his father-in-law's words. Dad, rest assured. Yahan and I will take care of ourselves. Thus, Yifeng spent a while chatting with his father-in-law, who was filled with care and affirmation for him. In the evening, Yifeng received a notification of a bank transfer. Chapter 74. The gift from the leading actor. Hello, is this Mr. Yifeng? At that moment, a bank employee successfully reached Yifeng on his mobile phone, inquiring politely. Yifeng nodded, affirming, I am Yifeng. Upon receiving confirmation, the tone of the bank representative transformed into one of utmost respect. Good day, Mr. Yifeng. We are about to process a substantial transfer to your account. Due to the significant amount, we will need to verify your personal information. Yifeng maintained a serene expression and replied, All right, I understand. After the bank employee meticulously confirmed Yifeng's personal details, the funds were promptly transferred. Concurrently, your balances. Deposits at our institution are protected under the deposit insurance regulations. Gazing at the transfer notification, Yifeng felt a moment of disorientation, astonished at how swiftly he had become a billionaire. He reconfirmed the information with Lu Fei. After ensuring its accuracy, he stared into the distance, his eyes deep with contemplation. He called Lu Fei once more. Regarding that dinner I mentioned, when are you available? Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's voice brimmed with joy. Absolutely. I happen to have a gift for you. Yifeng then made his way to Frog Entertainment. As he entered, the male and female leads of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the City of the Dead, came forward to greet him. The male lead presented Yifeng with a gift, holding out a beautifully wrapped box. Director Yi, I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to star in Ghost Blows Out the Light. My current popularity is entirely thanks to you. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. His gaze was filled with gratitude. This actor was Hu Bai, portrayed by Dong Yueming. Initially, this actor was merely a background figure in the industry, not particularly outstanding, lacking the conventional youthful charm of his peers, yet possessing a rugged allure and commendable acting skills. He fit Yifeng and Appo's vision for the leading role perfectly. Consequently, Yifeng cast him as the protagonist. With the tremendous success of this drama, Dong Yueming catapulted from obscurity to the forefront of the acting world. The leap was monumental. Now, his earnings from performances and endorsements afforded him a comfortable lifestyle, freeing him from the need to reside in rented accommodations. His gratitude towards Yifeng was profound, akin to a fine spirit. Yifeng smiled at him. My choice of you was also for my own benefit. Adapting a novel requires fidelity to the source material and respect for the fans to achieve success. It was your resemblance to the character and your commendable acting that led to my selection. Upon hearing Yifeng and Appo's words, Dong Yueming was visibly moved, feeling a deep admiration for the esteemed director. In that moment, Yifeng's already towering image in his heart grew even more monumental. Yifeng accepted the gift, expressing his thanks. Thank you. Dong Yueming quickly shook his head. Upon opening the box, Yifeng discovered an exquisite watch, valued at no less than 1,000,000 yuan. Dong Yueming beamed with joy as he witnessed Yifeng accept the watch. He had purchased it using funds from his recent performances and advertisements, intending to convey his gratitude to Yifeng. Yifeng, momentarily lost in thought while gazing at the watch, realized that he had not worn one in quite some time. The female lead of the drama hurriedly approached Yifeng with a gift. Director Yi, I am incredibly grateful for the opportunity to play this role. Noticing his hesitation, quickly added, This is a small gift for your wife. Yifeng paused, his hand still raised in refusal, but ultimately reached out to accept the gift. Upon opening it, he found another watch, this time a luxurious white women and Appo's model. He looked at the actress, who exuded grace and beauty, and smiled at her. You are very thoughtful. Thank you. The actress waved her hands in modesty, taken aback. I must thank you, director, for giving me this opportunity. The actress watched Yifeng's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, Director Yi is truly handsome. Dong Yueming, the leading male actor, nodded in agreement. In Lu Fei's office, she observed the gifts in Yifeng's hands and smiled. Are these for me? Yifeng chuckled and recounted the earlier encounter downstairs. Lu Fei replied with a grin. They certainly owe you their gratitude. The company was initially planning to give up on both of them. Now, thanks to you, they have regained popularity, and the company has decided to offer them abundant resources. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Shall we go for dinner now? I will treat you to fulfill my previous promise. Lu Fei smiled. That sounds wonderful. I have a special gift for you. What kind of gift? A secret. Chapter 75. Contrast Lu Fei, the owner of Frog Entertainment, drove Yifeng to a luxurious 4S dealership. Observing the look of confusion on Yifeng's face, she chuckled. This establishment belongs to my uncle. Follow me. I shall gift you a car, the only one of its kind in the entire Yuezhou. Lu Fei declared proudly, glancing at Yifeng to gauge his reaction, for in her understanding, most young men harbor a fondness for automobiles. Upon entering the opulent dealership, Yifeng was struck by the extravagance that enveloped him. The exterior was lavish, but the interior surpassed all expectations, brimming with an array of luxury sedans and supercars. Xiao Fei, you've arrived. At that moment, the store owner, a man clad in a vest with a sun-kissed complexion radiating masculinity, greeted them with a smile. Though his appearance was unremarkable, he possessed an indescribable charm. Lu Fei pointed to Yifeng and said, Uncle, this is the Yifeng I mentioned to you. Her uncle scrutinized Yifeng for a moment before extending his hand. Hello, I am Lu Qing. Yifeng reciprocated the gesture. Hello, I am Yifeng. The store owner smiled at Yifeng. You're even more handsome in person than on television. Truly a striking figure. Thank you. I have recently enjoyed watching your direction in Ghost Blows Out the Light. However, my favorite remains your work, A Mortal's Journey to Immortality. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as Lu Fei's uncle became exceedingly enthusiastic towards Yifeng. I am still your fan, he remarked, leaving Yifeng somewhat astonished while Lu Fei stifled a laugh beside him. All right, uncle, do you remember I mentioned wanting to gift Yifeng a car? Lu Fei inquired of her uncle. Her uncle, the automotive mogul of Yuezhou, owned the largest car manufacturing company in the region, not only selling cars but also customizing them. Moreover, his company produced the most expensive car brand in Yuezhou. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, her uncle grinned mysteriously. Of course. For my idol, it must be the finest. Yifeng responded with a hint of surprise. Continuing on, Lu Fei's uncle led them to view the vehicles. They arrived at a lavishly adorned workshop, where a car was covered by an exquisite cloth, concealing its form. Lu Fei turned to Yifeng and explained, I noticed you often walking or relying on others for rides, so I wanted to gift you a car. Yifeng nodded, replying, I haven't driven before because I didn't possess a license. Lu Fei and her uncle shared a moment of silence before her uncle waved his hand dismissively. That's no issue. You can practice today, and tomorrow you can take the test. The day after, I shall have someone bring your license to you. Yifeng calmly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. With a flourish, Lu Fei's uncle pulled down the cloth draping the car, revealing its magnificent form. Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, It's a dragon scale blade, armored all over, with lightning headlights. It stands like a valiant warrior. In summary, the car was simply breathtaking. Lu Fei and her uncle exchanged knowing smiles, amused by Yifeng's astonished expression. This supercar is custom-made just for you. There is only one in all of Yuezhou, Lu Fei's uncle stated with pride. Yifeng grinned. Could you perhaps provide me with an introduction? Lu Fei's uncle, brimming with excitement, replied, Of course. We were initially worried you might not like it. Hence we invested considerable effort to have it made. Clearing his throat, he continued, It features a brand new V16 engine, accelerating from 0 to 100 in merely 0.9 seconds. The entire vehicle is as light as a feather, with carbon fiber throughout. He paused, noting Yifeng's satisfied expression, then continued, The body cockpit. The tail wing resembles that of a fighter jet. He became increasingly animated, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Yifeng, why don't you take a seat and experience it for yourself? He then handed Yifeng the car keys. With a roar, Yifeng invited Lu Fei and her uncle to dine. When they arrived at the dining location, Yifeng was taken aback. It was a street food stall. Noticing his astonishment, Lu Fei explained with a smile, My uncle and I adore these roadside delicacies. Growing up, we were accustomed to gourmet meals, and we have grown weary of them. Now, we relish the simple pleasures of street food, which offer a taste of earthly life. Her uncle nodded in agreement, and Yifeng felt a surge of admiration for them. He ordered a plethora of delectable dishes, all quite affordable. Lu Fei and her uncle savored the meal with great delight, and Yifeng found joy in their company, reminiscent of his outings with Su Yahan. In the following 2 days, under Lu Fei's uncle's guidance, Yifeng successfully obtained his driver's license and drove the spectacular supercar home. As Lu Fei watched Yifeng depart, she turned to her uncle. "Uncle, thank you for your efforts this time." Her uncle gazed at the sky, his eyes deep with contemplation. "To be honest, we are the ones who have benefited." Chapter 76. His commercial value is substantial. Although we have customized the most luxurious vehicle for Yifeng, we have still profited, remarked Lu Fei and Appo's uncle with foresight. Lu Fei nodded in agreement, slowly articulating the commercial value of Yifeng and Appo's adaptation of Appo's Ghost blows out the light and Appo's is exceedingly high. Although our share is modest, the actors belong to us, and the various endorsement deals will allow us to earn a significant sum from their commercial performances. Lu Fei felt a wave of nostalgia. Initially, she doubted Yifeng's ability to produce such an outstanding piece of cinematic art, but now he had proven her wrong. With sequels on the horizon, it was unfathomable to consider the magnitude of commercial value he might create. Lu Fei's uncle nodded in acknowledgement. "You underestimate Yifeng's commercial potential. I have commissioned an investigation into him. He is capable of crafting high-quality songs and novels, which will yield immense future commercial value. Since he has already produced masterpieces like A Mortal's Journey to Immortality and Ghost Blows Out the Light, we can anticipate even more remarkable works in the future." Lu Fei and Appo's uncle spoke earnestly to her. "We must regard him with the seriousness he deserves." Upon hearing her uncle and Appo's words, Lu Fei and Appo's pupils constricted in surprise. The copyright of Yifeng's works belongs to him. Moreover, his share is the highest. Lu Fei's uncle chuckled. "Without him, we would earn not a single penny. Even if you were to acquire the copyright for Ghost Blows Out the Light, could you guarantee it would not incur losses?" He continued. "Yifeng has demonstrated that he can produce excellent television dramas with high profitability. Our goal is fame and profit. As long as we continue to earn, that is sufficient. He will produce his works and rightfully receive the lion's share of the profits." Lu Fei pondered this thoughtfully and nodded. Her uncle, observing her, remarked profoundly, "A true businessman earns only limited profits." As Yifeng drove his customized supercar home, passers-by gawked in admiration. "Who is that, driving such a stunning vehicle?" He drove slowly, not out of ostentation, but due to the speed limit on the road. Even the fastest car must adhere to the regulations of a limited-speed highway. Upon arriving home, Su Yahan greeted him with excitement. "Wow, darling, your car is absolutely incredible." Yifeng smiled modestly. "It's not too shabby." They exchanged tender words. And then Su Yahan prepared an extravagant meal for them, featuring braised beef and spicy chicken cubes, which Yifeng relished greatly. After the meal, Yifeng contemplated his next steps. Continuing the filming of Ghost Blows Out the Light sequel was not advisable at this moment. The current installment needed time to ferment for maximum economic benefit. He should update the end Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light and Appo's novel, riding on the wave of the show and Appo's popularity. He could release the remaining chapters for greater financial gain and acclaim. He had already completed 5 volumes and had 3 remaining, and Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Return to the South China Sea, and Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Fury of the West Hunan, and Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Tombs of the Wuxia Gorge, and Appo's, in just 3 days. With his remarkable speed, he completed an Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Return to the South China Sea, and Appo's Appo's Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Fury of the West Hunan, and Appo's. Yifeng dialed the number of the chief editor at Tomato Novel. "Xiongwei, editor, I wish to update the sequel for Ghost Blows Out the Light." On the other end, Xiongwei leapt with excitement upon hearing Yifeng's words. "Teacher Yifeng, That is splendid news. You are truly astute. Thanks to the television adaptation, the Ghost Blows Out the Light series has gained unprecedented popularity. Now is the perfect time to release it. I would like to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? Yi Feng, cautious, responded. Why? Xiong Wei, filled with gratitude, replied. Because your Ghost Blows Out the Light series and a mortal's journey to immortality have allowed my salary this year to exceed any previous amount by a significant margin. A choice made by Xiong Wei, who had already reserved a table. Mr. Yi Feng, you are truly stunning. Your car is magnificent. Upon arriving at the entrance, Chief Editor Xiong Wei approached him. Yi Feng smiled and replied, "Thank you." As Yi Feng and Xiong Wei entered the restaurant, the atmosphere became electric. Isn't that Yi Feng? He's so handsome. Is that car custom-made? Many patrons, both inside and outside the restaurant, recognized Yi Feng. His current fame as a singer, writer, and director cast an impressive aura around him. A young waitress, taking a deep breath, approached Yi Feng. Mr. Yi Feng, hello. My boyfriend is a huge fan. Thank you for your blessings. Yi Feng then took a pen and signed an artistic autograph for her. Xiong Wei observed the admiration from customers and staff towards Yi Feng and remarked, Mr. Yi Feng is truly beloved. Yi Feng chuckled modestly. It's not a big deal. Let's eat. Xiong Wei ordered an abundance of dishes, opting for the most expensive items. That's enough. If we keep this up, we won't be able to finish. Yi Feng quickly interjected. Xiong Wei laughed. If Mr. Yi Feng says it in Oppos, as fine, then in Oppos, as fine. Yi Feng savored the meal, enjoying every bite. Afterward, Xiong Wei presented a gift, sincerely stating, This is a token from our website for you, Mr. Yi Feng. Please accept it. Yi Feng, puzzled, asked, Why this for me? Xiong Wei replied, Because you're incredibly popular. Your books are exceptional. Since you joined our website, our traffic has surged. We are immensely grateful. The website's leaders, including Xiong Wei, recognized the importance of treating Yi Feng well, as his presence had significantly increased their profits. They feared losing him, hence the lavish dinner and expensive gift. Yi Feng opened the present to reveal 2 sets of exquisite gold jewelry. These are for you and your wife, Xiong Wei said. I hope you both remain happy together. Yi Feng was taken aback, but responded earnestly, Thank you. You're very thoughtful. Xiong Wei waved his hand dismissively with a flattering smile. The 2 sets of jewelry were gold necklaces, substantial in weight, engraved with their names, Yi Feng and Su Yahan. Upon returning home, Yi Feng sent the 2 volumes of Ghost Blows Out the Light to Xiong Wei. Excited, Xiong Wei read the manuscript as soon as he arrived home. 3 days later, Yi Feng's phone rang. The caller ID read, Chief Editor Xiong Wei. Yi Feng answered, Mr. Yi Feng, I have read your manuscript, and I find it exceptional. Shall we publish it tomorrow? Xiong Wei's tone was laced with flattery, surprised by the quality of Yi Feng's writing. Yi Feng replied calmly, That sounds good. Thank you for trusting our website, Xiong Wei continued. Additionally, we have contacted a publisher, and they are eager to publish your book. You will receive the larger share of the profits. What do you think? Yi Feng nodded. That works. Subsequently, Yi Feng began promoting on his social media. Ghost Blows Out the Light. South Sea Return to Ruins and Ghost Blows Out the Light. Anger in Shaanxi will be released tomorrow. Stay tuned. The announcement ignited a flurry of excited comments. Ha! I'm so eager for the sequel to Mr. Yi Feng's Ghost Blows Out the Light. I and Amp, Oppos, we've been waiting for so long. As Yi Feng negotiated with the publisher, the representative expressed delight, indicating that they would work overnight to produce physical copies of the 2 new titles. A day later, Ghost Blows Out the Light. South Sea Return to Ruins and Ghost Blows Out the Light. Anger in Shaanxi were launched. Unexpectedly, the Tomato website experienced a system crash. The website manager shook his head with a wry smile. I never anticipated such a massive audience for Ghost Blows Out the Light. Mr. Yi Feng is truly remarkable. His writing is exceptional. His tone conveyed a hint of admiration for Yi Feng. Chapter 78. Customized contract by the company owner due to Yi Feng and Oppos' immense popularity. An overwhelming number of readers flocked to his novels simultaneously, causing the website to crash. This incident quickly trended on social media. Shocking. The Tomato novel website has collapsed. Shocking. Yi Feng and Oppos' new book has been released. overwhelming the site with viewers. Fans of Feng engaged in lively discussions online. Feng is truly formidable. His new book has brought the website to its knees. Indeed, we eagerly anticipate the masterpiece of Feng as a result of the trending topic, as they had never encountered such a situation before. However, they were exhilarated. This further validated Feng and Oppo's influence. The upper management felt the weight of Feng's popularity and contemplated whether to enhance his compensation. At Feng's villa, he and Suyahan were engrossed in their phones when a call came through. The caller identified as boss Lin Yun. Upon answering, Feng was greeted by Lin Yun's congratulatory voice. Feng, congratulations on the success of your new book. After expressing her congratulations, she inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Feng replied, "We are not filming at the moment, but we can consider releasing a song first." "Really?" Lin Yun exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line. "Yes." The following day, Feng and Suyahan arrived at the company. "Yigu is here. Yige, your drama is wonderful." Feng felt a bit puzzled by the staff addressing him as Yigu. Suyahan explained with a smile. "They refer to you this way as a sign of respect. Your talent deserves it." Feng chuckled and shook his head. As he entered the boss's office, Feng presented a demo of the song Jiangnan to Lin Yun. She had always been intrigued by Feng's music. Eagerly, she accepted the demo and began to listen. Upon completion, Lin Yun remarked, "I never expected that amidst filming a drama, you would still find time to create such a high-quality song. I particularly adore the introduction." She savored the melody, lost in thought. Next came the contract signing. The copyright of the song would belong entirely to Feng, with a revenue-sharing agreement of 80 to Feng and 20 to the company. Following this, they proceeded to record the song. "Hello, Yige. You and Amp, Oppos, V worked hard lately." The staff at the recording site greeted him warmly. Feng nodded in acknowledgement as he entered. The moment they realized that Feng was the one recording, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, particularly from the sound engineer, who had previously endured the torment of working with several other artists who required endless takes. The sound engineer had often found himself working late into the night. Now, seeing Feng, everyone felt at ease. He typically achieved perfection in a single take. Occasionally, when he was particularly focused, he might sing just 3 times before moving on. The sound engineer's eyes sparkled with hope, knowing Feng would make his job much simpler. The graphic designer also beamed at the sight of Feng, for his striking looks required no enhancement. Eager anticipation filled the air, who were captivated by its enchanting introduction. Feng had mastered the songs at home prior to this session. The arrangements had already been prepared by the system. Upon finishing, he was met with enthusiastic applause. "That was incredible. Yigu is truly remarkable." The staff expressed their admiration, gazing at him with newfound respect. The sound engineer, enraptured by Feng's performance, relished the fact that no corrections were necessary. Meanwhile, the graphic designer found himself entranced by Feng's captivating appearance. Lin Yun observed the respect and admiration the staff held for Feng, further solidifying her conviction. Returning to her office, Lin Yun produced a contract she had tailored for Feng in recent days and handed it to him, saying, "Feng, please take a look. Is this the company and Amp, Oppos, as share agreement?" Lin Yun nodded earnestly. "I wish to offer you 20% of the company and Amp, Oppos, as shares, including a share of the profits." Feng nodded thoughtfully, scrutinizing the document. This proposal from Lin Yun was exceptionally beneficial for him. It also made him realize that she intended to bind him to the same course, as his presence could yield greater income for her. Understanding dawned on Feng as he reviewed the contract multiple times, finding no discrepancies. Lin Yun, apprehensive about a potential rejection, quickly added, "Your shares will continue to appreciate over time." Reassured by her words, Feng decisively signed the contract. Seeing him do so, Lin Yun felt a wave of relief wash over her, though it was bittersweet, for 20% of a company's shares was a substantial offering, particularly as original shares. "Now you're a shareholder. You no longer need to call me boss. We are partners now." Feng smiled and replied, "Boss, I'm accustomed to it. It's no trouble. Besides, your assistance to me and Yahan has been significant, and I should show you the respect you deserve." Lin Yun chuckled. Jahan is quite capable. Lin Yun hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. Don't worry. She won't have much to handle on her own. I will assign her a female assistant with a doubled salary. Yi Feng nodded slowly, acknowledging, you are very considerate, boss. Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively. Although the director of the artist department commands a high salary, it involves numerous responsibilities. However, with Su Yahan in the role, the workload could be delegated to others. The advantages for Su Yahan were plentiful: a prestigious position, a generous salary, authority, and ample free time. Lin Yun's actions were primarily aimed at endearing herself to Yi Feng, as his burgeoning potential promised increasing financial returns. Being a woman who cherished wealth, she understood that treating Yi Feng and his family well would pave the way for greater profits. The more talented Yi Feng became, the more prosperous they would all be. Then Lin Yun mentioned, several advertisements have approached you. Would you like to accept them? Yi Feng contemplated for a moment before responding. Have you investigated these advertisements? What are the products like? Could they pose any harm? Lin Yun commended him. Yi Feng, you are truly astute. I have declined a few advertisements, having found their reputations lacking, with some even being harmful. Despite their high offers, I chose to reject them. Yi Feng nodded, affirming that is wise. And the offers are quite generous. One advertisement is priced at 15 million, with a duration of 1 year. Yi Feng acknowledged the considerable sum. Currently, as a top-tier singer, the typical rate for such advertisements is around 5 million. Yi Feng's value had tripled, largely due to his multifaceted roles as a singer, writer, and director. Would you like to accept them? Lin Yun inquired about his preference. Yi Feng smiled. I can accept. His primary motive for taking on the advertisements was to enhance his visibility. Imagining his advertisements gracing the streets, he envisioned a growing recognition that would lead to more opportunities and further artistic endeavors. The allure of being paid to promote oneself was also enticing. Lin Yun, thrilled by Yi Feng and Oppo's agreement, promptly made a phone call to initiate the contract. The terms dictated that Yi Feng would receive 70% of the advertising revenue, while the company would retain 30%. Additionally, at the end of the year, Yi Feng would receive 10% of the company's profits. Though Lin Yun was pleased with the arrangement, recognizing that her share was modest, she was content knowing that substantial earnings awaited her. After Yi Feng signed the contract, Lin Yun began preparing for the next steps. For the next 3 days, Yi Feng dedicated his time to filming the advertisements. Initially, his charm was undeniable, leaving the crew in awe of his striking appearance. Upon completing the shoot, Yi Feng gazed at the tens of millions that had been deposited, reflecting on how fame leads to more opportunities and, consequently, financial gain. In the Apple Entertainment office, Lin Yun inquired, Yi Feng, when do you plan to release your new song? Yi Feng glanced at the calendar. It was now the end of the month, but next month promised new beginnings. The competition among the leading singers in Yuezhou will be incredibly intense. Should we reconsider our strategy? Her gaze was filled with apprehension. It was not that she doubted Yi Feng's abilities. Rather, several top singers in Yuezhou had amassed nearly a decade's worth of popularity, with fan bases exceeding 30 to 40 million. Some of these artists dedicated an entire year, or even longer, to crafting a single song for the annual ranking, and many of them were exceptionally talented. Additionally, some singers, despite lacking talent, were backed by financially powerful companies. Having just listened to Yi Feng's new song, Lin Yun found it delightful. However, she recognized that the works of other artists could be equally compelling. Yi Feng, maintaining a calm demeanor, reassured her, have faith, boss. The concept of Chinese-style music had yet to gain traction, and his team advised against its launch. Ultimately, it was Lin Junjia's persistence that led to its unveiling. Thankfully, the public's aesthetic appreciation was exceptionally high at that time. Upon its release, traditional music surged in popularity. Even after more than a decade, many continue to listen to and perform Jiangnan. Moreover, Lin Junjia triumphed over numerous giants of the Chinese music scene that year, such as Jay Chou and Mayday. Back then, as he strolled down the street, he was often recognized, though many did not know his name. He was frequently referred to simply as and Amp, Oppos, Jiangnan, and Amp, Oppos, which speaks volumes of the song's explosive success. Lin Junjia also secured the title of Song Download and Listening Champion in 2004. And in 2005, Amp, Oppos, Jungnan and Amp, Oppos, garnered accolades such as the best single at the CCTV MTV Music Festival and recognition among the top 10 golden songs of the Pepsi Music Awards. To this day, many aesthetically pleasing videos use this song as background music, imparting a sense of tranquility. Lin Yun, still puzzled, inquired, Yifeng, what does the song in Oppos, Jiangnan and Oppos, signify? What is Jiangnan? He decided to post a message on his social media account. Circles and rounds, day by day, year by year, I gaze deeply into your face. Soon, many comments below expressed confusion over the phrase, seeking clarification. Yifeng chuckled at this curiosity. It was precisely the intrigue he desired, as it would facilitate wider dissemination. As the evening unfolded, discussions flourished beneath Yifeng's social media post. Many speculated that the phrase was merely a whimsical arrangement intended for symmetry and rhyme, devoid of substantial meaning. The topic gained considerable traction. Sensing the moment was right, Yifeng revealed the answer. The phrase circles and rounds refers to the shapes formed by raindrops as they fall. Upon reading his explanation, netizens suddenly understood and exclaimed, "What profound imagery!" Fans eagerly responded, "Wow, a new song is on the way. I can hardly wait. I wonder what genre it will be." Observing Yifeng and Oppos' post, they speculated it would be a love song. The phrases combined with the imagery are so beautiful. Circles and rounds. It sounds so captivating. I'm looking forward to it. As Yifeng read the fans' enthusiastic reactions, he felt elated. The new song was set to be released early next month. Stay tuned. Chapter 81. His extraordinary bravery as the beginning of next month approaches. The announcement of Yifeng and Amp, Oppos' new song release has garnered widespread attention. Simultaneously, the official site of Apple Entertainment also publicized the news of Yifeng's upcoming song. The industry buzzed with excitement. A certain company remarked, "Yifeng has become quite popular lately. Is he unaware that many top-tier artists from various entertainment firms will be competing for the charts next month?" Yet another voice commented, "Ah, the fervor of youth. It is understandable, having never faced any hardships. A few tough lessons would do him good." The industry held little faith in Yifeng. Unperturbed by the skepticism, Yifeng merely chuckled at their remarks. "My love, I believe in you. I think you're more outstanding than any top artist in Uezhou," Su Yahan declared, embracing Yifeng with unwavering conviction. Yifeng similит, affectionately ruflink herhive. At that moment, his phone rang, displaying the contact as Chairman Yi of Mango Entertainment. Upon answering, a rugged voice emerged from the other end. "Haha, Brother Yi, are you also releasing a new song at the beginning of next month?" Yifeng nodded, responding slowly, "Yes, the new song will be released next month." After a brief silence, the chairman of Mango Entertainment said earnestly, "Your situation next month will be quite challenging. Many top artists from Uezhou will be competing." Yifeng replied with a smile, "Isn't that what makes a challenge?" Both Su Yahan and the chairman were momentarily taken aback by his response. "How cool is that?" Su Yahan thought, gazing at Yifeng with admiration. The chairman chuckled, "Brother Yi is right. I was rather short-sighted. Young people should possess such competitive spirit." A glimmer of appreciation flickered in the chairman's eyes. As time flowed steadily, the end of the month arrived. This was a commendable achievement, considering that over 100 top artists were contesting in Uezhou. Yifeng and Amp, Oppos' recent popularity drew considerable attention, allowing him to secure that position. The rankings continued to fluctuate as Yifeng's fans eagerly clicked on the charts, eager to listen to his song. In the office of Frog Entertainment, had dominated the charts during last year and Oppos' competition. With a career spanning 2 decades, she was among the most renowned in the industry, boasting a fan base exceeding 50 million. If she secured the top spot again this year, she would ascend to the status of a diva, surpassing her peers. The second position was also occupied by a Mango Entertainment artist, while Frog Entertainment's entry, a handsome male singer, claimed the third spot, equipped with a high-quality song crafted by a distinguished producer. Every June marked the fierce competition among Uezhou's top artists, with all vying to stand out as the best. A respectable ranking could significantly enhance their fame. Lu Fei, however, did not listen to their songs, as she held no interest in them. Her passion lay in classical music. which unfortunately had little presence in Yuezhou, with few artists creating or performing such pieces. Thus, it had been ages since she last indulged in music. Her motivation to open the music player was twofold: to observe the artist from her company and to see what Feng had crafted. Having witnessed his talent in directing dramas, she had heard rumors of his exceptional songwriting abilities and was curious about the nature of his latest composition. Scrolling down, she discovered Feng and Amp, Oppo's song titled Jiangnan. Puzzled, she wondered about its significance. Feng, aware that this parallel world lacked Jiangnan, yet still choosing this title, aimed to leave room for others in Amp, Oppo's imaginations. Intrigued, Lu Fei clicked to listen to Feng and Amp, Oppo's song. Chapter 82, Lu Fei and Oppo's tears. Lu Fei was deeply intrigued by Feng. She clicked on a new song by Feng, and the melodious prelude of Jiangnan began to play. This prelude is quite remarkable. It is exquisitely composed, featuring an array of instruments such as the bamboo flute, piano, bass, drums, electronic percussion, tambourine, triangle, wind sounds, cello, and marimba. The prelude is simply splendid. Captivated by its beauty, Lu Fei savored every note, discovering the impressive variety of instruments employed. Feng is truly a prodigy, Lu Fei murmured to herself, then continued to listen as the main melody gradually unfolded. The wind here is sticky, clinging to the memories of passers-by. The rain here entwines, binding us to linger in this world. Your presence is fate, written upon the stone of 3 lifetimes. Love has a sweetness of 1 in 10,000. I would rather be buried in this moment. A tinge of melancholy washed over her, stirring memories from her student days. She pressed on, circles and rounds. Lu Fei recalled having seen Feng's posts on social media, understanding the significance of circles and rounds. It depicted a delicate scene of gentle rain and ink-wash landscapes. She continued listening. We, who do not comprehend the agony of love and hate, all believe that love was as capricious as the winds and clouds. To believe in love for a day is to equal eternity. In this fleeting moment, time stands still. We, who do not know how to express tenderness, thought that tragic love was merely an ancient tale. How painful can parting be? How profound is the pain? When dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan, only then do we understand heartbreak. By the end of the first chorus, Lu Fei was in tears. Memories flooded her mind, bringing forth thoughts of him from her school days. She gazed out the window, peering into the distance, whispering, "Jerry, are you listening?" The song continued, circles and rounds. Day after day, year after year, I gazed deeply at your face, gentle anger, gentle reproach, not comprehending the torment of love and hate. We all believe that love was as capricious as the winds and clouds. To believe in love for a day is to equal eternity. In this fleeting moment, how profound is the pain? When dreams are buried in the misty rain of Jiangnan, only then do we understand heartbreak. As the song concluded, longing lingered in the air. Lu Fei wiped her tears, unable to resist listening to it once more. She gazed at the lyrics of Jiangnan, enchanted by the elegant melody, exclaiming, "This song is of exceptional quality. It happens to be my favorite classical piece. I haven't heard it in years." The handsome male assistant beside her quickly remarked, "This song is imbued with mystery, through references to the stone of 3 lifetimes and ancient legends. It expresses a longing for enduring love and timeless emotions for a lover." Lu Fei nodded in agreement. "Your analysis is quite astute. As long as the chairman enjoys it, of believing that love is merely a capricious affair, trusting that a day of love equals an eternity. The sentiments of love, hate, and emotional turmoil evoke memories of a simpler, more innocent love." The assistant nodded silently in acknowledgement. Lu Fei continued, "Feng's song is of remarkable quality, truly a rare classical piece." She realized she had inadvertently downloaded the song. With a sense of admiration, she mused, Feng is indeed a genius. Given time, this song will surely top the charts." The male assistant suddenly seemed to recall something but chose to remain silent. He quickly added, "That man will only provoke your anger, Chairman. He truly knows no better. Unlike me, who can only feel concern for you. Lu Fei smiled at the handsome assistant, saying, "No need for banter. Go, take a shower first. Although I don't know where Jiangnan is, it must be a beautiful place with gentle, persistent rain." I adore that line. We, who do not comprehend the agony of love and hate, believe that love was as capricious as the winds and clouds. Imisia. And its ranking gradually rose. Note, Jiangnan original artist, Lin Junjie. Lyrics, Lin Xiuli. Composition, Lin Junjie. Arrangement, Kai Jingxuan, Chen Jianwei. Entertainment executives spared no effort in promoting their artists, engaging in live broadcasts, signing giveaways, and even distributing mobile phones. It was evident that each entertainment company invested substantial resources to support their top singers. Apple Entertainment, in particular, the top 10 rankings were in constant flux, underscoring the intensity of the competition. Yifeng's new song had already reached 6th place in terms of downloads and plays. After 10 days of anticipation, the song's reputation had emerged. Huaban Network, an officially recognized rating platform, was widely acknowledged by fans. The rankings for the top singers of June began to take shape on Huaban. Feng and Oppo's new song Jiangnan claimed the highest praise. Described as a rare gem in the ancient style, a piece reminiscent of a misty Jiangnan landscape, imbued with the essence of time, its melody captivating and its ambience profoundly evocative. Feng was puzzled. Why would she call him? Upon answering, he heard Lu Fei and Oppo's admiring voice. Feng, your new song is fantastic. Congratulations. It looks like you'll be taking the top spot this time. Lu Fei and Oppo's tone carried a note of appreciation. I, someone who rarely listens to music, have found myself captivated by your song and even downloaded it. The quality is exceptional. Feng smiled faintly in response. Thank you. After some light conversation, Lu Fei paused before asking, when will you start filming the second part of Ghost Blows Out the Light? Feng took a moment of silence before replying, in due time. Lu Fei continued, all right, I have a surprise for you. Feng, curious, inquired, what surprise? Lu Fei playfully responded, a secret. After a brief silence, Feng cautiously said, Lu Fei, we are friends. I'm married now, so please. Before he could finish, Lu Fei interjected, Feng, you are quite handsome. However, your talent and unique perspective are beyond my grasp. I cannot control you, so you're not my target. Rest assured. Simultaneously, Lu Fei's fondness for Feng grew. Hearing this, Feng exhaled in relief and slowly replied, I apologize, I was overthinking. At Mango Entertainment, the premier lounge for top singers, a beautifully decorated space housed a young woman engrossed in her phone, dressed in a delicate white spaghetti strap dress. She was the current #1 on the charts, Yu Ting, the most formidable and renowned first-tier singer under Mango Entertainment. As Yu Ting perused the reviews and ratings of this month's top singers on the Huaban app, her brows furrowed. Despite holding the first position, her words acclaim was only second best. At that moment, her manager entered with a smile. Yu Ting, look what I've brought, she exclaimed, raising a bottle of red wine. Yu Ting looked at her and asked, what is this for? To celebrate your achievement of securing this month and amp. Oppo's #1 song, with a few more quality tracks. You'll ascend to the status of a diva. Her manager's enthusiasm grew as she continued. Once you become a diva, we will earn even more. This song was crafted by the renowned lyricist Su and composer Shui from Mango Entertainment. Yu Ting remained silent, presenting her phone displaying the latest ratings to her manager. How could it be? This Feng and Oppo's work has a better reputation than yours. Her manager gasped, disbelief evident in her voice. I am curious about where Feng's song surpasses mine. Shall we listen together? Yu Ting suggested earnestly, and her manager nodded. Then, Yu Ting opened her music player. Chapter 84. 10 Chances for a Lottery. As the melody of a song began to play, the prelude resonated beautifully. This prelude is delightful, Yu Ting murmured, while her agent nodded in agreement. Soon, they were both immersed in Feng and Oppo's new song. As the last notes faded, Yu Ting stared vacantly out the window, far superior to Yu Ting's own work. The melody was captivating, and although the lyrics carried a hint of melancholy, they were undeniably beautiful. Alas, Yu Ting sighed softly. The quality of this song is exceptional. My songs pale in comparison to Yi Feng and Amp. Amp opposes. The agent chose not to contradict her. She shared the same sentiment, but, as Yu Ting's representative, wished to spare her any distress. Thus, she remained silent. Yi Feng is truly remarkable, composing such beautiful music all by himself, Yu Ting remarked, glancing at the song's details in admiration. The agent then spoke slowly. Yi Feng has always created and performed his own songs. Yu Ting's eyes widened, revealing a glimmer of astonishment. He is so talented. Let us listen to it again. I want to truly savor it. The agent nodded in agreement. The room once again filled with the sounds of Jiangnan. At Frog Entertainment, a renowned male singer was preparing for a performance. With an elegant appearance and a tall stature, he was none other than Xingyu, the second-ranked artist under Frog Entertainment. His agent quickly interjected, "Have you listened to and oppose, Jiangnan and oppose, the song the boss wanted you to hear? It's by Master Yi Feng. You must pay close attention. What if the boss asks you about it later?" The agent was anxious, fully aware of the boss's volatile temper, often explosive despite her youth, resembling a fierce woman. Everyone in the company feared her. The only time they had seen her gentle demeanor was when addressing Yi Feng, instilling a sense of awe among the staff, who regarded him as a significant figure. "Rest assured, I have been keeping up with Master Yi Feng's songs. I will certainly perform well in front of the boss." The makeup artist replied with a smile. "Master Yi Feng's song quality is outstanding. I truly enjoy it." As the month drew to a close, the rankings underwent a significant transformation. "Congratulations, Yi Feng. You are now in first place." Lu Fei called to congratulate him. Yi Feng, hearing her words, smiled and replied. "Third place, Si Shui Lu Nian by Xingyu, with 23 million streams and 2 million downloads." Contemplating the leaderboard, Yi Feng mused about the potential earnings. "Darling, you are becoming increasingly remarkable. This song Jiangnan is truly enchanting." At that moment, Su Yahan appeared, kissing Yi Feng gently, her eyes filled with admiration. "Yi Feng, reciprocate," embracing her warmly. As time flowed swiftly by, the end of the month arrived. Without surprise, Yi Feng and Amp, oppose, song claimed the top spot, with streaming numbers reaching 39. Yi Feng, oppose, sa popularité surgit. A familiar, melodic mechanical voice chimed in. "Congratulations, host. Your popularity has surpassed 30 million. At that moment, Yi Feng's social media followers had exceeded 30 million, rewarding the host with 3 additional years of life. "Thank you. You're welcome." Rewarding the host with a novel and oppose, Shetian and oppose by Master Qindong. Yi Feng was taken aback. "Really?" "Indeed." He nodded. "The host has 4 chances to draw. Would you like to proceed?" Yi Feng pondered for a moment and replied slowly, "Yes, please." Note: Shetian is authored by Qindong. Chapter 85. Generous Rewards and a Lottery. First lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of 1 million. Second lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of 1 million. Sixth lottery. Congratulations to the host. He was astonished to discover that he truly possessed a set of 8 abdominal muscles. It is well known that achieving such a physique is no easy feat, especially when it comes to 8-pack abs. One might scroll through videos online, marveling at the chiseled physiques of fitness influencers, only to find that attempting a few push-ups nearly takes the breath away. The lottery continued. Seventh lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of 1 million. Eighth lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of 1 million. Ninth lottery. Thank you for your patronage. Consolation prize of 2 million. Yi Feng was somewhat taken aback, wondering if he would end up with nothing in the end. 10th lottery. Congratulations to the host. Rewarded with a perfect physique. As the system and oppo's voice faded, Yi Feng felt a surge of warmth enveloping his entire body. It was intensely hot. He felt as if he were a blazing furnace. After a while, the heat gradually subsided. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and Yi Feng fainted from the overwhelming sensation. 2 hours later, he awoke, noticing the dirt surrounding him, wrinkling his brow before hastily heading for a shower. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he marveled at his 8-pack abs and now perfectly proportioned physique. He was astonished by how handsome he had become. His physique surpassed even the most exquisite sculptures of ancient Greece. After freshening up, he glanced at the 10 million yuan reward from the system, but felt little emotion. He was no longer in need of money. He washed his clothes and then sat on the balcony, contemplating how to enhance his popularity. The benefits of increased popularity were abundant and essential for his success. This was the perfect moment for him to stand out among the many top-tier singers. Feng had several more impressive songs at his disposal. After much contemplation, he resolved to release the song Actor next month. In 2006, Xue Zhiqian gained some recognition with Serious Snow, but due to various circumstances, he did not achieve lasting fame. However, in 2015, this song triumphed over numerous chart-topping hits, which I will discuss later. With this song, Xue Zhiqian became a leading artist, embarking on a frenzy of concert performances that year. Actor also claimed the top spot on the global Chinese music charts. The song and Oppo's prevalence was astonishing. It played incessantly in convenience stores, malls, and supermarkets in school neighborhoods throughout the day. Ding ding, a message chimed on Feng's phone. He glanced at it and smiled faintly. It was news of his song royalties and fees being credited. The fee amounted to over 20 million, while the song downloads brought in over 30 million. Feng was increasingly affluent, pondering how to utilize this newfound wealth. Coupled with his earlier earnings from television dramas, he was nearing a staggering 200 million. With the goal of providing a prosperous life for his family, he must wisely invest this fortune. At that moment, "You are truly remarkable. Amidst so many competitive singers, you achieved first place." Feng replied with a smile, "Thank you for the praise. Is this call just to congratulate me?" Lin Yun paused for a moment before responding slowly. "I bought some gifts for you and Johan, and they have already been sent. They should be arriving at your home soon. Be sure to sign for them." Without waiting for Feng to respond, she hung up. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Feng opened the door, ready to receive the gifts. The delivery person stared at Feng in awe. "You are incredibly handsome." Feng smiled faintly. "Thank you." He then signed for the gifts. The items were quite valuable, and Feng was pleased. When Su Yahan returned home from work and saw Feng for the first time, she was taken aback. "Dear, you seem to have become even more handsome. You have a greater aura now." Feng smiled and replied, "I and Oppos. You've been working out a lot recently." The next day, Feng drove to the company to record his new song. Note: song actor composed by Xue Zhiqian, lyrics by Xue Zhiqian, originally performed by Xue Zhiqian. Chapter 86. The girl next door. Feng parked his car and walked into the company. Doesn't Oppos. Feng look increasingly handsome? One employee remarked. Indeed, his charm seems to have grown. Another chimed in. As Feng entered, he drew the attention of numerous staff members. Although he usually captivated eyes, today he seemed even more alluring, primarily due to his sculpted physique and 8-pack abs. "Good morning, Feng. You become even more dashing," greeted several executives as they approached him, all internally marveling at how his charisma had intensified. Knock, knock. Feng arrived at Lin Yun's office and politely tapped on the door. "Eva Apos, Linzikai, Linziunba Apos, et Daguta." Her voice was a sweet, melodious tone, and she appeared like a quintessential girl next door in her pristine white dress. "Feng similet, genti, giritings. Where's your mother?" With a playful smile, Lin Yitzai replied, "Mother went home, and she sent me to entertain you." Don and Oppos, teeth underestimate me. There's a bit of family emergency. Feng shook his head. "No worries. I hope everything is all right at home." Detecting the concern in his tone, Lin Yun reassured him, and Oppos, "It's nothing serious, just a minor issue that needs my attention." Feeling relieved, Feng acknowledged the support Lin Yun had offered him over time. Viewing her as a respected elder, he inquired, "How is your daughter doing?" Lin Yun responded apologetical. Sorry, Feng. My daughter has been a bit of a nuisance. She adores you and insisted on visiting the company." She continued with a wistful tone, "Now that she has graduated, I thought it would be good for her to familiarize herself with the company and Oppos' operations. I hope it's not too much trouble for you." After a moment of contemplation, Feng asked, "What is her temperament like? Is she troublesome?" Lin Yun assured him, My daughter is usually quite well-behaved and innocent. You needn't oppose, to worry. She mentioned she selected it with great care. Yi Feng smiled, choosing to say nothing further. Yi Feng Gij, I adore your songs and dramas. You are truly remarkable. Lin Yizai exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him, her delicate face flushed with enthusiasm. Thank you. Yi Feng, replied, smiling. With a playful grin, Lin Yizai asked, May I take a photo with you? I want to show it off on my social media. Taken aback for a moment, Yi Feng responded calmly, of course. They snapped a picture together. Afterward, Yi Feng looked at her earnestly, saying, I came to the company to record a song. Are you aware of what your mother usually does? Lin Yizai replied sweetly. Mother said I should just listen to you. Yi Feng handed her a demo of his song Actor. Lin Yizai gasped, Is this a new song? Yi Feng nodded. Is it akin to Jiangnan in style? She inquired eagerly. Only for Yi Feng to remain silent as she eagerly accepted the demo, her excitement palpable as she began to listen. As the song concluded, her expression transitioned from astonishment to sheer awe. Clearing his throat, Yi Feng observed her starry-eyed admiration. Lin Yizai, regaining her composure, exclaimed, Yi Feng Gij, you are incredible. This song, though not of the ancient style, is simply beautiful. Yi Feng smiled appreciatively. Thank you for your kind words. At that moment, Yi Feng's stature in her eyes soared even higher. Then came a time to sign the song contract. With Lin Yiyun's consent, Lin Yizai represented her mother in signing with Yi Feng, retaining all rights to the song, with the revenue split remaining the same, an 80-20 division in Yi Feng and Appo's favor. As they prepared to leave, Yi Feng waited for Su Yahan to finish her workday. When she emerged, her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue. Yi Feng inwaited. What is the matter? Su Yahan replied shyly. That girl Kair, it gifted me something. Yi Feng nodded. Oh, what was it? Chapter 87. Redemption of a couple the following day. As Su Yahan arrived at the company, Lin Kai and Appo's, sought her out. With a playful smile, she inquired, Sister Yahan, how did you find the gift I sent? Did Brother Yefeng like it? A blush crept onto Su Yahan's cheeks as she lightly tapped Lin Kair's head with her delicate finger, chiding, At such a tender age, you should not be so frivolous. Lin Kair giggled, unfazed by the reprimand. Though her mother deemed her innocent, she was far from simple. Time swiftly passed, and the beginning of the next month approached. On the first day, Apple Entertainment was ready to launch Yefeng and Appo's new song. The company had invested significantly in promoting the song, ensuring it topped the trending topics. The trending title read, Shocking. Top-tier singer Yefeng releases new song and Appo's, Actor and Appo's. As the clock struck midnight, Yefeng and Appo's new song, Actor, was released punctually. It captured the attention of numerous night owls. Yefeng has a new song out. As a fan, I feel so fortunate. Is he going to become an actor? No way. Let us listen. Amidst the chatter of enthusiastic fans, many clicked on Yefeng and Appo's new song. Shin Qingrun was among the devoted admirers. From the very first note of Yefeng's debut, he had been captivated, curating an extensive playlist of his works. He was truly a dedicated fan. Coincidentally, his wife was also a fervent follower of Yefeng and Appo's music and had been listening to his songs as well. Although he was aware of the news regarding the new release, his spirits were far from high. Peering out the window, he wore a troubled expression. He loved his wife dearly, yet sensed that she was concealing something from him. With a resigned sigh, he pondered his sorrowful state. Perhaps he should listen to Yefeng and Appo's new song. Upon opening the music player, the first track was indeed Yefeng and Appo's latest release. Actor? He mused with a hint of surprise, coupled with self-deprecation. Was this not a fitting description of the dynamics between him and his wife? Their interactions resembled a performance between two actors. He pressed play on Actor, and soon the prelude began, followed by the lyrics. Keep it simple. Speak in a straightforward manner. Spare me the emotional buildup. You're not an actor. Do not craft those scenarios. As he listened, the song's resonance struck him profoundly. Continuing through the verses. No objections. I merely wish to witness how you resolve this. Your sorrow is too superficial, like an untalented actor. The audience can see right through you. At this moment, thoughts of his wife flooded his mind. The chorus resounded. I act as though I do not see you performing, forcing the one who loves you most to improvise. When did we begin to lose our boundaries? Yielding to the era and oppos. Changes. Witnessing those clumsy performances? But why? When you once loved me so dearly, do you perform with such detail? The chorus returned. I act as though I do not see you performing. Do not compel the one who loves you most to improvise. When did we begin to lack boundaries, following the lies of others? Our passivity seems pitiable. But why? When you once loved me so dearly, do you perform with such detail? What form must I take to align with your performance? It turns out that when love lowers its guard, these challenges come with a time limit. Shun Qingren and Amp. Oppos. S throat tightened, as though he wished to voice his feelings. The song approached its conclusion. In truth, the audience consists solely of me. I can see you are somewhat reluctant. The scene has become accustomed to our back and forth. What are we still quibbling over? In fact, those who claim they cannot part are not necessarily true. What emotions fear most is prolongation. The more we engage in heavy scenes, the less we can cry. Is it still worth it? I strive to perform my role as best as I can, like a guest on an emotional program, selected at will. If you can still discern that I love you, please cut away those scenes to let me appear dignified. But why? When you once loved me so dearly, do you perform with such detail? My indifference is the final act I perform. It is because of my love for you that I chose to act this very fulfillment. As the song concluded, tears streamed down Shin, Qingren, and Amp, Oppo's, face. Suddenly, a creak echoed from the door. It was his wife. Upon seeing his tear-stained face, she gasped. "Husband, why are you crying?" With sorrowful eyes, he replied, "And you, why are you crying?" Noticing the traces of tears on her cheeks, his heart ached for her. She sobbed, "I just listened to a song called In Amp, Oppo's, Actor, and Amp, Oppo's. I have come to a realization and have some things I wish to tell you." Shun Qingrun, also in tears, responded, "I too just listened to a song, the same as yours, and I have so much to say to you." In that moment, the couple embraced, beginning to share their hearts. Little did Yefeng know that his song had become a beacon of redemption for a couple facing marital strife. Chapter 88. Widely acclaimed in the span of a single night, Feng and Oppo's new song ascended to the pinnacle of both the recommendation chart and the new song chart. 3 days swiftly passed, and the artist dominated the entire music platform, with popularity soaring to unprecedented heights. Everywhere, discussions about the song Actor echoed. Half a month later, the song in Amp, Oppo's popularity reached extraordinary levels, with snippets being hummed in every street and alley. I perform as if blind to the role I should play. It turns out that when love lays down its defenses, these matters become the true test. However, the line that resonated the most was, "Keep it simple. Speak in a simpler way." This phrase is often used in jest among friends. The song now reverberates through grand shopping malls, bustling supermarkets, and convenience stores near school entrances. One could say the speed at which this song exploded in popularity is nothing short of astonishing. Actor features pure lyrics, with a gradually deepening melody that poignantly captures the essence of love's entanglements. It eloquently narrates a tale of love and hate through the simplest of words. The melancholic melody and sorrowful voice merge seamlessly, indirectly conveying a subtle sense of helplessness and sadness. The lyrics, composition, and performance are all the work of a single individual. The melody retains a blend of sadness intertwined with loss, and coupled with the singer's heartfelt delivery, it paints a vivid picture of sorrow. It can be said that it is indeed a remarkable piece of music. Lin Kai and Amp, Oppo's, the neighbor and Amp, Oppo's, daughter, sat in her mother and Amp, Oppo's, seat, gazing at the data of Feng's new song. Her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes wide open, she stared blankly at the figures, rubbing her large eyes to ensure she wasn't Oppo's. Mistaken, she gradually came to her senses and murmured to herself, "No wonder Mom treats brother Feng so well." His new song and Amp, Oppo's, data is simply extraordinary. Lin Kai and Amp, Oppo's, pondered as if she had made a certain resolution. "Today, why is it that your songs are playing everywhere around us?" They have been walking through supermarkets and shopping malls, where Yi Feng's new song was on constant repeat. This left Yi Feng both amused and exasperated. He glanced at Su Yahan, chuckling, and asked, "What in damp? Oppos. S wrong? Are you tired of hearing it?" Su Yahan took hold of Yi Feng and Amp. Oppos. S hand, shook her head gently, and replied, "How could I ever tire of the songs you sing, my love?" Upon returning home, a phone call came in, the caller ID reading, Lin Kaier. Yi Feng was puzzled as to why she would call him. After answering, Lin Kaier's bright voice rang out. "Brother Yi Feng, congratulations on your song topping the charts." Yi Feng responded with a smile. "Thank you, Kaier. Brother Yi Feng, I and Amp, Oppos, VE prepared a gift for you and Sister Yahan." Upon hearing that Lin Kai and Amp, Oppos, had a gift prepared, Su Yahan and Amp, Oppos, cheeks flushed crimson. Yi Feng smirked and teased. "It would end Amp, Oppos. T happen to be some intimate lingerie again, would it? Lin Kai va Oppos, Just after finishing dinner, the pleasant chime of the system echoed. "Congratulations, host. Your popularity has increased by 3 million. Yi Feng glanced at his social media, where his follower count had soared past 33 million. Reward: 1 year added to host and Oppos' lifespan. Reward: enhanced physical fitness for the host. At that moment, a surge of energy coursed through Yi Feng's body, and he distinctly felt himself become more powerful. "Thank you, system." "You're welcome, host." Reward: the song Blue Lotus. "Is it the Blue Lotus by Mr. Su Wei?" "Indeed." Yi Feng nodded. Reward: the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes. The Return of the Condor Heroes? Is it the work by the esteemed Jin Yong?" "Correct." Yi Feng nodded, satisfied with the rewards. The host has 3 chances for a draw. Though they were not in need of money, receiving a paycheck still brought happiness. "My salary has increased." "Su Yahan and Yi Feng couldn't and Amp, Oppos, T help but shared her joy. Su Yahan and Amp, Oppos' salary had now risen to 300,000 yuan a month. It and Oppos. It's worth noting that her previous position had a standard monthly salary of only 20,000 yuan, with a hefty workload. Now, the company treated both Yi Feng and Su Yahan with the utmost regard, affording them the freedom to do as they pleased. In contrast, working in a large corporation would require strict adherence to schedules and numerous restrictions. However, at Apple Entertainment, Yi Feng and Su Yahan could come and go as they pleased, enjoying remarkable freedom. Their salaries were exceptionally high. Dinkling, the phone rang, and it was Lu Fei calling. Upon answering, Lu Fei and Oppos' gentle voice came through. "Yi Feng, do you remember the surprise I mentioned to you before?" Note: the song Blue Lotus is composed by Su Wei, and the novel The Return of the Condor Heroes is authored by Jin Yong. Chapter 89. The surprise for Lu Fei. The following day, as dawn broke, Yi Feng and Su Yahan rose from their slumber and commenced their culinary endeavors. This scene of domesticity radiated warmth. "Darling, here are some vegetables." Su Yahan joyfully served an array of dishes to Yi Feng, continually adding delectable morsels to his bowl. Observing the generous portion of meat, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The meal was a joyous occasion, enveloping him in a comforting embrace of warmth. Post-repast, Su Yahan drove to work while Yi Feng set off towards Frog Entertainment. At the base of the Frog Entertainment building, Lu Fei awaited with the team, anticipation etched on her serious expression. Beside her, a handsome male assistant held a folder. The team murmured amongst themselves, "The boss has instructed us to welcome someone of significance." Ever since and Oppos' Ghost blows out the light, the ancient city of Jingjue and Oppos became a sensation. He has become my idol. Thanks to him, our bonuses have increased tremendously. The admiration was palpable among those who had previously collaborated with Yi Feng, their eyes sparkling with reverence as they spoke of him. With a resounding roar, Yi Feng arrived in a stunning supercar, instantly capturing the attention of all present and passers-by alike. The vehicle was nothing short of spectacular. As Yi Feng stepped out, all eyes gravitated towards him, and a collective thought raced through the crowd. What a dashing man! Lu Fei, peering at Yi Feng through her sunglasses, found herself captivated by his presence. A peculiar sensation washed over her as she scrutinized his visage, noting that he appeared unchanged, yet somehow even more handsome. Unbeknownst to her, his sculpted physique and chiseled abs had significantly enhanced his allure. This man was simply too striking. Meanwhile, the handsome assistant felt an inkling of self-consciousness in Yi Feng's formidable presence. As Yi Feng approached Lu Fei, he noticed her transfixed gaze. "Lu boss, is something the matter?" Startled, Lu Fei snapped back to reality, a flustered expression crossing her face. Regaining her composure, she responded warmly, "Oh, and Oppos. That's nothing. I just thought you looked even more handsome." Upon hearing this, Yi Feng quickly understood the implication, and the admiration from the team behind him was unmistakable. "Brother." The staff behind him gazed at Yi Feng with wide-eyed astonishment. However, amidst the awe, one individual, a renowned director associated with Frog Entertainment, furrowed his brow. He was the mastermind behind popular series such as The Fierce CEO and Oppos. Husband, the overbearing CEO seeks embrace, and the overbearing CEO must not stop. Lu Fei had summoned him to glean insights from Yi Feng on producing a tomb raiding themed drama, as Frog Entertainment had acquired several novel adaptations in this genre. Inspired by the success of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Yet, as he scrutinized the striking Yi Feng, doubts crept in. Can someone this handsome truly act? Did this charming figure genuinely bring Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingzhou, to life? He touched his thinning hair, feeling a pang of envy. How could someone possess such talent alongside such striking looks? Upon returning to the office of the Frog Entertainment CEO, Lu Fei personally prepared a pot of tea for Yi Feng. Observing her, Yi Feng inquired softly, "What surprise do you have in store?" Lu Fei, noticing his puzzled expression, gleefully produced a contract. "What is this?" Yi Feng asked, perplexed. "This is a base salary contract," Lu Fei clarified. Yi Feng regarded her with a furrowed brow. "Signing this contract does not obligate you to work for us. By merely signing, you will receive a monthly stipend." Yi Feng was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 90. A surprise best left unclaimed. Yi Feng raised his gaze, furrowing his brow as he turned to Lu Fei. "What must I sacrifice for such generous terms?" Lu Fei replied with a smile, "You will serve as a consultant for our film department." Yi Feng calmly shook his head. He did not wish to work for anyone. His only desire was freedom. Although large corporations offered many advantages, the myriad regulations imposed stifled his sense of liberty. Lu Fei continued, "Rest assured, you merely need to hold a title without any actual obligations. We will compensate you with 1 million each month." "How's that sound?" "Would receive 1 million without lifting a finger." Yi Feng spoke, "I decline." Lu Fei regarded him, saying, "We can increase the remuneration." Yet Yi Feng shook his head again. Even an increase would not sway him. Lu Fei, feeling helpless, noted the assistant's bewilderment. What did it mean to refuse such money? Seeing Yi Feng's resolute denial, Lu Fei ceased to press the matter. With a wave of her hand, she remarked with a smile, "Let us forget about our earlier discussion." Yi Feng nodded in agreement, restoring the status quo as if nothing had transpired, leaving the assistant in a state of confusion. Lu Fei looked at Yi Feng with a smile. "When shall we begin filming the second installment of Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Amp, Oppos?" "I have all the personnel ready." Yi Feng nodded, his demeanor calm as he replied, "We can start now. I came here primarily to discuss the second part of Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and Oppos." Lu Fei, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Wonderful. All my team is ready. We can commence filming at your convenience." In contrast to Lu Fei and Amp, Oppos' exuberance, Yi Feng remained composed. After a moment of silence, he suggested, "Let us draft the contract first." Lu Fei eagerly nodded, while the assistant observed the dynamic with mixed emotions. Typically, his boss was icy and unyielding, yet every time she encountered Yi Feng, her demeanor softened, almost as if she were trying to curry favor with him. What a curious spectacle. Once the contract was finalized, Yi Feng noted that his share had increased by 10%, resulting in an 80-20 split. The film rights were entirely his. While this arrangement may seem unjust, it was in truth quite reasonable. Once the drama gained popularity, the actor's market value would surge, allowing Lu Fei to utilize her company's talent for lucrative performances and other projects. The crew would also benefit significantly from the knowledge and experience gained from Yi Feng. After reviewing the contract multiple times to ensure its integrity, Yi Feng affixed his signature. Upon completion, Lu Fei cheerfully remarked, "Several staff members at our company admire you. Teacher Yi Feng, may I allow them to learn from you?" Yi Feng frowned, responding, "I will likely be too busy to mentor them. I believe the original team is sufficient." Lu Fei quickly clarified, "The original staff will still be present. We're merely adding a few more. Rest assured, you won't need to instruct them directly. They can assist on set." With the conversation reaching this juncture, Yi Feng outlined several filming requirements and budgetary estimates, necessitating travel to specific geographical locations resembling the Lust Plateau, characterized by its rugged ravines. Furthermore, Yi Feng set out with the crew to commence filming. Upon arriving at a rugged area of the Lust Plateau, many crew members experienced physical discomfort. Except for Yi Feng and a few others, the majority felt unwell. Yi Feng refrained from comment, recognizing this as a normal response. Acclimatization would occur in due time, and those unable to adapt could be sent back to the company. As days passed, several individuals succumbed to the harsh conditions and had to be taken to the hospital. Upon confirmation of their well-being, they were returned to the company. The severity of the environment was evident. Yi Feng, remarkably unaffected, astonished the crew, who were taken aback by his robust constitution. The subsequent filming days felt interminably long, exacerbated by the challenging conditions. Lu Fei visited but departed hastily, unable to endure the harshness. Su Yahan wished to come and visit, but Yi Feng declined, concerned for her well-being and fearing she would struggle to cope. During this period, Yi Feng experienced his own discomfort, yet he believed that enduring hardship was a small price to pay for creating excellent work. After 40 grueling days, they finally completed the filming, and Yi Feng returned with the crew. Chapter 91. Teacher Yi Feng and Amp. Oppos. As hard work at long last, the filming was completed, and Yi Feng led the crew back. On their return, they diligently cleaned up the litter generated during the shoot. Who are these wild folks? Upon entering Frog Entertainment, the staff were taken aback at the sight of the crew. "You all are rather sunburnt." They chuckled, "What a sight." Many familiar faces recognized the crew members and couldn't resist teasing them, primarily due to the dark tans they had acquired. "You all have worked hard. Your bonuses will be tripled. Go home and rest well for 2 days." At that moment, Lu Fei appeared, intending to motivate the crew with some inspirational words. However, upon witnessing their sun-kissed skin and the gaunt figures of many, she felt reluctant to push them further. Inspirational speeches were futile. A direct monetary reward was far more effective. While salaries couldn't and oppos to be raised due to company policy, bonuses could be granted. Long live the boss. "The boss is amazing," cheered the crew, their faces lighting up with joy. There was, however, a stark contrast among those who had not gone with Yi Feng. They could not share in the laughter. Having heard that their colleagues who worked alongside director Yi Feng earned over 20,000 in bonuses each month. Now, with bonuses tripled, that amounted to 60,000. Lu Fei approached Yi Feng, observing his sun-darkened complexion, and gently remarked, "Teacher Yi Feng, you've truly worked hard." Her gaze held a hint of admiration. Having visited the challenging work environment of Yi Feng and his crew, she found it incredibly harsh compared to her accustomed urban lifestyle. The crew regarded Yi Feng with expressions of respect and admiration. Over the course of their work together, their esteem for him had only grown. Yi Feng treated every crew member equally. He did not give preferential treatment to the stars nor neglect the extras. Initially skeptical of Yi Feng, he now held him in the highest regard. He had learned so much during his time in the crew, touched by Yi Feng's egalitarian approach. In such arduous conditions, Yi Feng consistently rose earlier than others to work, further deepening the director's admiration. What impressed him most was Yi Feng's profound expertise and professionalism. Teacher Yi Feng is truly approachable and extraordinarily talented. I must strive to learn from him, the domineering director mused as he watched Yi Feng and Oppos, as retreating figure. Yi Feng, once fair-skinned, now bore a dark complexion, yet exuded a robust masculinity that was undeniably attractive. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. Let us go view the completed film now." "Absolutely. Let us go," Lu Fei replied eagerly. Silence fell as the staff and crew were momentarily stunned. Wasn't the boss usually rather aloof? Realizing her overexcitement, Lu Fei coughed lightly, prompting the employees to lower their heads. She then led Yifeng to the office to view the raw footage. In the office of Frog Entertainment, Yifeng shared the edited film with Lu Fei and inquired, if possible, can it be approved within a week? We could start promotions next week and aim for a release 2 weeks later. Yifeng hoped for an early release to boost popularity. Rest assured, Teacher Yifeng, I will handle everything, Lu Fei replied confidently. After discussing a few matters, she returned home. Lu Fei and her male assistant resumed watching the drama directed by Yifeng, this time having learned their lesson by bringing food in advance. Upon arriving home, Yifeng knocked on the door. Having informed Suyahan beforehand, she opened it promptly, revealing that she had been waiting for quite some time. The moment the door swung open, Suyahan was taken aback by Yifeng's appearance. Darling, why are you so sunburnt? She exclaimed in surprise. Yet, tears soon welled in her eyes as she embraced Yifeng, whispering, Darling, you've worked so hard. Yifeng was momentarily stunned, but his face soon broke into a gentle smile. Darling, I prepared a feast for you. I want to treat you well. The bathwater is ready. Go soak for a bit, then come out to eat. Suyahan beamed at Yifeng, her concern for him evident. Yifeng nodded with a smile, savoring the warmth of home, knowing a caring girl awaited him. Chapter 92. Cherishing one's reputation. As night fell, the moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars, casting a beautiful glow over the landscape. Yifeng and Suyahan savored the moonlight in the courtyard after dinner, with Suyahan gently leaning against Yifeng's shoulder. My dear, you have worked hard during this time, she remarked. Yifeng shook his head, replying, It's nothing. Once your television drama airs, let's travel together. Sure. Yifeng simided. In the past, we lacked the financial means and were forced to work tirelessly, with little time to explore the world. Now that we are more comfortable, it is time for us to venture out. Nestled in Yifeng's embrace, Suyahan softly responded, Indeed, the moonlight tonight is exquisite. Yifeng retorted, Not as exquisite as you. As they returned indoors, Suyahan, filled with curiosity, asked, What surprise did Lu Fei from Frog Entertainment send you? Do you know why I turned her down? Suyahan shook her head, her expression one of confusion. She wanted me to hold a position in her company. Although such a role comes with no real power or responsibilities, it merely provides a salary. However, this position would tarnish my reputation. For ordinary individuals, reputation may not hold much weight, but in the entertainment industry, it is paramount. Upon hearing this, Suyahan appeared perplexed and slightly lost in thought. She gazed at Yifeng and inquired again, Darling, I still don't quite grasp the significance of reputation. Yifeng looked at his wife, smiling gently as he explained. Yifeng continued, With the popularity of tomb-raiding dramas, every film company wishes to partake in the success, especially Frog Entertainment. Lu Fei has encouraged several directors to learn from my approach to crafting tomb-raiding narratives. I find it natural as it reflects human nature. He paused, then added thoughtfully, However, her intention in making me a television consultant is merely to exploit my reputation for her own gain. In the short term, her voice held a hint of anger. Lu Fei has truly gone too far, scheming against you. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. It's simply the nature of capital seeking profit. Reputation is crucial in our industry, and once lost, it can never be regained. Thus, one must cherish their reputation in the entertainment world. A good name leads to greater opportunities for profit. Suyahan nodded in agreement. 3 days later, dingling, the phone rang as Yifeng awoke. The caller ID read, Lu Fei. Upon answering, Lu Fei and Appo's warm voice greeted him. Good morning, Teacher Yifeng. Is this about the drama? Indeed, Yifeng replied. How astute you are. Our drama has passed the review. Lu Fei exclaimed with delight. Yifeng smiled slightly. It was approved 3 days faster than last time. You work efficiently, Lu boss. Lu Fei blushed slightly at his compliment, recalling how her previous submission had been delayed due to her distraction. This time, I submitted the original footage immediately. Let us schedule it for next Monday's premiere. She excitedly announced, Starry Sky Television has agreed to schedule our show for next week during prime time. Thank you. Yifeng replied with a smile. Lu Fei shook her head. It's not my doing. It's yours. They mentioned that your second drama could take precedence in scheduling. Yifeng posed. recalling the conversation he had had with the head of Starry Sky Television. He chuckled, having thought it was merely a polite remark. You are truly impressive. Those with connections may bypass this, but such connections must be substantial. Liu Fei was one of the few with such influence. Yet, Yi Feng had managed to achieve what many ordinary individuals could not, which left her in awe. The following day, the promotional campaign for the drama commenced. Chapter 93. The power of promotion is terrifying. Yi Feng opened his social media account and posted an update. Next Monday, the second installment of An Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Dragon Ridge Mystery and Oppos, will air at 8 p.m. on Starry Sky TV. Stay tuned. As soon as Yi Feng shared this post, numerous fans of the series flocked to the comments. Wow. The second part of An Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Oppos, is coming. My excitement is through the roof. I can end Oppos. Wait. The last installment left me wanting more, and now this one is here. I'm eagerly anticipating it. Yi Feng smiled faintly as he read these comments. He picked up the phone and called the editor, saying with a chuckle, "Have the promotional clips been edited?" The editor quickly replied, "Director Yi, everything is edited and ready. I will send it to you right away." Yi Feng responded, "Thank you for your hard work." A while later, the editor sent the completed promotional video to Yi Feng. This video featured enticing snippets from the drama designed to whet the audience's appetite. After watching it, Yi Feng was quite pleased and informed Liu Fei. Subsequently, he shared the promotional video for Ghost Blows Out the Light on his social media account. Simultaneously, Frog Entertainment also released a promotional video for Ghost Blows Out the Light and invested considerable funds to promote the series. Following the tremendous success of the first installment, no director or screenwriter in the industry questioned Yi Feng's capabilities. In fact, many directors and screenwriters offered their well wishes. Director A, wishing Director Yi and Amp, Oppos, new series and Amp, Oppos, Ghost Blows Out the Light and Amp, Oppos, a spectacular viewership. Director B, looking forward to Director Yi and Amp, Oppos, second installment. Director C, Director Yi and Oppos, talent is evident. I eagerly await his new work. These directors showered praise upon Yi Feng, and the screenwriters were equally enthusiastic. Screenwriter 1, Yi Feng's Ghost Blows Out the Light. The Dragon Ridge mystery is bound to be fascinating. I will support it. Screenwriter 2, looking forward to Yi Feng's writing. Screenwriter 3, this time, I won't be upside down washing my hair. Yi Feng observed the words of these directors and screenwriters and gave them a thumbs up. Their endorsements had a positive impact, enhancing the promotional buzz. Yi Feng's popularity soared, and the effect of Frog Entertainment and Oppos' paid promotion paled in comparison to his own efforts. Underneath the edited video Yi Feng posted, comments poured in. The quality is exceptional. It looks splendid. Ever since I watched director Ye's last drama, I have developed a fondness for adventure and treasure hunting series. After seeing the promotional clip, my anticipation has only grown. Seeing the plethora of eager comments, Yi Feng felt a surge of joy. At Frog Entertainment, Liu Fei scrutinized her company and Oppos' promotional data, her temples throbbing with frustration. She turned to several marketing personnel. Have you embezzled funds? Why is your promotional effectiveness so dismal? The marketing team fervently shook their heads, resembling bobblehead dolls. Boss, Director Ye's popularity is immense. As soon as he posts a video, everyone rushes to him. No matter how much we spend on promotion, we cannot compete. The staff hurriedly defended themselves. Liu Fei sighed, conceding, all right, fine. You may go. She gazed at the millions of likes and shares beneath Yi Feng and Oppos' posts and shook her head. Truly impressive. One person's promotion surpasses an entire public relations team. In the days that followed, the promotional video was supplemented with behind-the-scenes footage. These clips captured the nuances of on-set work and sought to convey the emotions of the director, actors, and extras, providing a more authentic experience. Upon the release of these behind-the-scenes glimpses, many fans expressed their delight. The number of reservations for the drama continued to soar, surpassing 5 million and still climbing. Among the behind-the-scenes footage, Yi Feng was particularly prominent. A multitude of comments focused on him. Director Yi looks so dark. Yet, even in darkness, his charm is undeniable. What do you know? Darkness is a healthy hue. Thank you, Director Yi, and the hardworking crew. I will be sure to watch when it airs. Reading these comments, Yifeng found himself both amused and bewildered. He glanced at the mirror, thinking, am I really that dark? I think it an amp, oppos, as fine. Bfft, suyafan, siti nirvai, staifildalaf. Yifeng turned to her. What are you laughing at, dear? Chapter 94. Highly praised the premiere of Ghost Blows Out the Light. The Dragon Ridge Mysteries has launched. Trending topic 2. Ghost Blows Out the Light Season 2 retains the original director and cast. Absolutely fantastic. Trending topic 6. The original team collaborates once more, which is exceedingly delightful. With the influence of these trending topics, a wider audience has become aware of the premiere of Ghost Blows Out the Light Season 2. Thanks to the established fan base from the first season, the debut of the second season has drawn numerous viewers. The following day, Yifeng awoke, having just enjoyed breakfast prepared by Su Yahan, when he received a phone call. The caller ID displayed, head of Starry Sky Television. Upon answering, before Yifeng could fully comprehend the situation, the excited voice of the television executive burst forth. Teacher Yifeng, it and oppos. SA hit. Perpliet, Yifeng quishnet. Did you dial the wrong number? What do you mean by it's a hit? The executive exclaimed, yesterday, Your Ghost Blows Out the Light Season 2 premiered, breaking the debut record for Starry Sky Television. Understanding dawned on Yifeng, and he replied with a smile, not bad. The executive continued with enthusiasm. It is thanks to teacher Yifeng's exceptional work that we are promoting it so vigorously. I'm also grateful for your support of our station. With that, Yifeng ended the call. Sigh. To have received no substantial rewards at all. Just after hanging up, Yifeng noticed another missed call. Did you call me for something? On the other end, Lu Fei replied excitedly. Phoenix Television is interested in purchasing the exclusive broadcasting rights for Ghost Blows Out the Light Season 2, offering the same price as Starry Sky Television did last time. What are your thoughts? Phoenix Television, a station second only to Starry Sky Television, also boasts numerous excellent dramas with commendable viewership. Surprised, Yifeng remarked, isn't it customary to wait until a drama concludes to assess its reputation before purchasing the broadcasting rights? Lu Fei chuckled lightly. Perhaps they believe the quality of your work will yield favorable reviews and performance. Pausing for a moment, she added, I share that sentiment. I truly believe you are a genius. Her tone conveyed a hint of respect and affirmation. Yifeng smiled modestly. You flatter me. I and oppos am merely fortunate. Lu Fei laughed, her admiration for Yifeng significantly increasing, appreciating his humility despite his evident talent. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng replied, for now, let us hold off on selling. We can negotiate for a higher price if it performs well. I have great confidence in this project. You and Amp, oppos, V work hard. Yifeng responded, it and Amp, oppos, S no trouble. It and oppos, S all for the sake of profit and recognition. His calm demeanor left Lu Fei momentarily speechless. As days passed swiftly, the airing of Ghost Blows Out the Light concluded. The review soon followed. User A. The plot is becoming increasingly engaging. The terrifying scenes are laced with humor, and the focus is clear. Dong Yueming's portrayal of Hu Bai is despondent yet roguish, perfectly embodying the adventurous spirit. Wang Dapeng's rendition of Wang Pengzi, a character true to the original text, is loyal yet greedy. The actor playing Big Gold Tooth brings a sly, timid charm. The comedic dynamic between Wang Pengzi and Big Gold Tooth is delightful. It is evident that director Yifeng's casting was meticulous, truly commendable. User B. The backdrop feels so authentic. After viewing the behind-the-scenes footage, I learned it was filmed on the Lust Plateau, with the tomb set constructed remarkably well. One can see the dedication of the production team. Finally, it's not just a green screen. Absolutely outstanding. User D. The set design and props are exquisite, and the performances are exceptional. The director and crew truly poured their hearts into this. The online acclaim was overwhelming, with the ratings soaring. The score on Petal Network rose to a remarkable 9. Viewership shattered previous records set by the first season. Yifeng, observing the online reviews, felt a warmth in his heart. The hardships endured over the past month on the Lust Plateau had not been in vain. At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang again. this time displaying head of Starry Sky Television. Understanding their purpose, he smiled slightly and answered the call. Chapter 95 Teacher Yi Feng. Let us converse amicably. Starry Sky Television, Deputy Director's Office. Observing the steadily rising acclaim for Yi Feng's new drama, Ghost blows out the light. The Deputy Director sighed. I must have misjudged. Previously, the head of the television station sought to acquire the exclusive broadcasting rights for the second installment, Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Dragon Ridge Abyss. But due to the exorbitant sum involved, the Deputy Director promptly declined the offer. He bluntly remarked that the initial series, Ghost Blows Out the Light, the ancient city of Jingjue, had merely captivated audiences due to its novelty. He resolutely stated to the head of the station, the second part cannot possibly achieve the same level of popularity as the first. Have you lost your mind, contemplating such a large sum for the exclusive rights to the second part? At that moment, the station head was left speechless by the Deputy Director's scathing retort. However, reality has proven his decision to be erroneous, as this new installment has outperformed the first in terms of viewership and acclaim. The Deputy Director shook his head in resignation, exhaling deeply. Alas, it seems I must secure the rights at a higher price. Yi Feng is indeed a remarkable talent. Sigh, regret comes too late. At that moment, he lamented the prospect of expending such a substantial sum. Who wouldn't feel the sting? The call connected. The enthusiastic voice of the Starry Sky Television head resonated. Hello, Teacher Yi Feng. Yi Feng smiled. Greetings. The head continued. Teacher Yi Feng, our station is willing to purchase the exclusive broadcasting rights for Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Dragon Ridge Abyss at a price of 20 million per episode for 3 years. Yi Feng maintained a calm demeanor, replying, I'm only interested in a 1-year exclusive right. The station head quickly added, Teacher Yi Feng, can we negotiate further? I am well aware that the exclusive rights will likely double in price after 1 year. After a brief silence, the station head slowly conceded. Very well. We shall adhere to the previous price then, 15 million per episode. We can finalize the contract, and our staff will transfer the funds to you. You must realize that the acclaim and fervor surrounding this installment far exceed that of the first. There was a hint of jest in his tone. The Starry Sky Television head found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Feng was not easily swayed. He hastily inquired, Teacher Yi Feng, what price do you have in mind? Yi Feng replied with a smile. What is the highest offer you can extend? The station head pondered for a moment before tentatively stating, 18 million per episode. Silence. Yi Feng remained silent, as the station head awaited a response. Yi Feng spoke again. To be frank, your offer lacks sincerity. Let me be candid with you. The head of Phoenix Television just approached me. At this, the Starry Sky Television head's eyes widened in shock. He had initially anticipated a maximum offer of 20 million per episode and thought that offering Yi Feng 15 million would suffice, leaving 5 million for himself and the Deputy Director. Now, having raised the price to 18 million, he believed Yi Feng would be satisfied, unaware that Phoenix Television had approached him first. A cold sweat broke out on his brow. If Phoenix Television were to secure this drama, he and the Deputy Director would face dire consequences. The station had issued a strict directive to acquire the exclusive rights for at least a year. Considering the advertising opportunities and the potential for repeated broadcasts, they could amass considerable profits. Realizing this, the Starry Sky Television head quickly interjected, Teacher Yi Feng, let's discuss this amicably. The price can be negotiated. Desperate, the Starry Sky Television head prepared to propose 20 million per episode, the maximum price authorized by the Deputy Director for a year's exclusive rights. Yi Feng, with a knowing smile, replied, Phoenix Television is offering me 20 million. Upon hearing this, the Starry Sky Television head's pupils dilated, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was indeed the maximum price the Deputy Director had relayed to him. After a moment of contemplation, the station head responded. He slowly articulated, Teacher Yi Feng, our station has decided to offer 22 million per episode for 1 year of exclusive rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, The Dragon Ridge Abyss. What are your thoughts? Chapter 96. A wealth of money. The head of the Starry Sky Television station remarked that the price of 22 million per episode was the highest available. When he had just consulted the Deputy Director, his voice trembled. He refrained from negotiating with Yi Feng, having recognized through their previous exchanges that Yi Feng was a shrewd individual. He understood that bargaining would yield him no advantage. Yi Feng responded calmly, "That is acceptable." He then ended the call. Yi Feng proceeded to make another call, this time to Lu Fei, the owner of Frog Entertainment. When the call connected, Lu Fei's voice came through, filled with surprise. "Teacher Yi Feng, you are actually calling me first." Yi Feng chuckled it. "It's a bit higher than last time." Lu Fei nodded thoughtfully. "That is only fair. You must remember that the second installment received better reviews and higher ratings than the first. Moreover, it boosted the viewership of the initial series." Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Lu Fei continued, "Did you sell it to Starry Sky Television?" Yi Feng affirmed, "Yes, it's still them." Lu Fei nodded, as she had anticipated that outcome. Curiously, she asked, "What is the price per episode?" "I guess it is 18 million. Lu Fei was confident in her guess, knowing that the head of Starry Sky Television had previously communicated with her and was aware of the copyright being in Yi Feng's hands. Yi Feng checked it. "It's 22 million per episode." Lu Fei's smile faded, and she exclaimed, "How much?" "Teacher Yi Feng, please repeat that. I did not catch it." Yi Feng reiterated, 22 million per episode. Lu Fei gasped. What an astonishing amount. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Yi Feng looked up to see the head of Starry Sky Television had arrived. He politely greeted Lu Fei, who was still reeling from the staggering price of the copyright fees. Upon entering, the head of Starry Sky Television promptly handed the contract to Yi Feng, exclaiming, "Teacher Yi Feng, you are truly remarkable for your age. You are exceptionally handsome." The head of Starry Sky Television lavished praise upon Yi Feng, making him feel somewhat bashful. Subsequently, Yi Feng began to scrutinize the contract carefully, ensuring there were no pitfalls before signing. Observing Yi Feng's meticulousness, the head of Starry Sky Television silently admired his diligence and professionalism. The contract was prepared in duplicate. Yi Feng recognized it was from the bank staff, confirming his information once more. The bank representative informed him that the funds had been transferred. For the complete series of 20 unedited episodes, the fee amounted to 22 million per episode. A notification chimed, signaling that the money had been credited. Yi Feng allocated 20 of the earnings to Lu Fei, retaining 80 for himself. As he gazed at the sum exceeding 200 million after taxes, he felt a sense of wonder at his newfound wealth and contemplated how to spend it. Lu Fei looked at the 88 million transferred from Yi Feng, her expression a mix of emotions. It was worth noting that Yi Feng's earnings totaled over 300 million, while her contribution had only secured her 80 million. She had invested over 100 million in this series, which was still in a state of deficit. Yi Feng was aware of this, yet he did not fret over Lu Fei and Oppos as financial losses, as the actors and crew were part of her company, allowing her to generate substantial profits. Lu Fei's discomfort stemmed from the stark contrast in their earnings, compounded by her company's significant investment. This disparity left her feeling unsettled. In her moment of reflection, she decided to call her uncle, who reminded her that following Yi Feng would ultimately lead to greater financial gain. As anticipated, the phenomenal success of both the first and second installments propelled the stars of Ghost Blows Out the Light to fame. The male lead received 3 new roles. The male lead expressed no dissatisfaction, content with his own 20 million share. Such is the nature of capital. Actors and crew members are compelled to work for her benefit. A voice from the system echoed in Yi Feng's mind. Chapter 97. A series of rewards at this moment. Yi Feng and Su Yahan had just finished their meal. While Su Yahan was washing the dishes, Yi Feng sat on the sofa, deep in contemplation. As he pondered, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A melodious mechanical female voice chimed. "Congratulations, host. Your follower count has surpassed 38 million. Glancing at his social media platform, Yi Feng noted that his followers had surged from over 33 million to over 38 million. The sudden increase of 5 million followers left him astonished. All system productions are original and the copyrights have been registered, the system assured him. Relieved, Yi Feng relaxed, rewarding host with the song Broken Bridge and Remnant Snow. "Is it the work of Su Song?" Yi Feng asked. "Indeed, host," came a confirmation. Another sample of Broken Bridge and Remnant Snow appeared in his hands. This song was Su Song's signature piece and had enjoyed widespread acclaim. rewarding host with 5 additional years of life. Suddenly, a bright light enveloped Yi Feng's brow. He shivered slightly before regaining his composure. At that moment, he felt an unusual lightness within his body. System, you keep granting me longevity. Am I destined for immortality? Yi Feng voiced his concern, fearing the solitude of outliving his loved ones. Do not worry, host. The system adheres to the natural cycle of life and death. The system clarified. Once the host reaches the average human lifespan, further rewards will be granted. Hearing this, Yi Feng sighed in relief, rewarding host with the novel devouring the starry sky. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and outlines of devouring the starry sky filled his mind, as if branded onto his consciousness. This masterpiece by the author, I Eat Tomatoes, had once sparked a sci-fi craze across the internet. Are there more rewards? Yi Feng inwitted tentativity. Yes, host, there are more. The system replied. Yi Feng felt a surge of astonishment at the prospect of further rewards, rewarding host with 5 lottery chances. Would the host like to draw? Yi Feng pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Let us save them for now. Accumulating multiple chances increases the likelihood of winning. Understood, the system acknowledged. Feeling grateful for the multitude of rewards, Yi Feng expressed, Thank you, system. You flatter me, host. As long as you become the king of the entertainment industry. Su Yahan gazed at him with admiration. Darling, you are truly amazing. Yi Feng similait modesty. Then, he turned to Su Yahan and said, Yahan, remember we talked about traveling? How about we request leave tomorrow and go on a trip? Su Yahan, excited, replied, That sounds great, but will the boss approve? She will. The following day, Yi Feng and Su Yahan drove to Apple Entertainment Company. Upon entering, they were greeted with envious glances from many employees who eagerly greeted them. Thanks to Yi Feng and Apple's influence, the company had grown significantly, now exceeding 100 employees, a remarkable increase from a mere dozen it had when it faced bankruptcy. At the office of the Apple Entertainment owner, Yi Feng knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Yun's voice called from within. Yi Feng and Su Yahan entered to find her beaming at their arrival. Yi Feng and Yahan, you're here. Just in time. I was looking for you. Lin Yun exclaimed. Yi Feng, puzzled, asked, Is there something you need, boss? It was reasonable that the company could not rely solely on him for talent. Seeing that Yi Feng was not upset, Lin Yun sighed in relief. And your salary will be doubled. Su Yahan smiled and replied, Boss, actually, I want to resign. At this, Lin Yun's pupils dilated, her eyes widening in surprise. Yi Feng was equally astonished. She had never mentioned this to him. Chapter 98. The reason behind Su Yahan's resignation. As soon as Su Yahan expressed her desire to resign, Lin Yun became anxious. After all, she was Yi Feng's wife, and it was imperative to treat her well to ensure Yi Feng's continued presence in the company. Upon hearing Su Yahan's words, Yi Feng pondered the underlying reasons. Lin Yun, in her urgency, exclaimed, Yahan, have you faced any grievances at work? Or is it that the assistant isn't being diligent enough, leaving you overwhelmed? Is it a matter of salary? She glanced at Yi Feng, seeking his reaction, but discerned nothing, which heightened her concern. Su Yahan chuckled and replied, Boss, you are overthinking. The work you provide is wonderful. It and Oppo's easy, and the salary is generous. I truly enjoy what I do. Yi Feng remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yun, perplexed, queried, Then why do you wish to resign, Yahan? With a gentle smile, Su Yahan glanced at Yi Feng before addressing Lin Yun. Boss, I no longer desire to work. My husband is quite affluent now, and I simply wish to take good care of him at home. Lin Yun was rendered speechless. She found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, she finally said, All right, I will have the finance department process your salary shortly. Yahan, you're always welcome to return to work whenever you wish. Apple Entertainment will always embrace you. Should you return, you will resume your position as the director of the artist department with doubled pay. Lin Yun spoke earnestly. Su Yahan looked at Lin Yun, smiling sincerely. Thank you for your care during this time. I'm truly grateful. With that, she bowed slightly to Lin Yun. Lin Yun quickly moved to support her. There's no need for such formality between us. All right, boss, I will submit my resignation letter to you this evening. Su Yahan said slowly. Lin Yun waved her hand. Any time is fine. Then, boss, you and Yi Feng can have a conversation. I will step outside and wait for him. she added with a playful wink at Yifeng. Lin Yun chuckled helplessly. After Su Yahan left, she turned to Yifeng, wishing to explain something but unsure how to begin. Yifeng, observing Lin Yun, calmly stated, "Boss, I know you treat Yahan exceptionally well. If she wishes to resign, let her do so." Hearing Yifeng and Appo's words, Lin Yun sighed in relief. She feared Yifeng might hold her accountable for Yahan's decision. "I would like to request a leave of absence. I won't be coming to the office for a while." Lin Yun's heart skipped a beat at this news. Yifeng continued, "I plan to travel with Yahan." Lin Yun quickly responded, "That is perfectly fine. You can go for as long as you wish. Besides, your base salary will be doubled." Yifeng chuckled, thinking the boss was overly sensitive. He then produced a demo of a song and handed it to Lin Yun. "Boss, this is my new song, Blue Lotus. Please give it a listen. If it meets your approval, we can sign a contract and begin recording." Lin Yun accepted the demo, but did not listen to it immediately. Instead, she looked at Yifeng. "I trust you. Your compositions are bound to be beautiful." The rights to the song and its usage belonged to Yifeng, with a revenue split of 90-10, Yifeng receiving the larger share. The recording went exceptionally well, completed in a single take, and Yifeng's high notes astonished the recording staff. However, the reason for recording the song early was Yifeng's intuition that they might encounter some unforeseen circumstances during their travels. Once everything was concluded, how should I treat Yifeng to ensure he remains with the company? Upon returning home, Yifeng asked Su Yahan, "Yahan, why did you choose to resign?" At that moment, the usually strong Su Yahan broke into tears, her tears flowing freely. Yifeng quickly embraced her, reassuring, "Yahan, it's all right from now on. I will take care of you." Su Yahan wept on Yifeng's back. After a long while, she ceased her cries and, looking at Yifeng through tear-streaked eyes, sobbed, "Husband, I feel like I am a burden to you." Note, the song Blue Lotus is written and composed by Su Wei and performed by Su Wei. Chapter 99. Yifeng encourages his wife to pursue her dreams. As Su Yahan finished her words, Yifeng embraced her, gently caressing her hair, his gaze softening. "Yahan, how could you ever be a burden to me? Since childhood, you have always taken care of me. When I fell ill, you tirelessly supported me, working to provide for me. Truly, without you, there would be no me." With that, Yifeng planted a tender kiss on Su Yahan's lips. Su Yahan was momentarily taken aback, tears of emotion streaming down her cheeks. She looked at Yifeng and softly spoke. "I believe you stayed at the company for my sake. They treat me so well, but it's all to keep you here. With your talent, you could easily find a position at a larger firm." Her tone carried a hint of guilt. Yifeng paused, gazing at Su Yahan with a gentle demeanor. "I am at Apple Entertainment, partly for you, and partly because the owner, Lin Yun, is quite understanding. She neither interferes with my creative process nor denies me a fair share of the profits, granting me the freedom I cherish. Moreover, I am now a shareholder, and my stake will only increase in time. The company's legal entity is not me. I merely need to focus on my share of the profits." Su Yahan listened, somewhat astonished, and expressed her newfound understanding. Observing her slightly puzzled expression, Yifeng chuckled and continued, "While joining a large company might yield short-term benefits in the long run, it would be stifling. The constraints are numerous, limiting my freedom, and the copyrights of my creations may not even belong to me." His gaze deepened with contemplation. Suddenly, Su Yahan understood. "Husband, I see now. You possess such profound insight. You are truly remarkable." Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Yifeng. "Now that I am leaving the company, it's for the best. They won and Oppos. To be able to restrict you any longer, they have to exert themselves more to please you, granting you even greater freedom." Her tone carried a sense of relief. In her heart, Yifeng was of utmost importance, just as she had once sacrificed her own dreams to support him during his struggles. After a moment of silence, Yifeng gently asked, "Do you remember your dream from years ago?" Su Yahan was taken aback, her eyes shining with nostalgia as she reminisced about her high school days. She had a passion for reading, a carefree spirit, and a loving childhood sweetheart, along with a supportive family. She often told Yifeng, Feng, "I want to earn money to open a bookstore where I can read books every day. What a beautiful life that would be." At that time, Yifeng silently vowed to help her realize her dream. Alas, fate dealt a cruel hand when Yi Feng fell gravely ill, depleting the family's savings in pursuit of treatment. Consequently, the entire family fought tirelessly for his recovery. Su Yahan forewent her university education to work and finance his medical expenses, while her father took on multiple jobs, and her sister diligently studied, hoping to find a cure for Yi Feng. Snapping back to the present, Su Yahan smiled at Yi Feng. "Why do you ask me about this all of a sudden?" Yi Feng responded with a smile. "I wish to help you fulfill your dream." Just as Su Yahan was about to decline, she suddenly remembered that Yi Feng had become quite wealthy. "Thank you, my love." At that moment, Lu Fei quickly answered, her voice bubbling with excitement. "Teacher Yi Feng, what a pleasant surprise." Yi Feng smiled slightly. "I have a favor to ask. I wish to open a bookstore. Do you have any recommendations for good locations?" He preferred not to waste time searching individually, knowing Lu Fei had an extensive network and was currently in need of his assistance. Lu Fei and Appo's excitement grew upon hearing this. She was eager to help Yi Feng, recognizing his talent and financial acumen. "Rest assured, Teacher Yi Feng, I will find you a location with the best geographical advantage and exquisite decor." Yi Feng nodded appreciatively, replying, "Thank you. I plan to begin filming the third part of the drama soon." Lu Fei trembled with anticipation. Yi Feng paused and added, "The decor should embody a pink, youthful charm, as I recall that this is your wife's favorite color." Lu Fei seemed to grasp the underlying sentiment. "Don't worry, Teacher Yi Feng. I will ensure both you and your wife are thoroughly satisfied." Yi Feng nodded once more, expressing his gratitude before hanging up. Just then, her assistant entered the room, adjusting his attire with a smile. "Boss, is there something you need?" Lu Fei, brimming with excitement, recognized the significance of Yi Feng's request and knew she must not take it lightly. "Gather some information on the best bookstore locations and bring it to me. I want to personally review them," she instructed, eager to assist Yi Feng with genuine sincerity, believing it would lead to greater financial success. Chapter 100. Su Yahan was filled with joy as time flowed by like a gentle stream. 3 days later, after having breakfast, Yi Feng received a call from Lu Fei. As soon as the call connected, Lu Fei's excited voice came through. "Teacher Yi Feng, I found a shop for you. It will definitely meet your expectations." Hearing this, Yi Feng smiled and replied, "All right, thank you." Lu Fei quickly said, "Teacher Yi Feng, there's no need to be so polite. When will you come to see it? I'll take you there." Yi Feng chuckled. "We can go now." He turned to Su Yahan beside him and said, "Yahan, get ready. We're going to check out the bookstore. Lu Fei has already found it for me." Su Yahan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You found it so quickly?" Yi Feng nodded with a smile. "Wow, husband, you are amazing." Su Yahan cheered, excitedly giving Yi Feng a kiss on the cheek. Subsequently, they gathered their belongings and headed out. Yi Feng drove, with Su Yahan sitting beside him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. At Qingbei University, the finest university in Yuezhou, numerous students were bustling about, their gazes inadvertently drifting towards Yi Feng and Su Yahan. They were captivated by the sight of the couple. "Wow, that car is so cool. Isn't that Yi Feng over there? And the person beside him seems to be his wife. Yi Feng is so handsome. His voice is enchanting. I love his novels. They're truly captivating. I admire Yi Feng. I appreciate both his books and his music." Upon seeing Yi Feng and Su Yahan waving at them, Lu Fei approached with a smile. Yi Feng nodded in acknowledgement. As they drew closer, Liu Fei noticed Su Yahan's astonishment. "This girl is beautiful. No wonder Yi Feng is fond of her," she thought. She smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you. You are truly beautiful." Su Yahan warmly shook her hand. "Hello, I'm Su Yahan, Yi Feng's wife. Thank you so much for helping me find a great place. I'm truly grateful. You exude elegance." Yi Feng observed their interaction with a faint smile. "Lu boss, which house are you referring to?" Lu Fei pointed to a nearby property, and Yi Feng was taken aback upon seeing it. "This place is quite pricey," he remarked. Situated next to the best university in Yuezhou, it was surrounded by several other universities and high schools. Moreover, it was the largest bookstore in the area, located in a quiet spot with minimal traffic. Su Yahan covered her mouth in surprise. The place exceeded her expectations by several folds. Initially, she had only hoped for a modest space, but her husband had arranged such an exceptional one. The prime location, teeming with students from both universities and high schools, made the store significantly larger than she had envisioned. Seeing Su Yahan's astonishment, Lu Fei felt a sense of satisfaction, knowing that this bookstore was prepared for Su Yahan by Yi Feng, making it all the more significant. Treat Yi Feng well, and greater profits would surely follow. Felt a surge of excitement. The efforts of the past few days had not been in vain. It was all worth it. Lu Fei continued, "Why don't you go inside and see the decor style?" Both Yi Feng and Su Yahan were curious, especially Su Yahan, whose eyes brimmed with anticipation. Yi Feng smiled at her and pushed open the glass door, revealing a spacious interior adorned in a delightful shade of pink. Ye Feng nodded, acknowledging the high quality of the work. Lu Fei had indeed employed the finest materials for the renovation. "Wow, this is fantastic," Su Yahan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy. "I am utterly satisfied." Yi Feng, witnessing Su Yahan's elation, felt content. "As long as my wife is happy." He looked at Su Yahan and said, "Lu Fei, you've put in a lot of effort." Lu Fei, feeling appreciated, glanced at Su Yahan with a hint of envy, while her admiration for Yi Feng grew even stronger. With a smile, she replied, "As long as you're satisfied." After viewing the bookstore, Yi Feng and Su Yahan treated Lu Fei to a meal. Upon returning home, while Su Yahan went to take a shower, Yi Feng called Lu Fei. "Lu boss, how much is it? I'll transfer the money now." On the other end of the line, Lu Fei laughed. "No need. I bought it as a gift for your wife." Yi Feng paused for a moment, then slowly said, "Once Yahan and I return from our trip and settle the bookstore matters, I will begin filming the third installment of Endapos. Ghost blows out the light." Endapos. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei was thrilled, eagerly repeating, "Yes, yes, yes." She murmured to herself, "Indeed, treating Yi Feng sincerely leads to greater rewards."